The battalion exam is 1 month away. Why kick me out of the company now, of all times? If I pass the battalion exam, my sister's illness can be cured. Every one of my scores is #1 in the whole battalion. What gives you the right to throw me out? The Dragon Nation. A military base. The training ground of the 1st Battalion. The scream of jet fighters grew closer. Awakened soldiers in special combat gear assembled in neat ranks across the field. Su Hao, stood among them. Back straight, 2 fingers pressed together, blending in almost perfectly with the others who had awakened the same year as me. In front of me stood a female officer draped in a long coat. Her expression was cold. 3 stars on her shoulder marked her as a first-class awakened officer. Her name was Lu Qingxian, the famously ruthless commander of the Anti-Demon Battalion, known for training soldiers who all carried S-rank talent. Keep your discipline. I'm only informing you. You don't get a say. When I tell you to get lost, you get lost. Is that too hard to understand? She crossed her arms, her tone like a command, her eyes full of contempt. I'll say it one more time. Awaken Su Hao, Battalion number 001. I've already petitioned the higher-ups to transfer you out of the 1st Battalion. You no longer qualify to take the battalion exam. From now on, the unit taking you in cleans up demon droppings. The second training ends. Pack your things and leave the battalion. Don't leave a single trace that you were ever here. If you hadn't scored #1 in the country back then, I never would have put up with a cockroach like you this long. She said all this with pure impatience on her face, as if wasting one more word on me was a waste of her time. My eyes went wide. I clenched my teeth. The rage nearly tore out of my throat. I never imagined she would actually pull something this low, using me and then throwing me away. Just because my class talent is the lowest rank, you want to kick me out? Just to protect your all S-rank talent reputation. Taking the battalion exam is the most basic right every awakened has. What gives you the right to strip it away just like that? Lu Qingxian, don't you know my sister is waiting on the medical subsidy I get after passing the battalion exam, so she can have her surgery? I came to the 1st Battalion because I scored #1 in the country and got assigned here. I didn't beg to come. If you'd told me sooner you wanted me gone, I would have quit the battalion 3 years ago and worked a regular job to save up for my sister's surgery. What do you even think a human life is worth? I demanded it out loud. I never dreamed that crossing over into this world would land me in something like this. That's right. I crossed over. Into a world with classes. In this world, only a small fraction of people are born having awakened a class, an ability that carries strange power. They're called awakened. The strength of a class is set from birth and can never change, and it decides a person's entire future. And me, I only awakened something that hadn't shown up in decades. The lowest rank of all, the group healer. Healing was rare, sure, but it only restored 10 points of health per second. In an environment where the average person now has tens of thousands of health points, this class was about as useless as it gets. That was my situation. A battalion is a class-based combat unit. After the world's first large-scale demon invasion, the awakened of the Dragon Nation answered the nation's call and built military organizations to resist the demons. From the local level up to the central command, every province had its own battalion. The battalion exam is the major evaluation that filters out the awakened who truly have what it takes to serve and fight demons. It matters as much as the college entrance exam, maybe more. Pass it, and you gain military status and the social benefits of a high-ranking officer. Not just for yourself. Your family also receives a large medical subsidy. My sister was born with a congenital heart condition. She'd been frail her whole life, and her prognosis was not good. All these years, she'd been waiting for me to pass the battalion exam, earn military status, and use the medical subsidy to pay for her surgery. But now, on the eve of the exam, I was being shipped off to shovel demon droppings, stripped of my right to even take it. How was I supposed to come up with the money for my sister's surgery? While I stood there demanding answers, Lu Qingxian struck a superior pose and let out a cold laugh. Su Hao, so what if you're #1 in the country? The lowest class, a piece of trash that hasn't appeared in decades. Trash among trash. Forget you being trash. Even if you dragged your dying sister down to the grave with you, are your 2 worthless lives worth more than my battalion's golden all-S-rank reputation? As a battalion commander, one decision from me can save how many Dragon Nation citizens? If you and your sister get in the way of my promotion, 10 of your lives wouldn't be enough to pay it back. And you think you have the standing to talk to me about human lives? She said all of this in front of the entire battalion, without a shred of hesitation. In an instant, the whole field went dead silent. Except for me, every awakened in the ranks stayed quiet as a mouse, terrified of drawing the fire onto themselves. Lu Qingxian comes from a powerful family. Her father's generation are all mid-level leaders. No wonder she's this reckless. There were rumors she'd force awakened out of the battalion. Guess they were true. This is pushing Su Hao to the edge. His sister's chances are looking grim now. The low murmurs of a few awakened in the distance carried clearly to my ears. I stayed silent, my heart turning to ash. What did I actually do wrong? Just because my class is the lowest rank, the one everyone spits on? Then all my effort and everything I'd held on to until now, was it all for nothing? Just because Lu Qingxian comes from a powerful family, she gets to break the rules however she wants and never face any consequences? Is there any justice left in this world? Any law at all? And then, in that very moment, right as I was drowning in grief and fury, a voice suddenly rang out in my head. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have awakened the God-tier class system. The host's lowest rank group healer has been upgraded to a God-tier class. The one and only God-tier group healer. Healing output raised from 10 health per second to 1000 health per second. Healing range expanded from 10 meters centered on the host to 10 kilometers. No time limit. No limit on the number of people. For every teammate who receives the host's healing boost, each time they kill a demon, the host earns an assist and generates 1 demon crystal. Raising healing by 1 point per second costs 100 demon crystals. Once healing passes 1000 per second, every additional 1000 costs 10 times as many crystals. Every 1 kilometer of added maximum healing range costs 1000 demon crystals. As long as the host keeps using healing to help teammates kill demons, the host will keep growing stronger. The system recommends the host turn himself over to the nation. The moment that voice sounded, I froze. The system, it had arrived. The system every transmigrator needs had finally arrived. As I listened to the prompts echoing in my head, one term caught my attention. Demon crystals. Those were a type of crystal that demons had a chance to drop when killed during the Dragon Nation's fight against the demon invasion. Their structure was so complex that modern technology couldn't break it down, so for now humanity had no way to use them. But now, upgrading my system class actually required demon crystals as raw material? You have to understand, demon crystals were under the Dragon Nation's centralized control. The central warehouse alone held hundreds of thousands of them, and nobody had ever figured out what they were good for. If I turned myself over to the nation directly, I couldn't even imagine how fast I'd grow. Maybe, in the end, I'd become a god of healing capable of curing the entire population of the Dragon Nation, hundreds of millions of people, all at once. When that day came, forget Lu Qingxian. Anyone who dared to cross me would have to die. The thought pushed my excitement up, and I forced it back down with a deep breath. But this was no time to get cocky. All of it depended on one thing. I needed enough time, enough resources, and a safe environment to grow. Otherwise, if some villain set their sights on me before I got strong, even the greatest god-tier class and system would end up as nothing but water carried in a sieve. So I had to reach the higher-ups who ran the battalions as fast as possible, turn myself over to the nation, and grow with everything I had. Just as I was figuring out how to hand myself over in one piece, a voice cut through my thoughts. Enough. I can't watch this anymore. You're all bullies. Lu Qingxian, taking the battalion exam is the right of every awakened, and the right of the people of the Dragon Nation. What gives you the right to strip Su Hao of his eligibility? You're just a battalion commander. How can you do something like this? A girl stepped in front of me and shouted at Lu Qingxian. I stared at her, stunned. Her name was Li Xiaoming. We'd always gotten along well. She was loyal, she was beautiful, and we'd run a few missions together. As far as I could remember, she was the only daughter of the deputy commander of the Dragon Nation's Central Battalion. Someone of her top-tier background should have been raised step by step in comfort and privilege. The reason she'd ended up in the harsh 1st Battalion was this. During a large-scale demon invasion a while back, her father, Commander Li, had been gravely wounded and pulled off the front lines, and his enemies had seized the chance to carve up his power. With things so dangerous, and to protect her, Commander Li had sent her to the battalion to train under a false name. Li Xiaoming, don't think that just because you're the daughter of the retired Commander Li, you can run wild here. Lu Qingxian sneered, her mockery on full display. You barely cleared S rank yourself. You think I don't want to kick you out too? Commander Li is old news. Still think you're the precious young lady everyone bows to? In my 1st Battalion, if you're a dragon, you coil up quiet, and if you're a tiger, you lie down flat. A tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. Watching the way Lu Qingxian talked to Li Xiaoming turned my stomach. Commander Li had only been wounded and retired during a demon surge, and here she was, tearing his daughter down. With a powerful family behind her, she truly answered to no one. My dad was just injured. He took that wound for the Dragon Nation. Li Xiaoming lost it and was about to charge at her. Enough. I couldn't stand by any longer. If this kept going, Li Xiaoming would suffer because of me too. I stepped forward, put myself in front of her, and stared coldly at Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian, all you want is to get rid of me, right? Fine, I'll give you that. But this has nothing to do with Xiaoming. Let her stay, and stop making things hard for her. Good. The logistics unit that shovels demon droppings is on its way to pick you up. A teasing smile crept across Lu Qingshuan's face. No, you've got it wrong. I clenched my fist and locked my eyes on her. I'm not going to your garbage droppings unit. What I'm saying is this. Since you want to cut off my way to survive, then I'll do it as the former national top scorer of the Dragon Nation, and I'll walk out of your 1st Battalion for good, with my head held high. If I don't get to have it easy, neither do you. The moment I said it, the whole field was stunned. Every eye turned to me. Nobody expected me to have this kind of backbone, to stand up and go head-to-head with Lu Qingxian. My God, the #1 awakened in the Dragon Nation, pushed into leaving the battalion. If word of this reaches the top, no background is big enough to save Lu Qingxian. The awakened murmured among themselves. A battalion was really no different from the army. My class talent might be the worst, but I could handle both the intellectual and the physical, and in every area, I was the undisputed #1. If I left the battalion, it was like a company commander forcing the strongest soldier in the entire Dragon Nation into discharge. How would that look? Every leader from the top down would come knocking on Lu Qingshuan's door. No matter how big her background, she'd walk away with skin torn off, if she walked away at all. That was exactly why she didn't dare fire me outright, and only dared to transfer me away. Su Hao, you can't leave the battalion. If you go, what happens to your sister? Li Xiaoming looked at me in disbelief. I said nothing. I just kept my cold stare fixed on Lu Qingxian. Humph. Well now, you two actually dare defy my orders together? Lu Qingxian threatened. Su Hao, if you have the guts to leave, then Li Xiaoming can forget about taking the exam too. Lu Qingxian, don't you dare use me to threaten Su Hao again. Li Xiaoming blew up on the spot and stamped her foot hard. I'm done with this trash battalion too. I quit. Su Hao, let's go. In all her years, she'd never met anyone this shameless, actually turning it around to hold her over Su Hao's head. How could she let him take this humiliation for nothing? All because of her. I'm out. Li Xiaoming grabbed me and walked straight out of the ranks, leaving behind a field full of stunned awakened and a Lu Qingxian whose face had gone about as dark as it could get. The classified transport carrying awakened away from the battalion. Li Xiaoming sat there, full of guilt. I'm sorry, Su Hao. It's my fault for acting on impulse and pulling you out of formation. If there was still room to work things out, maybe your sister could have. No, there was never any room left. That woman Lu Qingxian was dead set on cutting off my way to live. I sat beside her and shook my head to comfort her. This has nothing to do with you. If anything, I'm the one who should apologize. If it weren't for me, you never would have left the battalion. But there's no need to worry now. I already have a plan. Li Xiaoming straightened up at once, her eyes lighting up. Really? You have a plan? I nodded, calm and steady. Just a moment ago, my class evolved. It went from the lowest rank to God tier, one of a kind. Right now I'm confident. I can honestly say I'm of enormous use to the entire Dragon Nation. Xiaoming, I need to ask you for a favor. Take me to see your father. I can heal his wounds. And more than that, I want to turn myself over to the nation. Xiaoming tells me you can heal my wounds. But from what I've looked into, you should only have a lowest rank class. Go home. My wound was made by a calamity class demon, and it carries a powerful negative effect called death erosion. Even the battalion's top healers can't drive it out. Someone with the lowest rank class has no chance at all. In the ward of the classified sanatorium, Li Tianyi turned away, his face full of disappointment. He wore a long coat, with heavy bandages wrapped around his waist, faint traces of blood still seeping through. His face was worn, but his voice was steady and firm. The middle-aged man before me was Li Xiaoming's father, Li Tianyi, one of the deputy commanders of the Dragon Nation's Central Battalion. After Li Xiaoming and I left the battalion, we got Commander Li's permission and made our way to the sanatorium where he was staying. I'd barely explained my situation and offered to heal him before he cut me off. Before I could say anything, the system's voice sounded in my head again. Ding! A negative effect caused by a calamity class demon has been detected. Host class skill awakened. God tier group negative effect removal. On the front lines against demons, calamity class demons, and above release area negative effects, causing mass casualties among the awakened. Once the host uses this skill, all healing targets within range have their negative effects erased. Hearing that voice, I lost all desire to keep explaining to Li Tianyi. The system really came through. When you reach the bridge, the road straightens out on its own, and it always times its cheat codes just right. If even Li Tianyi couldn't be healed, what kind of god-tier healer would I be? I'd just heal him and be done with it. No need to plead my case that I wasn't really the lowest rank. That won't be necessary, Commander Li. It's too early for me to be heading home. I spoke, not loudly, yet the whole room heard me clearly. Healing your wound is no trouble for me. I came here hoping to turn my class ability over to the Dragon Nation. Big talk. Li Tianyi sighed and shook his head. Turn it over to the Dragon Nation? With your pathetic 10 health per second? Young man, having dreams is a good thing, but you have to know yourself. Group healers may be rare, but your healing output is next to nothing. His face was full of doubt. Anything worthy of being turned over to the nation was national treasure level. What did a lowest rank group healer have to do with a national treasure? All right, since you don't believe me, I'll just show you directly. I didn't bother saying more. I raised my hand and pointed at Li Tianyi, and with a single thought, I triggered the second god-tier skill I'd just gained. I swept my hand, and green light, the symbol of healing, surged toward him all at once. Watching the green light rush at his face, Li Tianyi's eyes went wide. Ding! Congratulations, host. The negative effect death erosion has been fully removed. God-tier healing has been used on Li Tianyi within range. HP 15023 out of 32,713. Casting time, 20 seconds. Health restored this time, 18,000. Current HP, 32,713 out of 32,713. In less than half a minute, the wound that had nearly killed him was healed by my god-tier class. As good as new, and then some. As the green light faded, Li Tianyi finally snapped out of it, his face full of shock. Not a trace of weakness remained. Right now he stood tall, sharp, and full of energy. And all of it had happened in an instant. What just happened? My health. It filled all the way up in 20 seconds. Impossible. The death erosion effect is gone too. What on earth is going on? His face was pure astonishment. His health had been stuck near empty for days, and one sweep of my light had refilled it in a heartbeat. Could it be? Suddenly, an itch spread across his abdomen. He seemed to realize something, and he ripped off the special bandage at his waist to look at the wound the Calamity-class demon had left. The wound that had constantly leaked black blood and festered over and over had scabbed over, revealing fresh new flesh underneath. Trembling, he lightly touched the scab. His blood and vitality weren't draining anymore. His wound had truly healed. Li Tianyi's head shot up, his pupils shrinking, shocked beyond words. I'd actually healed him? That light entered his body, filled his health, and closed his wound? Something even top healers couldn't do, and I'd done it? Was this really the kind of power a lowest rank class could produce? I watched every bit of his reaction from the side. I stood in front of him with my arms crossed, the corner of my mouth lifting, a smug look on my face. Heh, now you see how good I am. Still dare to look down on a transmigrator. I told you, I'm a god-tier healer. Not just god-tier, but the one and only god-tier. Impossible. How could you possibly have healing power at this level? This is unbelievable. Li Tianyi stood frozen for a long while, unable to come back to himself. It wasn't until a few minutes later that he barely managed to talk himself into accepting the truth. Su Hao, would you be willing to become my support healer? Lights suddenly flared in his eyes, and he grabbed my shoulders and shook them in his excitement. If your healing ability is real, then this power is beyond anything anyone in the Dragon Nation understands right now. You could help so many more people. I'll promote you straight to Major, give you the top officer's treatment, a monthly salary of 100,000, and grant you the rank directly. No matter how hard it was to believe, the fact was right in front of him. I'd just restored nearly 20,000 health in an instant, 10 times stronger than any top healer alive in the Dragon Nation. A healer this monstrous, he had to recruit under his command no matter what. No, Commander Li. Actually, single target healing isn't my strong suit. I said calmly. My class is group healer. What I just did for you is a tiny fraction of what I can do. My real ability is to heal everyone within a 10-kilometer radius for 1,000 health per second, with no time limit and no limit on the number of people. And I've only just awakened this class. My power is still weak. Li Tianyi went blank on the spot, his lips trembling as he backed away step by step in disbelief. A 10-kilometer radius? No limit on the number of people? 1,000 health per second? And no time limit either? A monstrous healing effect like that. and it was only a freshly awakened ability. This had to be some kind of cheat. As those words spun through his mind, this deputy commander of the Dragon Nation's Central Battalion was already at war with himself. Su Hao's class was absolutely not the lowest rank. Because his ability was already 1,000 times stronger than his own SS rank Lightning Combat class, Thunderlord, stronger even than the SSS rank superclasses that were rare as phoenix feathers across the entire Dragon Nation. You could even say it had stepped into the ranks of the god tier. Watching Li Tianyi's stunned expression, I let out a long breath, then looked at him in earnest. I understood well that strength was the best way to prove everything. Before I healed him, I could have talked myself hoarse and he still wouldn't have believed I had a god tier class. Commander Li, I'm not joking. You've seen what I can do. I need the nation's resources to let my class grow. Down the road, healing everyone in the Dragon Nation at once isn't out of the question. If you still won't believe me, then I'll have no choice but to seek help from other leaders. Either way, no matter what, I have to turn myself over to the Dragon Nation. This ability can't go to waste. I said each word firmly, my eyes filled with resolve. Besides, one day I want to get my revenge on that Lu Qingxian, the one who forced me out of the battalion and nearly ruined my life. It had come to this, and I felt I'd done everything I could. If Li Tianyi truly lacked the vision to see it, then I'd just have to find another way. No matter what, I would never let this go. I accept. You don't even have to be my support healer. Li Tianyi panicked and hurried to keep me there with kind words. Su Hao, your ability is too powerful, more powerful than I ever imagined. I'd stake anything on it. There cannot be a second awakened in the entire Dragon Nation with healing like this. Healing ability is so scarce in the Dragon Nation. The awakened on the battlefield suffer terrible casualties, with almost no healing, gritting their teeth and holding on by sheer will. Whatever resources you need, even if it costs me my life, I'll get them for you. Your sister's surgery and the matter with Lu Qingxian, I'll report all of it to the organization. Please, don't let any of this drive a wedge between us. My living ancestor. A group healer with a monstrous ability like this, a talent like this. Not worshipping you like a treasure would be foolish. So who would refuse to turn you over to the nation? Honestly, if even a talent like Su Hao could be buried, then he had no business being a deputy commander. He'd resign in disgrace, too ashamed to face the people of the Dragon Nation. Xiaoming, I'm calling the organization right now to convene an emergency meeting. After grabbing hold of me, Li Tianyi quickly gave orders to his daughter, who was still standing there dumbfounded. You talk some sense into Su Hao. Make sure he stays. Don't let him leave. Remember, whatever he asks for, we grant it. With that, he had no time for anything else. He snatched the phone off the coffee table, dialing as he threw on his coat and rushed out, calling out "Sir" and "Chief" as he went. The door slammed shut. I said nothing, still silent. And Li Xiaoming, the one tasked with keeping me there, was already frozen in place. Even the dullest person could see it. Her father, an SS-rank Thunder Lord, was a top awakened, with a body powerful enough to hunt Calamity-class demons alone, over 30,000 health points, one of the ceiling tier fighters alive in the Dragon Nation. A father this strong had been brought to the brink of death by death erosion, so weakened he'd nearly retired. Yet in less than half a minute, one wave of my hand had healed him as if it were nothing. That was nearly 20,000 health, enough to rival a first-class tank-type Awaken's health pool. And on top of that, it erased the death erosion that had left every top healer in the Dragon Nation helpless. Li Xiaoming looked at my young, composed face, and it suddenly felt unfamiliar. When I'd first said I wanted to see her father, she'd still had her doubts, and only brought me along thinking she'd give it a shot. She truly hadn't expected everything I said to be real. I'd actually healed her father. Xiaoming, now you understand why I'm so confident. My tone was cool. Thank you for bringing me to see your father. Give me a little more time, and I'll get my revenge on that Lu Qingxian. I'll make her regret what she did to the two of us. Damn Lu Qingxian, pulling something that low, using me and casting me aside. Once I get strong, she's the first one I'm coming for. Su Hao, will never forget this. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Li Xiaoming's phone rang. She pulled it out and glanced at the caller ID. It's my dad. She answered, and Li Tianyi's booming voice came through. Xiaoming, I just issued a battalion summons in my capacity as deputy commander. I'm heading to the anti-demon front shortly for a meeting with the regional army commanders. Get Su Hao into a clean uniform and come find me in the top floor conference room. Be quick. With that, the call ended. I didn't hesitate. I went with Li Xiaoming to the changing room, stripped off my dust-covered combat gear, put on a fresh uniform, and headed for the top floor conference room. I pushed open the door and saw Li Tianyi standing inside, tall and imposing, every bit the officer. On the ground beside him was a circular magic array large enough for several people to stand on. One look, and my eyes fixed on it. It was a private teleportation array. What extravagance! A teleportation array had a space-type awakens teleportation formula inscribed inside it, used to link fixed locations for rapid travel. Back during battalion drills, I'd used large arrays that could teleport an entire battalion at once. But a small array reserved for personal use, at a grade this high, this was my first time seeing one. As for the destination, no need to guess. It had to be the anti-demon front. At the thought, my heart couldn't help but beat faster. The anti-demon front was actually similar to the dungeons and secret realms in novels. Only its scale and tier were higher by more than an order of magnitude. It was a self-contained space, yet connected to the human world through countless entrances. Awakened who passed the battalion exam used teleportation arrays to enter the front, holding back the demons that surged endlessly from its far reaches, pinning them firmly outside the human world. That was how it earned the name, the anti-demon front. Fighting the demons had long become one of the most important undertakings of modern human civilization. Li Xiaoming and I stepped onto the array. The next instant, it activated, and the scene before me shifted. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing in what looked like a command room. At the center of the command room was a large table, seated at which were more than a dozen people in uniform, all with the bearing of generals, medals crowding their shoulders in frightening numbers. There were old women and old men, all of them well along in years. "Commander Li, your wound has healed," a female general spoke up first. "You staked your commander's rank to issue a summons and gather us on short notice. Is there something you need to tell us?" "That's right." Excitement flashed in Li Tianyi's eyes as he laid a hand on my shoulder. "The reason I issued the summons today is to discuss one thing. To pour out every resource and all the strength of our dragon nation, at any cost, to cultivate this awakened at my side. His class ability is powerful enough to save every awakened on our dragon nation's anti-demon front from death." Question marks instantly popped up in the generals' minds. Sparing no cost to cultivate an awakened they'd never even heard of? What in the world was going on? He's not some obscure greenhorn. He's a group healer with god-tier healing ability. Li Tianyi walked back to his seat and sat down, speaking first. "A god-tier healer? Commander Li, surely you're joking?" one general challenged. "The highest class on record in the Dragon Nation is only SSS rank. There's never been a god tier. On top of that, awakened group healers are extremely rare, and even the ones who do awaken are low level. A god tier group healer is just too impossible." The generals exchanged glances, disbelief all over their faces. A god tier healer, and a god tier group healer at that? What kind of ability would deserve a name like that? It was too much. No need to get hung up on it. Su Hao will explain his class to you. Li Tianyi didn't say much more. He patted me and signaled for me to speak. I nodded and stepped forward. "My class ability is to restore 1,000 health per second to everyone within a 10-kilometer radius of me. No time limit, no limit on the number of people. And my growth comes from devouring demon crystals to expand my healing range and raise my healing output. That's why I want to turn myself over to the nation." I said it plainly and clearly, no dragging it out, in a way anyone could understand. But when I finished, not a single person responded. The entire command room fell strangely silent. The generals said nothing. It wasn't that they hadn't heard clearly. It was precisely because they'd heard every word that they were too horrified to speak. For a moment, several generals even doubted their own ears. What did this kid just say? A group healer with a 10-kilometer healing range? No time limit. No limit on the number of people? 1,000 health per second to everyone in range. Huh, that's quite a joke. Since ancient times, no group healer has ever healed more than 10 people, never over a range of 10 meters, and there's certainly never been an ability to heal an unlimited number within a range. "Commander Li, are you serious?" The general's laughter came out dry, their movements stiff, their eyes darting back and forth between Li Tianyi and me. They all understood what it meant. If what Su Hao said was true, then any anti-demon front with him on it would leave the Dragon Nation undefeated. He alone could carry the healing needs of the entire Dragon Nation. Never again would the awakened have to grit their teeth and hold the line while wounded. "Serious. When I first found out, I was just as shocked as you." Li Tianyi was unshaken. "But it's the truth. And what's more, right now he's only just awakened his class. He hasn't had any time to grow, and his theoretical growth limit is none at all." That one sentence made all the generals draw a sharp breath again. No theoretical limit to his growth. What kind of monster was this? And his growth material is actually the demon crystals that drop off demons. One general began, his voice trembling. We can't use demon crystals at all. There's a huge pile of them sitting in the warehouse right now. If what he says is true, doesn't that mean he'll grow at an incredible speed? The other generals couldn't sit still either, unable to stop the thoughts running through their minds. If all of this was true, then what kind of born-to-be turned over to the nation holy body was this? Forget the monstrous class. He even had a vast supply of ready-made growth material. He was practically made for being turned over to the nation. A child of fortune, holy crap. But at that moment, an abrupt voice rang out. Enough. God tier this, God tier that. I don't believe a word of it. A man seated in another deputy commander's chair looked at Li Tianyi with contempt. It's a strange age we live in, when a nobody can waltz right into our frontline command room. We're at a tense moment with the fronts awakened about to rotate out. If this delays our command, who's going to answer for it? Unlike Li Tianyi in his draped coat, this man wore his deputy commander's uniform and shoulder insignia meticulously. His features were deep-set, with a faint trace of menace showing through. His name was Lu Gang, another of the Dragon Nation's deputy commanders. At this moment he leaned back, feet propped up on the table, his attitude arrogant. Commander Li, I'd like to know, if there really were an awakened with an ability this strong, why have we never heard of him before? By all rights, the battalion exam selection should cover every awakened. Since he's awakened a class, he should have been recorded long ago. So why does he only show up now? You understand what I'm getting at, don't you? The words carried a distinct intent to oppose Li Tianyi at every turn. Commander Lu is butting heads with Commander Li again. A few generals whispered off to the side. They may be rivals, but there's no need to squeeze him over every little thing. I hear they used to be comrades in the same battalion, thick as thieves, until a falling out over political views. Li Tianyi let out a cold laugh and spoke. Lu Gang, I understand. How could I not understand? You're right, the battalion exam should have selected him. But if he hadn't come to me for help, he'd have nearly been transferred to the logistics unit that shovels demon droppings. Lu Gang, I hear that first-class awakened commander in the 1st Battalion, the one named Lu Qingxian, is one of your trusted officers, isn't she? I've been hearing lately that this confidant of yours has gotten quite arrogant, even saying things like, now that I'm wounded and retired, I'm old news. And it seems she's quite fond of forcing members out before the exam, just to protect her battalion's all S-rank golden reputation. No matter how good someone's scores are, it doesn't matter. As long as their class talent isn't S-rank, they get kicked out for sure. Lu Gang, you tell me, is any of this true? Li Tianyi stared straight at him, the very picture of someone leveling charges. Lu Gang's expression changed drastically in an instant. Li Tianyi, watch your mouth. Lu Gang's face darkened as he slammed the table and shot up, pointing at him, his voice grim and harsh. If you go pinning charges on me, be careful, I'll report it, and we'll settle this in a military tribunal. Ruin my reputation, and I won't let it go. Hey, Lu Gang, don't get so worked up. Or have I struck a nerve? Li Tianyi leaned back against his chair and sneered. Fine. Since you don't believe it, let me show you some proof. Let me show you whether or not I'm in perfect health right now. With that, he called up his status panel and displayed it before everyone. The others looked up, and the instant they saw it clearly, they cried out in shock. The portion representing his health was actually full. My God, Commander Li's health is completely refilled. This is unbelievable. Beyond their astonishment, the crowd was almost moved to tears of joy. You have to understand, Li Tianyi was one of the ceiling tier fighters alive in the Dragon Nation and one of the battalion's highest generals. Since his injury, there had been no one to take up the supreme command of the Front's Patrol Corps and Scout Corps, and things had nearly ground to a halt. The Dragon Nation's fighting strength had been cut by at least 30%. If he recovered and returned to the front, it would be an enormous blessing. Commander Li, thank goodness. Your wound has healed. We thought. A few loyal generals at the table wept openly, tears streaming down their aged faces. And not only that, even the death erosion negative effect is gone. Several sharp-eyed generals noticed that the death erosion that should have been listed beneath the status panel had vanished completely. You have to understand, the root cause of Li Tianyi's brush with death was precisely this death erosion, inflicted by a calamity-class demon and draining his health continuously. That's right. This is what I wanted to tell you. Li Tianyi explained calmly. Su Hao not only refilled my health, he drove out the negative effect as well. What? Impossible. He can actually erase negative effects. This is beyond belief. He can even erase a calamity-class demon's negative effect. A monster. He's simply a monster. Shock piled upon shock among the generals. That was a calamity-class demon. The strongest tier, second only to unknown. The negative effects it released were enough to leave every awakened in the Dragon Nation stumped and terrified. And now, from Li Tiany's mouth, it sounded so trivial. Speaking of which, the tier classifications for demons and awakened were roughly the same. Awakened ranked from bottom to top as 4th class, 3rd class, 2nd class, 1st class, and above 1st class was top class. Demons were similar. Apart from the most common low-tier demon surges, demons that acted alone were divided into ordinary class, lord class, tyrant class, calamity class, and the rarely seen strongest mutation, the unknown class. At the same tier, demons were stronger than awakened. That was why the awakened could only barely hold the demons outside the front through teamwork and military resources. As for hunting one alone, that took an awakened of exceptional strength. The facts are laid out before us. Could this young man really have a god-tier class? Several generals nearly slumped into their chairs, cold sweat running down their backs, murmuring under their breath. Only a god-tier class could possibly have such a terrifying ability. If what Commander Li said was true, then Su Hao was without a doubt a god-tier class. The Dragon Nation's savior had truly arrived. The atmosphere in the command room was filled with disbelief for a time, and faintly, even a trace of joy showed through. But at that moment, an ill-timed voice rang out once more. Li Tiany, you really are something. Just refill your health and erase one negative effect, and that lets you fabricate a god-tier healer? You take us for fools. Lu Gang narrowed his eyes at him, full of irritation. I'll admit, negative effects are very hard to erase. But very hard doesn't mean there's never been a single case, in all of history, of someone surviving a calamity-class demon's negative effect. Li Tiany, don't think I don't know. You just went and found some skilled expert from who knows where, paid a hefty price to have your negative effect driven out, and then couldn't hold yourself back, rushing over in a frenzy to stand against me. You dug up some obscure little punk, running a con, all to frame me, and seize the Supreme Commander's chair. That's your scheme. Faced with the accusation, the contempt in Li Tiany's eyes was barely concealed. Lu Gang, what a shameless man. He himself was the one indulging his subordinates' reckless behavior in the battalion, and now he had the nerve to turn around and accuse someone else of framing him. Li Tiany, since you're so eager to turn Su Hao over to the nation, and you paint it so gloriously, a god-tier class, 10-kilometer unlimited healing. Fine. Lu Gang stood up and pointed at the battle situation on the terminal screen, self-righteous. Right below this command room is the anti-demon front. The awakened holding the line right now are already exhausted and about to rotate out. If this Su Hao is really as miraculous as you say, then let him heal these awakened for us to see, and prove his ability. But if he can't do it, then Li Tiany, you've abused your authority. Don't forget, you stake your deputy commander's position to issue the summons for this meeting. If Su Hao isn't the god-tier healer you claim, but a complete and utter waste, then don't wait for us to force you. You resign and disgrace yourself. Lu Gang pressed in step by step, every word aimed at Li Tiany. The others couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Lu Gang was trying to force Commander Li into resigning. His wolfish ambition was laid bare. Lu Gang, you bastard. Is there nothing left in your head but rank and glory? You've truly rotted to the core, damn you. Li Tiany couldn't hold back any longer. He shot to his feet and glared hard at this fallen former comrade. He'd never imagined Lu Gang could have decayed to this extent, unable to open his mouth without it being about power or status. Li Tiany seethed with rage and was about to unleash a tirade, but at that very moment, the command room's doors were suddenly thrown open, cutting off the two men's argument. A figure covered in wounds and drenched in blood leaned against the door with great difficulty, gasping for breath. The others looked over. It was a frontline scout on the brink of death. Frontline scouts normally roamed the forward edge of the anti-demon front, gathering intelligence. The moment one appeared in the command room, it meant either the frontline fighting had turned dire, or some unforeseeable catastrophe was unfolding. A sense of foreboding immediately rose in everyone's hearts. Report. The low-tier demon surge has suddenly erupted. They've begun to go berserk. They're concentrating their attacks on the 302nd Battalion that's about to rotate out, the scout rasped. The awakened of the 302nd Battalion have long since run their health dry. They can't hold much longer. That one sentence turned the faces of every staff member and general present grim in an instant. At this critical juncture, of all times, a demon uprising had broken out. What? How could the low-tier demon surge suddenly erupt? Hearing the scout's words, the generals present cried out. The low-tier demon surge was the most numerous and most troublesome demon surge on the Dragon Nation's anti-demon front. It was mostly made up of extremely low-tier demons clumping together, moving as one. Though they had no intelligence and attacked with no strategy, their tide-like, terrifying numbers still gave the battalions endless headaches. But the low-tier demon surge normally lay low by day and came out at night. It was noon now. They should have been hunkered down in the demon heartland, dormant. Why would they attack a battalion at this hour? And in an abnormal, concentrated assault, no less? The generals looked up at the display, which showed the battle at the forward edge of the front. On the screen, the 302nd Battalion, which had just fought and held the line to the death for a full month, was under the fierce onslaught of a frenzied demon surge. Bring up the heavy weapons. Send reinforcements from every other point on the front immediately. Li Tianyi had no time to keep arguing with Lu Gang. He swept his hand and gave orders rapidly. Spare no cost. We have to keep those awakened alive. Report. Because it's rotation time, most battalions have stood down from combat readiness. The battalions about to come on duty need another hour to arrive. The general in charge of deployment shouted urgently. Li Tianyi's face turned grim, and he slammed the table hard. A low-tier demon surge, which normally only knew how to attack mindlessly. Why would it go berserk and concentrate its assault at the worst possible moment? What on earth was happening? He desperately wanted to rush to the front and support them right away, but it was all too late. Every member of the 302nd Battalion was running on empty, and against an onslaught like this, they couldn't hold much longer. Even if he took the transport elevator down now, he'd never make it in time. Everyone in the command room wore a look of grief. If this kept up, the 302nd Battalion would be wiped out, and there was nothing they could do about it. Standing off to the side, I spoke up quietly. Don't be in such a hurry to fret. I can handle this. I can take charge of healing the 302nd Battalion. A mere low-tier demon surge deals less damage than I heal. As long as I'm on healing duty, the awakened won't die even standing there taking hits, and they certainly won't lose their position. Every word I said reached everyone's ears clearly. For a moment, everyone was skeptical. Where did this awakened named Su Hao get the confidence to say something this arrogant? Anyone with no business here, get out now. We're about to enter emergency combat conditions. Lu Gang waved his hand impatiently, about to have the guards throw me out, treating it as a little kid talking in his sleep. With that pathetic group healer of yours, a whole 10-meter range? 10 meters? That wouldn't even reach the command room's toilet, and you want to heal a battlefield 1,000 meters below? Heal my ass. The next second, I ignored him entirely. I simply gave a casual sweep of my hand and unleashed the class ability of the one and only God tier at full power. At once, with me at the center, a green field of healing surged outward at incredible speed, enveloping the command room and even the entire 10-kilometer stretch of the anti-demon front along with it. There are more and more low-tier demons. Ordinary ammunition isn't working anymore. Commander, we can't hold much longer. Please give us orders. Directly below the command room, at the forward edge of the anti-demon front, at the 302nd Battalion's encampment, Tank class Awakened held refined steel-heavy shields, propped against special anti-cavalry barriers at the very front of the line, straining to withstand wave after wave of the demon surge's charge. But the heavy shields were battered and cracked, pushed to the limit of their durability. Boom, boom, boom. Flanking the tank classes were the warrior classes, behind them the range classes, and at the very rear the support classes. Everyone held to their first-class combat readiness formation as they resisted the endless demons. Elemental rounds pounded into the frenzied demons without pause. Gunners worked their heavy machine guns in a mad spray, and the flashes of fire cracked across the sky. Damn it! Give me some more firepower back there. The shields up front are about to break, a tank class shouted behind him. We're out of ammo back here. No more supplies. This is already max output. The gunners and staff-wielding classes answered helplessly. How did it come to this? We'd already stood down from combat readiness. Why did the demons suddenly go mad? Inside the position, a woman wearing a commander insignia bit her lip, her face full of frustration. 10 minutes ago, she'd just given the order to stand down from first-class combat readiness. If they'd only waited a few more hours to complete the handover with the incoming battalion, they could have started a full month of leave. But at that very moment, the demon surge that should have receded suddenly went berserk and attacked. Looking at the sheer number of demons before her, a sense of despair rose in her heart. As they were now, there was no way they could hold for long. They They were probably going to die here. But the next second, a ray of green light, a light so brilliant its source could barely be made out, descended from the sky like the radiance of a god, shrouding the entire 302nd Battalion within it. 302nd Battalion. This is the front command room. What you're hearing now is my spiritual force communication. I am Su Hao, awakened of the Dragon Nation, God-tier group healer. You are currently receiving my healing. I'll repeat. I am Su Hao, God-tier group healer. You are currently receiving my healing. From now on, everyone's health will steadily recover at 1,000 health per second, continuing until reinforcements arrive. Please deploy your tactics according to the current situation and keep casualties to a minimum. Respond if you copy. The instant that unbelievably vast green light shrouded them, this voice suddenly rang out in the minds of everyone in the 302nd Battalion. Everyone's eyes went wide at once, afraid they'd misheard. A God-tier healer? Area healing released from the command room above the front? And spiritual force communication too? Was this someone's prank? And it even claimed everyone's health would recover at 1,000 per second. You have to understand, a first-class healer at full effort only managed a bit over 1,000 health. Who would pull such a vicious joke at a time like this, not knowing they were in no mood for it? Just as everyone cursed under their breath and prepared to act like they'd heard nothing, the next second, they miraculously discovered. Their wound-covered bodies now lit up with a warm green glow from the inside out. Their health, which had been reduced to a sliver, was truly climbing steadily at 1,000 per second. What? Impossible. Impossible. Report. Everyone in the 302nd Battalion. They're all actually receiving healing. Everyone's health is truly climbing steadily at 1,000 per second. At this moment, in the command room 1,000 meters above the 302nd Battalion, everyone stared at the status panels of the entire 302nd Battalion on the display, their faces changing in shock, astonished beyond words, eyes wide as they watched a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They could never have imagined that a healer's class this monstrous truly existed, one that could, across a full 1,000 meters of extreme distance, at the terrifying rate of 1,000 per second, simultaneously and continuously heal the more than 1,000 people of the 302nd Battalion. At this moment, I stood with my eyes closed, maintaining my God-tier healing at maximum output with everything I had. I suddenly realized something. Whether it was an ability of the class itself or a bonus reward from the system, I couldn't tell, but any awakened receiving healing within my skills range, I could communicate with through spiritual force. It was as if a kind of mental link had been established between me and them. My God. Report, Commander. The entire 302nd Battalion has held off the frenzied demon surge for half an hour in a near-dead state. So far, the number of casualties is 0. Not only that, everyone's health is even steadily recovering in the middle of the demon assault. The relaying staff members' shout echoed through the command headquarters. The generals drew a sharp breath one after another. They hadn't imagined my healing was this strong. A terrifying healing output of 1,000 per second, sustained without a moment's pause for a full half hour. Truly worthy of the God-tier name. How is this possible? How could he have such a terrifying healing ability? Liu Gang stared at the screen, disbelief all over his face. Liu Gang, what do you have to say now? Li Tianyi looked at him smugly and demanded loudly. Su Hao's ability is laid out right before you. Are you still going to make excuses for Lu Qingxian? He is the future pillar of the Dragon Nation, without a doubt. Liu Gang's eyes were dark, and he sat in his seat, biting his lip hard. No matter what, he refused to believe this obscure little punk truly had such a terrifying ability. This had to be a coincidence. There was definitely something fishy going on. He actually pulled the cornered 302nd Battalion back from the brink with sheer healing. This kid's healing ability is off the charts. The generals were astonished, especially the man in the upper seat, with the rank of Lieutenant General, rough-featured and dark-skinned, who looked at me with unconcealed admiration in his eyes. Commander Li, this kid is incredible. The Patrol Corps needs a talent like this. You have to let him join our Patrol Corps. With him, our patrol efficiency would at least double, and we could guarantee heavy fire support to every hard-pressed forward edge of the front. The rough-featured man was the commander of the Dragon Nation's Patrol Corps. The Patrol Corps was made up of several S-rank bombardment class awakened and off-road combat vehicles carrying heavy missiles, patrolling the rear of the front specifically to provide high-precision long-range missile strikes to hard-pressed front lines. My joining could give them terrifying sustained healing. You've got to be kidding, a female general immediately shot back. Su Hao is a God-tier healer. Even if he joins a corps, He should join our Rearline Healers Alliance. Healing ability is so scarce in the Dragon Nation. Only by having him stationed at the central hub can his ability be put to maximum use. Following you rough men on your grueling marches would just bury his talent. You woman, we're at a time like this and you're still fighting me for him. The Patrol Corps commander was furious, standing up to confront her. Do you have any idea we're short exactly one healer with strong ability and high rank? Enough, settle down for a moment. The matter of where Su Hao goes can be discussed after all this is over. Li Tianyi stopped the two of them. There's another message from the front. Let's hear it first. The staff then played the communication that had just come in. This is the 302nd Battalion. Thank you to the God-tier Healer Command Headquarters dispatched to support us. That healer named Su Hao has communicated the situation and relayed orders to all of us through spiritual force communication. The 302nd Battalion is in good condition now. Rest assured, headquarters, we can absolutely hold until reinforcements arrive. The 302nd Battalion commander's words over the speaker were full of the relief of surviving against all odds. But hearing it, everyone couldn't help but freeze, all because one term caught their attention. Spiritual force, communication? The general's eyes went wide again, as if they'd heard something impossible. A communication class, even scarcer than healing. Su Hao can do that too. The generals nearly blurted it out, astonished beyond words. Spiritual force communication was the only absolutely stable form of communication on the anti-demon front. With spiritual force, one could communicate instantly with everyone in range, without failing due to various interfering factors the way ordinary lines did. But those who awakened this class were exceedingly few, and those with high talent were rarer than phoenix feathers. For Su Hao to possess both abilities at once, he was simply a monster. All right, Patrol Corps, Healers Alliance. None of you can even think about getting Su Hao now. A middle-aged man in glasses pushed them up his nose, his tone brooking no argument. I really never expected Su Hao could even do spiritual communication. He's a man born to join our communications department. I will absolutely not let you have him. The moment he said it, everyone was stunned. A sight to behold in a lifetime. 3 high-ranking generals, each in charge of an important department, were fighting over Su Hao all at once, and with quite the life-or-death intensity. Just as the 3 were about to start arguing again, the next second, another message came into the command room. Report, sir. We've just received intelligence. The dispatched reinforcements have arrived ahead of schedule. They can carry out the battle handover with the 302nd Battalion any moment now. A staff member reported, his face full of delight. Excellent. Have the rotating battalion carry out the handover with the 302nd Battalion right now, and reinforce the defenses to seal that low-tier demon surge completely outside the front. Li Tianyi nodded and swept his hand again. Once reinforcement is complete, pull the 302nd Battalion off the front. They've worked hard this time. Give them an extra week of leave when they get back. Yes, sir. The staff member, delighted, picked up the microphone and was about to relay the order to the front. 302nd Battalion. Once you complete reinforcement and handover, please withdraw from the front. This time you can get extra rest. But before he could finish, a violent rumble erupted. On the big screen, in the footage of the 302nd Battalion's battle, dirt sprayed and scattered, kicking up a thick fog of dust. Within the fog, the silhouette of an enormous demon flickered in and out of view, accompanied by a shrill, eerie roar. Report, Command Headquarters. It's a Calamity-class demon. A Calamity-class demon has appeared at the forward edge of the anti-demon front. Requesting support. Requesting support. The 302nd Battalion commander's slightly trembling, panicked cry suddenly came through. Every pupil present shrank, faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? A Calamity-class demon only appears once every few years, and only in the deepest heartland of the demon nest. The last one was slain by Commander Li a year ago. How? How could it possibly appear at the forward edge of the front? A general from the Demon Control Department shot to his feet, his eyes filled with terror, staring at the enormous silhouette on the screen, his whole body trembling, unable to come back to himself for a long while. That was a Calamity-class demon, nearly the strongest tier of demon on the anti-demon front. The appearance of a Lord-class demon alone, 2 tiers below it, was enough to leave a battalion helpless. Now that a Calamity class had descended on the forward edge of the front, even the 302nd Battalion, bolstered by my God-tier healing, was no match for it in a single exchange. How could this be? The generals murmured under their breath. They knew all too well what it meant for a Calamity-class demon to appear at the forward edge of the front. Back then, Commander Li had carried out orders from above, venturing alone deep into the demon heartland, nearly staking his life to barely slay a single one. Its most troublesome trait wasn't just its stats, far above other demons. It was that it would indiscriminately inflict negative effects on every awakened in range. And the Dragon Nation of today had almost no means of resisting negative effects. Any awakened below first class, once afflicted with a negative effect, would have their life force wither away in an extremely short time. Roar! As everyone reeled in terror, the Calamity-class demon threw back its head and let out a long howl. A wave of crimson lights surged and scattered, kicking up a sky full of dust. The low-tier frenzied demon surge that had been attacking the 302nd Battalion immediately grew even more agitated, their strength and speed more than doubling what they'd been before. No wonder these low-tier demon surges suddenly attacked in concentration, as if they'd gained intelligence. A general pointed at the screen in terror. It was this Calamity-class demon controlling them with its talent all along. That red light is the cause of the frenzy. Only when the dust settled did everyone see the giant's true form. It was a monster like a mountain of flesh, hideous and crimson, with a bizarre eyeball jutting out of its body, and below it a gaping abyssal maw full of fangs. The red light and roar just now had been released from its mouth and its eye. It's a group negative effect. This Calamity-class demon is releasing a group negative effect on us. That red light is eroding our sanity at incredible speed. We can't hold out through many more. This is the 302nd Battalion, requesting support from Command Headquarters. Repeat, requesting support. Over the communication, the 302nd Battalion commander cried for help in a voice of extreme agony. The next moment, the equipment filled with noise, accompanied by the crackle of an unstable line. After several freezes and crashes, the display froze on the horrifying scene of the Calamity-class demon releasing its red light, then went pitch black. The 302nd Battalion's channel was completely cut off. The entire command headquarters fell silent once more. No one knew the 302nd Battalion's situation now. The generals were mostly silent, their faces grim, the atmosphere unbearably heavy. They'd never faced a situation this critical, and confronted with all of this, they were utterly helpless. A group negative effect, of all things. The generals rose to their feet in a daze, staring powerlessly at the display. They could never have imagined a Calamity-class demon, one that caught everyone completely off guard, would appear at the very forward edge of the front, about to destroy the Dragon Nation's anti-demon front and take the lives of nearly 1,000 awakened. At this point, I'm afraid even Su Hao can't solve this. The generals clenched their fists and muttered through gritted teeth. That's right. No matter how monstrous his healing, this is a group negative effect, not something healing alone can solve. The situation had now completely exceeded their expectations. A frenzied demon surge could still be barely resisted with my healing. But faced with a Calamity-class demon's group negative effect, they were completely at their wits' end. In their eyes, even if I could remove the negative effect from Commander Li alone, there was no way I could remove it simultaneously from the 1,000+ people on the front. Negative effect removal was a divine technique far above healing, one they'd never even heard of, and there was no way it could be applied to everyone in range at once like healing. The atmosphere in the command room dropped to freezing, and despair climbed up from everyone's hearts. It's come to this. That Calamity-class demon, I'll be the one to hunt it. At this point, Li Tianyi stepped forward, his tone resolute. Once my Thunderlord class activates, it grants me a high shield and delayed damage resolution for a short time, temporarily rendering me immune to negative effects. I'll head to the forward edge of the front and hold it off as long as I can. In that time, you apply to your superiors for the release authorization for the low Earth orbit electromagnetic space cannon. If I fail to hunt it down, set me as a target along with it. I'll take it down with me. The moment he said it, everyone was shocked. The electromagnetic space cannon. That was a top-tier destructive weapon the Dragon Nation had developed in the Great Powers arms race. A weapon of judgment worthy of being called the Sword of Damocles. Once fired from the satellite constellation in low Earth orbit, nothing living within a 500-meter radius of the chosen target would remain. It was originally a secret among secrets, never to be used unless the Dragon Nation's very survival was at stake. Now, facing a predicament like this, they had no other option. Dad, don't do something rash. Li Xiaoming, eyes brimming with tears, threw herself at Li Tianyi. You've just recovered from a serious injury, you're nowhere near your peak. How can you go fight that Calamity-class demon? If you die, what will Mom and I do? Commander Li. Every general present was grief-stricken. No one had imagined that Commander Lee, who'd just recovered from a serious illness, would once again go to die for the Dragon Nation. Damn it, let me go? I'll blow that demon to death with missiles. The Patrol Corps commander's eyes went red as he roared, wanting to lead his men in a desperate charge. That's a group negative effect. Do you want to take your soldiers to die with you? The Healers Alliance president stopped him, her face bitter with grief, her voice trembling. I'll go apply for the space cannon's release. I'll stake my life as guarantee for the responsibility of this sudden incident. The general from the communications department took off his glasses and wiped them, his face full of exhaustion. But just as the atmosphere grew unbearably heavy and sorrowful, my voice reached everyone's ears. That Calamity-class demon's negative effect, leave it to me as well. I'd been maintaining my healing field with my eyes closed the whole time. Now I finally couldn't stand to listen any longer, and I split off part of my attention to speak to everyone in the command room. My negative effect removal ability isn't only effective on a single target. Like my healing, it works on everyone within a 10-kilometer radius. Any negative effect inflicted on a person, I can erase it all at once. So that demon's negative effect, I can completely wipe all of it out. As long as I was here, no one had to throw their life away. What? Suhao, what did you just say? You said you can erase all the negative effects inflicted by that Calamity-class demon. All of them at once. My words struck like a thunderclap into the hearts of everyone present. The generals drew a sharp breath and looked at me in astonishment. That's right. All my abilities are area-based. I have no single target skills. Facing everyone's questioning, I nodded calmly. I can't just heal everyone within 10 kilometers. I can also erase the negative effects on everyone within 10 kilometers. Same as before, no time limit, no limit on the number of people. The instant they heard it clearly, everyone present was too shocked to speak. They'd never imagined my ability was powerful to this degree, able to erase even a group negative effect all at once. Commander Lee, I'm still maintaining spiritual force communication with the 302nd Battalion commander, I continued. According to her, everyone in the 302nd Battalion has now been inflicted with a first round of mental level negative effect by that Calamity-class demon. She estimates the demon's interval between each group negative effect is about 8 minutes. By the third round, they'll fall into the same berserk, deranged state as the low-tier demons surge. Please board the transport device now and reach the front before the third round. When you do, I'll drive out all the negative effects for you in one go. Though I very much wanted to erase the 302nd Battalion's negative effects right away, this was unfortunately my first time using the system's abilities at such high intensity. I had to maintain the healing field while also keeping in contact with the entire 302nd Battalion. The class itself cost me nothing, but using so many abilities at once was genuinely straining my spiritual force. So it was best to erase all the negative effects at once when Li Tianyi reached the front. That way I'd kill two birds with one stone, both lowering my expenditure and, in a roundabout way, raising my margin for error. Commander, Suhao makes a fair point, but you've just recovered from a serious illness. It's better you don't go. At this point, a general who'd been silent the whole time raised an objection. We can apply for the electromagnetic space cannon's release authorization right now. Though it would cause a temporary breach of the front, it could resolve that Calamity-class demon with minimal casualties. After all, Suhao is too young. This carries enormous risk and would place a serious burden on him. If he fails to erase the group negative effect, not only will you and the 302nd Battalion be wiped out, but the front will be breached outright. Several generals who likewise weren't quite convinced of me heard this and deeply agreed. That's right. No matter how strong the abilities I'd shown, I was still a young awakened in the end. Placing this burden on someone my age was too much. The slightest error could cause irreversible losses. No, Li Tianyi barely hesitated, his voice steady. I still choose to trust Suhao. He says he can erase them, so I believe him. He's the one who gave me my life. There's no reason not to believe him. And don't forget, if his plan succeeds, our casualties from this attack drop to 0. So I think it's well worth a try. With that, he threw on his coat, turned, and walked out of the command room. Because of the anti-demon front's unique spatial restrictions, teleportation arrays could only travel between the front and the human world, and couldn't be established within the front itself. So Li Tianyi could only take the transport elevator to the front. After he left, the atmosphere in the command room sank noticeably. Everyone was full of worry, terrified he'd lose his life. I stayed silent about it, because I understood one thing well. Talk is cheap. The truth would reveal itself soon enough. Roar. At the very forward edge of the anti-demon front, The Calamity-class demon threw back its head and roared again, releasing a blood-red ripple of light that layered a second negative effect over everyone. The berserk state wasn't just inflicted on the entire 302nd Battalion. The frenzied demon surge's attack power surged again dramatically, their assault reaching another level. The violent roar even dyed the sky, filling dust blood-red. The front instantly plunged into a rain of blood and a gale of slaughter. Damn it! These beasts get crazier by the second. A tank class strained to hold back the assault. Yeah, if it weren't for that god-tier healer's 1,000 health per second, we'd have been done for long ago, a teammate behind him answered. That they could hold on through such a brutal battle came entirely from that 1,000 per second healing that had never stopped. Without it, they'd have been wiped out long ago. 302nd Battalion, everyone fall back. I'm taking over the battlefield now. At this point, a steady voice came from behind everyone. Su Hao, I've reached the front. You can apply the group negative effect removal now. They turned to look, and it was Li Tianyi, advancing against the dust, now calling out to me through the communication established in his mind. It's Commander Li. He's come to reinforce us? The Awakened cried out. Did you hear that? Commander Li seems to say he's going to remove that demon's group negative effect, one Awakened said. No way. How could there be anyone in this world who can remove negative effects? And even if there were, there's no way they'd conveniently show up right here. The others gritted their teeth, full of disbelief. All right, copy that. I heard Li Tianyi's words clearly, then nodded. Without another word, with a single thought, I triggered my second God-tier class skill, God-tier group negative effect removal. The next instant, another burst of brilliant light spread out at incredible speed with me at the center, suddenly blanketing every corner within a 10-kilometer radius. Boom. A great sound, and the world seemed to freeze in that instant. Wherever the light passed, the 10 kilometers were bathed as if in divine radiance, blindingly bright, sweeping away every negative effect. In an instant, the display in the command room came back. The frontline battle appeared before everyone again. It turned out the Calamity-class demon's appearance had been what caused the earlier loss of contact. Now, at the forward edge of the front where the 302nd Battalion stood, where was the rain of blood and gale of slaughter, where was the world-destroying demon surge? Everything had long since settled, calm and peaceful, blue skies and white clouds, restored to the everyday scene of before. Had they not witnessed that calamitous scene with their own eyes, they might have doubted whether all of it had been an illusion. The low-tier demon surge, freed from the berserk control, receded like a retreating tide, leaving only the Calamity-class demon, thoroughly subdued by me, roaring feebly. No matter how it roared, it could no longer kick up the dust that blocked communication, nor could it inflict the berserk state. Seeing this, whether the generals in the command room or the Awakened holding the position, all were utterly stunned. There's actually power this terrifying. All the negative effects were actually erased in an instant. As the god-tier light I'd released gradually faded, the general from the demon control department, who moments ago had been wiping his tears in despair, now stared at the screen, frozen. This is unbelievable. That's the negative effect that left every one of us helpless. The whole world seemed to fall silent. Not just him. The other generals watching this scene were equally struck dumb. All because I had truly subdued that Calamity-class demon with a single wave of my hand. Not only were the negative effects erased, the frenzied demon surge had retreated outright, as if none of it had ever happened. The effect of this god-tier skill was too monstrous. The Healers Alliance president looked at me with the most complicated expression. She secretly swore that, no matter what, she would get me into her Healers Alliance and let my ability be fully unleashed. Roar! As the generals reeled in shock, another howl came through the screen once more. On the frontline position, the Calamity-class demon, under my suppression, had its body burst into a spray of flesh, ceaselessly withering and shrinking. No matter how desperately it roared and resisted, it was all in vain. It could only lie prone on the ground, watching helplessly as its own life drained away. Even the Patrol Corps commander, the one who'd shouted loudest just now about going to fight to the death, now flushed red and couldn't get a single word out. This is outrageous. Is this what a god-tier class is? Pinning a Calamity-class demon down so completely it can't even move? The Patrol Corps commander wore a faint, wistful sadness. My ability had truly exceeded his imagination. He suddenly really wanted to take a moment. Commander Li, I've triggered the skill. Please confirm whether the negative effects have been erased. I asked Li Tianyi at the front through spiritual force communication. No need to confirm. The negative effects have all been completely driven out, as clean can be. Li Tianyi, standing at the front and witnessing the hellish scene rapidly recede with his own eyes, had fought all his life and seen every kind of storm. Yet even he was a bit shaken now. At present, forget the demon surge. There wasn't even the shadow of half a demon left. Su Hao, your ability is simply monstrous. I suddenly feel rather glad you're one of us in the Dragon Nation. Li Tianyi marveled inwardly, then strode toward the Calamity-class demon. Seeing the demon on the brink of death, he even suspected that if he left it alone, it would wither away on its own with time. He shook his head, thought no more of it, and triggered his SS rank class, Thunderlord. He clenched his fist, gathering his power, ready to strike. The next second, surging lightning like leaping electric snakes raced at incredible speed and coiled around his arm. Crackle, crackle. A terrifying aura grew ever stronger, and even the air gradually turned heavy and distorted. Roar. The utterly subdued Calamity-class demon let out one final, unwilling howl. Right after, a string of violent sonic booms rang out. Li Tianyi's heavy fist blasted out, kicking up violent ripples all around, obliterating that demon entirely, reducing it to ash and annihilating it. No trace of it left in this world. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving an accomplishment. Assisted a teammate in killing the first Calamity-class demon, rewarding the host with a full recovery of all spiritual force expended this time. A total of 9,558 demon crystals obtained as drops this time. Standing in the command room, I heard the system's reward announcement in my head. Immediately, a pure white light rose from the soles of my feet, and almost in an instant, the spiritual force I'd expended in this incident was refilled. At once my whole body felt refreshed and full of energy. Now then, there shouldn't be any stronger demons attacking, right? Only after everyone watched the Calamity-class demon's body reduce to ash under Li Tianyi's hand did the other generals, breaking into a cold sweat, slump into their chairs, gasping for breath. Everything up to now had been far too harrowing. After a while, the command room door was pushed open, and Li Tianyi returned, appearing before the generals. The 302nd Battalion's handover is completely finished. During the combat handover, I searched the surroundings carefully, and there's no sign of any demon attack. The low-tier demon surge should have retreated to its heartland nest. This demon surge attack incident should be completely over. He walked up to me and gave my shoulder a hearty pat with an approving gaze. Now then, Su Hao, as the greatest contributor this time, the generals and I will seriously discuss your commendation and promotion plan. You must have expended a great deal, so watch out for class backlash. Go rest first. Once everything's settled within the battalion, I'll contact you. Su Hao, thanks to you, we got through this crisis without a scare. You're a great hero of the Dragon Nation. The other generals also looked at me one after another with admiring gazes. Facing everyone's affirmation, I nodded, gave a salute, turned, and left the command room. Once I'd left and the door closed, Li Tianyi's face abruptly darkened. He swept his gaze over the generals and said in a low voice, I'm sure you all understand what it means for a Calamity-class demon to attack the front this time. Someone explain to me, why would a Calamity-class demon appear at the tightly monitored forward edge of the anti-demon front? From the demon heartland to the forward edge of the front, how many layers of sentry defenses has the Dragon Nation laid out? Never mind the scout corps constantly roaming. We have satellite links, sensor towers, missile coverage. Every high-tier demon should be right under our noses. Yet a Calamity-class demon slipped in without a sound. He let out a long breath, his face icy. If heaven hadn't favored us and we hadn't gotten through this thanks to Su Hao, the front would have been breached today, and we'd all be sinners of the Dragon Nation. For something like this to have a hole in it, I absolutely refuse to believe there's no traitor within the Dragon Nation. Investigate this for me. During the time I was wounded and in retirement, there was definitely a family or organization colluding with outside enemies, plotting against the Dragon Nation. Li Tianyi slammed the table in fury, sweeping his gaze around, his eyes blazing with rage. Well, if it isn't Su Hao and Li Xiaoming, just the two of you, and you dare come to a 5-star difficulty timed secret realm? Hurry up and get lost, would you? Quit being an eyesore around here, you pair of stray dogs. At the battalion, a timed secret realm. After leaving the conference room, I didn't linger. To seize every chance to grow stronger, I teamed up with Li Xiaoming to enter a timed secret realm. No sooner had I teleported in through the entrance than an irritating voice drifted over. It was a burly male awakened, his body jiggling with fat, walking toward me. Zhao Xiong, an Earth Attribute melee tank from the 3rd Battalion, Class A rank Ancient Bear. A punk I'd happened to be grouped with during Awakened trial training. Relying on his A rank talent, he'd always ganged up with a pack of no-good friends to sneer and jeer at me. After the trial training, he'd been assigned to the 3rd Battalion, and we hadn't crossed paths again. I never expected to run right into him in the timed secret realm today. What rotten luck. I didn't so much as lift an eyelid. I walked straight past, treating him like air. I'd always looked down on Zhao Xiong, who only knew how to bully with the backing of others, and now that I'd awakened a god-tier class, I regarded him even less than a dog on the roadside. Hey, can't you hear me talking to you? Are you deaf? Seeing me ignore him, Zhao Xiong flew into a rage and swung a slap at me. But the next second, Li Xiaoming triggered her S-rank melee magic class. Lightning Priestess flashed in front of me, her face cold, and blasted a fist straight at Zhao Xiong. With a boom, lightning cracked before the eyes of the many Secret Realm teams. Zhao Xiong's slap was intercepted midway by Li Xiaoming's fist, then turned into surging lightning that blasted him flying. He slammed into a rock at the Secret Realm's boundary, smashing out a huge dent, and crashed to the ground in a sorry heap. Try laying a hand on Su Hao and see what happens. He's my teammate, and I've got his back. Li Xiaoming glared viciously at Zhao Xiong, waving her fist as if to show it off, her tone proud. Seeing this, the many awakened taking part in the Secret Realm drew a collective breath. So this was the rare S-rank lightning class inherited from Li Tianyi? It could grant the body such terrifying activation and boost to mobility, and every attack came with lightning paralysis. Terrifying beyond measure. The other's eyes toward Li Xiaoming instantly carried a trace of fear. Truly worthy of a genius from the 1st Battalion. If Commander Li hadn't been wounded and gone into retirement, she'd surely be more than just in the 1st Battalion. She'd have stepped into an even higher haul. Li Xiaoming, you bastard. It was just a joke. Why'd you go so hard? Zhao Xiong staggered to his feet, clutching his intercepted, agonizing right arm, grimacing. His right arm felt as if it were wrapped in a live wire, painful, with the lightning class's paralysis still stabbing at his nerves. This Li Xiaoming, what a temper. Humph, don't you two get cocky. Zhao Xiong had learned his lesson and no longer went at us head-on. He ducked in among his 3rd Battalion squadmates and talked tough. Li Xiaoming, what good is being strong all on your own? Just the two of you, and you're dragging along a lowest-tier trash group healer like Su Hao. Once we're in the Secret Realm, we're all mature teams of 5 or 6 people. Let's see how you survive the encirclement. And you still want to defeat the final demon and open the treasure chest? Keep dreaming. He declared he'd swarm our 2-person duo the moment the Secret Realm opened and knock us out of the running. Dream on. Li Xiaoming crossed her arms, rolled her eyes, and followed behind me into the Secret Realm's forest. The clear condition for the timed Secret Realm was to defeat a captive tyrant-class demon. But this demon had extremely strong base stats, and an ordinary team that ran into it would be instantly wiped out. So scattered throughout the Secret Realm were items that countered the tyrant-class demon, and only the team that grabbed the items and ultimately defeated the boss would qualify to open the treasure chest. And the treasure chest was exactly why I'd rushed here without pause. The timed Secret Realm only opened once every 3 months, and its clear reward treasure chest was an extremely high-tier reward, with even a chance of yielding a high-tier item. It was said an Awakened from the Division Headquarters Battalion had once opened a super item from it, the remains of a hero-tier ancient demon, which in battle could summon the ancient demon's lingering soul to fight alongside you. A great boost to combat power. Su Hao, are you sure we go this way? Li Xiaoming confirmed, vaulting at high speed between the tree branches. The whole way, I kept releasing the God-tier class's 10-kilometer perception field without pause. With my perception range, no more and no less, exactly covering the entire timed Secret Realm, I could directly sense the Tyrant-class demon's location. So we didn't need a map, nor did we need to find the countering items. We headed straight for the Tyrant-class demon's lair to defeat it outright and claim the treasure chest. In the Secret Realm's forest, dense with spiritual energy, I pointed the way while Li Xiaoming cleared the path ahead. Xiaoming, 50 meters ahead, there'll be 5 demon stone monsters. Be careful. Mid-charge, I sensed the demons ahead and called out a warning. Copy. Leave it to me. Li Xiaoming unfolded her class, kicked off the ground, and instantly broke through the air with her lightning-fueled body activation, charging at full speed. 5 ordinary class Earth-type demon stone monsters blocked the path, faint earth and light around them, controlling the sharp stones on the ground and hurling them all at her. HP minus 150. HP minus 150. HP minus 150. Li Xiaoming's health dropped rapidly. Li Xiaoming. Health. 8756/10521, dropping fast. Mental state. Intact. Physical state. Intact. That hurts. Facing the flying stones, she leapt into the air in pain, hands guarding her front, forced to shut her eyes and take the hits. At that moment, I gave a simple wave of my hand and chanted plainly, God tier healing. The word became the spell. The next moment, the green light, symbolizing healing, appeared on both her and me. The pain from the flying stones melted away like flying snow, until it vanished. Li Xiaoming discovered in amazement that those flying stones couldn't do her even the slightest bit of damage anymore, and a smile broke out on her face. She descended from the air, summoned lightning to coil around her, and smashed down hard at the 5 demon stone monsters on the ground. Boom! The ground looked as if struck by lightning, exploding into a huge crater. The 5 demon stone monsters' forms turned to shattered light and vanished without a trace. Li Xiaoming. Health. 10521/10521, rising rapidly. Mental state. Intact. Physical state. Intact. Healing done. I looked at her panel. For seconds of healing had even refilled the health she'd worn down in earlier training. Ding. Congratulations, host, on assisting a teammate in killing 5 demons. Obtained demon crystals X5. The system's voice came into my head. I looked at Li Xiaoming. Let's go, Xiaoming. There'll be more demon attacks along the way, and we're almost there. Push a little harder. The two of us charged once more toward the tyrant-class demon's lair. At the same time, in the forest on the other side of the secret realm, the 3rd Battalion's Zhaoxiong squad had just gotten the item that countered the boss. Following the boss room marker on their map, they charged hard in that direction. Ha ha, with this high-tech map item, we're definitely the fastest squad to grab the countering item. This time's treasure chest is ours, ha ha. Having gotten the demon countering sort of sanction, Zhaoxiong laughed smugly as he charged. Someone actually beat us to the boss room? It's Li Xiaoming and Su Hao. How is this possible? The countering item is clearly in our hands. Charging up near the boss room, Zhaoxiong found the assault on the boss had already begun. Looking from afar, he met eyes with me and Li Xiaoming, the very pair who'd skipped the countering item and taken on the boss with our classes alone. I didn't even give him a proper glance. The next instant, the lightning of Li Xiaoming's S-rank lightning priestess class cracked before the boss's lair. They didn't even grab the countering item. They went straight to challenge the boss. The awakened arriving one after another cried out. The expression on Zhaoxiong's face was unbearably ugly, nearly twisted. You've got to be kidding. The timed Secret Realm's countering item was right there in his hands. Fighting a tyrant-class demon without the item? Had they lost their minds? By the time the entire 3rd squad reached the boss room, they were all dumbfounded. At this moment, in the boss room at the very center of the Secret Realm, an enormous, damp open-air lair gave off a fishy stench. The roar of the tyrant-class demon, the 9-headed Hydra, echoed through nearly the whole timed Secret Realm. Its serpent fangs sprayed venom, and wherever it passed, even the sand and stone slabs were corroded through. But what they found hardest to understand was the magic warrior Li Xiaoming, glowing with green healing light, wreathed head to toe in lightning, unleashing a mad barrage on the Hydra. Lightning flash. Thunder roar. Divine thunder annihilation. Li Xiaoming shouted, draped in a priestess's garb woven of interlacing lightning. Like a ritual priestess descended into the mortal world. Drawing on the inexhaustible lightning element in the damp weather, she released amplification skills as if they cost nothing, lightning pouring down like rain onto the Hydra, making it let out furious roars and shrill shrieks. 9-headed Hydra. Health. 35468/57480, dropping slowly. Mental state. Enraged, terrified, uneasy. Physical state. Bound by lightning flash, paralyzed by thunder roar, and by divine thunder annihilation, forcibly selected into Li Xiaoming's divine thunder arena for a one-on-one duel that cannot be interfered with from outside. Looking at the Hydra's status panel, full of debuffs, not only the 3rd Battalion squad, but every awakened squad present, who'd gone through untold hardship, crossed the demon obstacles of the Secret Realm's forest, and finally found the boss's lair, was completely dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that Su Hao and Li Xiaoming, entering the Secret Realm as a pair of two, wouldn't even look for the countering item and would just run straight over to brawl with the tyrant-class boss. Had they lost their minds? That was a tyrant-class demon, individually stronger than a first-class awakened. How could they possibly win? For a moment, the poison mist the Hydra spewed and the lightning Li Xiaoming released covered the whole field. The secret realm stage effects maxed out. The awakened squad stunned again and again, dumbstruck again and again. At this moment, I likewise stood inside the boss's lair, behind Li Xiaoming, continuously amplifying her with my 1000 per second god-tier healing. HP minus 200. Struck by the serpent's tail. HP minus 200. Divine Thunder Arenas, shared thunder backlash borne by both sides. HP minus 50. Poison Mist Erosion. HP plus 1000. From God Tier Healing. Li Xiaoming. Health. 10521/10521. After offset, loses no health at all. Mental State. God Tier Healing grants a large bonus to all mental attribute resistances. Physical State. Absolute healthy state under God Tier Healing's buff. I looked up at Li Xiaoming's status panel, which in the fight kept taking attacks and kept being healed. In a mere instant, the Tyrant-class demon had dealt her several hundred points of high damage with its overwhelming base stats and poison mist traits. Truly worthy of being the boss of a timed secret realm, overwhelmingly strong indeed. Without the countering item to challenge it, there was probably no one in the battalion who could rival it. But this Hydra had terrible luck, running headlong into me, who'd just slaughtered a Calamity-class demon. The pitiful few hundred points of damage it dealt Li Xiaoming, resolved onto her 1 second, were refilled outright the next. Like her father Li Tianyi, in a fully triggered class state, Li Xiaoming also had a hefty damage reduction and pain reduction bonus. In other words, the Li Xiaoming of now was a god descended to earth. As long as I was healing, she simply couldn't lose. And within the Divine Thunder Arena, the boss's kill was destined not to be stolen by the awakened teams outside. This battle, the treasure chest was already completely theirs. Hiya! Li Xiaoming now, though she knew her stats were far below the Hydra's and hitting it was barely a scratch, was thrilled beyond words at the fist meets flesh feel of it, at pinning the boss from start to finish, without worrying that her health might quietly drain to zero. On top of that, she could keep stacking negative bleed on the Hydra with her lightning paralysis effect until paralysis triggered, chipping away at its extremely high stats bit by bit. Roar! The Hydra threw back its head and howled in the Divine Thunder Arena, utterly aggrieved. It couldn't understand how it, always so overwhelming and domineering, now couldn't take a single point off this lightning girl, while its own rock-solid health bar was being chipped away to nothing under paralysis. Its roar shook the watching awakened until they had to cover their ears. Then they went on watching Li Xiaoming thrash it with faces full of despair. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to interfere, but that they simply couldn't. The Divine Thunder Arena dealt equal damage to both sides at once to keep the barrier from being invaded from outside. So they could only watch helplessly as the Hydra was scratched to death by Li Xiaoming, who lost no health at all. The next instant, the ions all around were guided by Li Xiaoming at the center of the battlefield. Everyone present felt their hair stand on end, their strands lifting slightly, the air seeming to congeal. The next second, a bolt of biting lightning nearly as thick as a bull's mouth descended from the sky, cracking across the heavens, striking the Hydra hard like a judgment, dealing the final fatal blow. With a thunderous boom, the Hydra let out an unwilling howl and was finally ground down to its last drop of health. Its giant body turned lifeless and crashed to the ground, scattering into points of light. To the very end, Li Xiaoming's health bar was still full, not a single drop lost. She shed the illusory priestess garb woven of white electric light, let out a long breath of turbid air, and released the triggered state of her class. Every awakened squad present just watched, wide-eyed, as she single-handedly, without even using the countering item, thoroughly finished off the boss of the timed secret realm. There was an uproar. What? What on earth just happened? We waited 3 hard months for this timed secret realm, and in the end we came just to watch someone else beat the boss to death fist by fist. Are we some kind of audience? The awakened wailed and cried, holding their heads and weeping bitterly, full of resentment, but it did no good at all. They hadn't done a thing yet, and the secret realm was already over. How was this fair? Congratulations to the awakened squad for clearing the timed secret realm, setting a timed secret realm clear record. The treasure chest has been generated in the squad leader's hands. A mechanical female voice echoed through the timed secret realm. A box shining with golden radiance dropped into my hands. I didn't hesitate. I opened the box. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the hero tier item, Ancient God's Fingerbone. Ancient God's Fingerbone. The finger corpse of an ancient god where divine power is stored, holding within it the power of miracles. When facing a certain death situation, you may choose to crush the finger bone and release the divine power. The physical body disintegrates at the molecular level, while the soul may choose a single place to be reborn. Can be used as a life-saving artifact or as a one-time teleportation item that ignores distance. The instant I opened the box, the system's voice rang out in my head. As I listened to the system's item introduction, the instant I opened the box, the gushing golden light suddenly turned into a crimson glow that pervaded the entire secret realm. The chest was empty. The ancient god's finger bone turned into a red light that flew into my mind, merging into one and lodging within. The instant the red light vanished, the whole secret realm returned to its original appearance, as if that heavy red light had never appeared. I touched the space between my brows, recalling the function the system had just described, unable to come back to myself for a moment. A revival item? And I can freely choose the revival location? Isn't the strength of this item a little too broken? Su Hao, are you all right? At this point, Li Xiaoming walked over, her face full of worry. I shook my head and said softly, I'm fine. Let's go. Then, paying no mind to the other battalion awakened squads who'd made the trip for nothing, I headed straight for the exit that had opened not far off after the secret realm ended. While wait, Zhao Xiong walked forward trembling, trying to stop me. Su Hao, you're just going to leave like this? You made us run over here for nothing. You owe us an explanation. What met him was only my gaze as I turned around, utterly cold, as if looking at trash. With just that one look, Zhao Xiong was glared into collapsing to the ground by that murderous gaze, cold sweat pouring out, nearly wetting his pants. For a moment, he shrank back. For some reason, when he'd seen me face the tyrant-class demon with such utter calm just now, he'd found me a little hard to read. Su Hao seemed to have changed somewhere. He didn't dare stop me again, and could only watch helplessly as I left in front of everyone. A single glance had scared Zhao Xiong nearly to wetting himself. I turned my head and set off again. I'd thought that would mean no one would dare give us trouble anymore. But the next second, a silver-white prism spike blocked itself against my throat. I hadn't noticed at all when this prism spike had appeared. Following the hand gripping the spike, I saw a high ponytailed girl in a black skin-tight combat suit, who at some unknown moment had blocked my side, glaring at me coldly. Su Hao, killing a calamity-class demon. Quite impressive, huh? And you come waltzing over to clear the secret realm like this. The black-clad girl spoke coldly, staring at me with crystalline eyes. There's a traitor within the Dragon Nation right now. Doing this, are you trying to die? With that, she waved her hand, and the slender prism spike slid an inch past my throat, spun several times in her hand, tracing a bleak arc, and was tucked to the inner side of her elbow. What do you mean? I frowned, about to press her for more. But the next second, that black-clad girl vanished, as if she'd never appeared. Utterly bizarre. Su Hao? Is something wrong? Li Xiaoming, walking ahead, turned back to look at me, puzzled. I only shook my head in silence. Tianhai City First People's Hospital, inside a ward. Su Yin sat on the hospital bed, counting the gifts her brother and Li Xiaoming had brought. Xiao Yin, in a little while you'll go to the Dragon Nation's Healers Alliance to receive the best treatment. Once your body is recovered and rested, the surgery can be done. Smiling, I stroked the top of my little sister's head. On my hand, as I stroked her shone the healing light of my God-tier class. Su Yin, health, 3,000/4,500, health cap locked by congenital disease and cannot recover. Artificial intervention required. Mental state, intact. Physical state, slightly weak, short of breath. I checked my little sister's panel through the system. Though I knew it was useless, I kept using God-tier healing on her health. My little sister Su Yin had suffered from congenital heart disease since childhood. Though it had little major effect day to day, she couldn't run and jump like others her age. Because it was a problem with the heart's congenital structure, artificial intervention was necessary, so even my God-tier healing couldn't do much. After leaving the timed secret realm, Li Tianyi had called me and outright taken on everything for Su Yan's surgery and recovery. He also said he'd be taking me to the Dragon Nation's central warehouse shortly to absorb demon crystals as growth material. So next, I was to head to the Dragon Nation's central warehouse. Li Tianyi had already sent a special car over, waiting below the hospital. Su Hao, go absorb demon crystals and grow your ability. I'll keep Xiaoyan company here, Li Xiaoming said, sitting beside Su Yin, offering comfort. Then I'm off. After a simple goodbye with my little sister, I left the hospital and boarded the battalion's special car, arriving at a heavily guarded warehouse on a secluded street in the city district. There's a teleportation array here too. After the warehouse door opened, I looked at the extremely high-grade teleportation array inside and couldn't help exclaiming, the battalion runs a tight operation. The central warehouse we're headed to next can only be reached by teleportation array. Li Tianyi, who'd been waiting a good while, activated the teleportation array once more. The scene shifted. I felt my body's perception change a little. The scenery before me was different from the last time I'd taken the array to the command room. This time, I'd arrived at an enormous research institute full of researchers in white coats and glasses, with special biometric badges hanging on their chests. This is the Dragon Nation Research Institute, dedicated to the Dragon Nation's most cutting-edge technology, military, and even demon-related research, Li Tianyi introduced. It's also the Dragon Nation's central warehouse for storing growth materials. The demon crystals you want are here too. Is it my imagination, or does even the air here feel viscous? I probed my surroundings curiously, releasing a bit of spiritual force to check the environment around me. I couldn't tell if it was my imagination, but I felt that in this research institute, my breathing, my perception, even my every move was strangely sluggish, as if covered by something. It was extremely faint, something an ordinary person could hardly perceive. Oh, seems you've noticed the energy field covering our entire research institute. At that moment, an automatic door not far off opened, and an old man with gray hair and beard, surrounded by quite a few young researchers, strolled over. Old Director. Seeing who'd come, Li Tianyi gave a salute. The gray-haired old man called Old Director nodded with a chuckle. You came by the top secret array, so it's normal you can't sense it clearly, the old man said. The institute is currently covered by an energy shielding field formed by 3 demon crystal emitters. It's harmless to the human body, but can completely block radar and the perception of outside enemies. After all, the data and technology in the institute are quite important to the Dragon Nation, and it wouldn't do to let enemies find them. Since you're here, no time to waste. Let me take you to the central warehouse to get what you need. The old director turned and led us into a passage corridor. After passing layer upon layer of restriction screenings in the corridor and opening the final door with a biometric token, everyone was utterly stunned by the scene before them. Before us was a domed warehouse lined with one enormous storage cabinet after another. Each cabinet's rows and columns were divided into countless compartments, and each compartment had its own counter, the numbers on which all displayed 1,000. In other words, each compartment held 1,000 demon crystals. This is the Dragon Nation's central warehouse for storing demon crystals. The old director introduced it with a face full of pride. 235 storage cabinets in all, 235,000 demon crystals total. In the several hundred years since the Dragon Nation established the demon front, repelling countless demon surges, this is all we've managed to accumulate. The instant I reached the warehouse and saw these storage cabinets, the system's voice came into my head. Ding. System has detected a large quantity of demon crystals within the host's ability range. Host has awakened the consciousness space. You can store designated items within range into the consciousness space. Listening to the voice in my head, I fell into thought, quickly working through a plan for growing my own ability. By what the system said, the ones in the warehouse plus the earlier drops, I currently had a total of over 240,000 demon crystals. If I used them to raise my health, each point of healing required 1,000 units of material, so 100,000 could only raise my healing effect by 1,000 points. And to keep pushing above the 2,000 point healing base, at 1,000 materials per point, that would be a terrifying number. At least at this stage, I could only raise it by 1,000 for now. The rest I'd put entirely into raising my ability's range. In other words, the remaining 140,000 odd could grow my ability range by about 144 kilometers more. That range could nearly cover 1 or 2 of the hundreds of war zones on the Dragon Nation's anti-demon front. And the way to obtain more demon crystals afterward would rely on my passive. Every assist earns 1 demon crystal. The larger my ability range later, the higher my acquisition efficiency. This method of acquisition was like the butterfly effect, accumulating a terrifying amount of growth for me. Thinking of this, I opened my eyes and let out a soft sigh. 245,000. A lot, sure, and it sounded impressive. But for me, it still wasn't quite enough. My God-tier class's demand for growth material was simply too great. How about it? A full 235,000 demon crystals, the Institute director said to me in the warehouse. This is immortal-grade growth material, the highest tier of awakened ability growth. For an ordinary awakened to fully unleash their class ability takes only a few dozen immortal-grade materials. By the Superior's notice, we can generously give you 1,000 demon crystals. How about it? More than enough, right? Hearing this, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 1,000 wasn't remotely enough. Director, if I recall correctly, what Suhao applied to the Superiors for should be unlimited usage authorization for demon crystals. At this point, Li Tianyi reminded him with concern. It is indeed unlimited usage. But little Li, even if I were willing to give this child all 235,000, there's no way he could possibly absorb them all. The director sighed and shook his head. These are immortal-grade demon crystals the Dragon Nation spent over 100 years accumulating at an extremely low probability. If it weren't that they still can't be deconstructed and utilized, their value alone would be a terrifying number. It wasn't that he looked down on me. He simply couldn't believe from the bottom of his heart that I could absorb all of these. The director's right. Our institute itself has a large energy consumption. A young staffer behind him wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed them up and stepped forward. The emitters that currently maintain the shielding energy field, their special energy source is demon crystals. So please take a certain amount and return as soon as possible. Don't waste our time. After all, we researchers have always upheld rigorous science, and we've never heard of any class tier titled God tier, he continued. In the past, there have been plenty of rich young masters who got in through connections and back doors, swindling away immortal-grade materials to resell at high prices. We've long since grown used to it. His words were harsh, but the meaning was blunt. He'd taken us for rich young masters who'd come through the back door to swindle materials and resell them. Li Tianyi frowned, but in front of the director, he ultimately held his temper and didn't blow up. To that researcher's words, I shook my head and spoke plainly. I'm sorry, but you've got it wrong. These demon crystals, I'm going to devour all of them to grow my class ability. I did the math. I'm going to absorb 244,000 demon crystals in total. What I can leave you for research in the end is probably not much. My voice stayed the same throughout, neither loud nor soft, utterly plain. But at this moment, in front of all the reception personnel of the institute, whether the one in gold-rimmed glasses or the gray-haired director or the group of students behind them, all heard it clearly, plainly. What? You actually said you're going to absorb all 235,000 of these demon crystals? Among the crowd of students in white coats, someone immediately cried out in alarm. Every researcher present was shocked beyond measure. They hadn't imagined that I, who looked so young and unassuming, would once I opened my mouth be so arrogant and conceited, actually claiming to absorb every last one of the immortal-grade materials the Dragon Nation had spent hundreds of years accumulating. That was a full 235,000. The energy contained within them could be called world-ending grade. And now this young man before them, who claimed to have a god-tier class of unknown authenticity, was declaring he'd absorb all of it? Was he joking? For a moment, in the central warehouse, alarm and doubt coexisted. Suhao, are you serious? The director, hearing my words clearly, was suddenly a bit dumbfounded. You really intend to absorb all of these? He'd taken part in countless research projects in his life, was widely experienced, had seen countless genius awakened, yet not one had ever dared say they could absorb a full several 100,000 immortal-grade materials. A few dozen was the absolute limit, and giving me 1,000 was already quite generous. Yet in the end, this person actually wanted to clean out his warehouse. The director, Wang Xiaoji, could hardly even imagine what kind of class could withstand the energy of a full 235,000 demon crystals. A storm churned in his mind, and looking at my face full of confidence, he couldn't even tell whether what I said was true or false. Are you joking with us? The young researcher in gold-rimmed glasses sneered scornfully, jeering. Do you know what these 235,000 mean? And you still have the gall to say you'll absorb all of them? Next time before you talk big, you'd better get a basic understanding of what an immortal-grade growth item means before you come around swindling. To be honest, he wasn't deliberately targeting me. It was that what I'd said was simply too arrogant. Bragging was one thing, but bragging this outrageously, no one who came would believe it. Seeing that the Institute's people flat out didn't believe me, I couldn't be bothered to say more. I'd forgotten how many times this was that I'd proven myself. When something could be done by hand, I never bothered with words. I gave a casual wave, releasing my God-tier class ability field, then triggered the consciousness space the system had just granted me with all my strength. Ding! Detected host activating the consciousness space, now absorbing demon crystals for the host immediately. The next instant, The voice came into my head, and my whole body began to glow with a faint white light. Right after, all the demon crystals in the entire central warehouse glowed at once, resonating with me, turning into streams of light that surged into my body. At this moment, all the demon crystals stored in the warehouse turned into streams of light one after another, flying out ceaselessly, merging into my body. 10 streams, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The streams of light grew more and more, the number more and more massive, more and more terrifying, leaving everyone present stunned. In a mere 10-odd seconds, over 10,000 streams of light had flown into my body. Ding! Congratulations, host, on storing all demon crystals in the consciousness space. The host may choose to absorb these demon crystals at any time. The system's voice rang out in my head again. I opened my eyes, plain as ever from start to finish, and looked around, only to find no one seemed to be speaking. Everyone at this moment just wore looks of horror, staring at me in disbelief. No, impossible. This is your class ability? Several researchers said blankly. The space system. It's actually the space system. If those streams of light just now really were demon crystals, then he's undoubtedly a space system class. Retrieving objects from afar. That's an ability only those monsters have. The moment these words came out, everyone present was in an uproar. The truth was, apart from me and Li Tianyi, these researchers weren't all from ordinary backgrounds without awakened classes either. Among them were quite a few awakened who'd awakened classes helpful to research. Take Wang Xiuji, for instance, who'd entered the Dragon Nation Research Institute 50 years ago for cutting-edge technology research. He was himself an A-rank artifice class awakened. His class ability, refinement, could refine out of thin air a vessel unique to him, a nanoanalysis knife. This knife not only rivaled Void Abyss meteoric iron in hardness, it could also analyze all the information of any material it touched. It was precisely because of this that he'd stood out among the awakened to become an academic titan. Similarly, most of the researchers present were likewise class awakened with research talent. It was precisely for this reason that when they saw my ability, they were shocked to such a degree. Precisely because they were awakened, they understood the terror of space system ability. No wonder the superiors wanted to fully satisfy your material demands. Wang Xiuji looked at me in astonishment. Space system ability is exceedingly rare, and awakened who've awakened space system classes can be counted on one hand. You're actually one of them. However, just as everyone was full of astonishment, the researcher in gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward to challenge it again. Director, don't be deceived by him. This is very likely just a trick of his, he said agitatedly in front of everyone. Have you forgotten? Every space system awakened ever recorded, without exception, had to touch the objects before they could activate their ability. But this Suhao stood right here the whole time. How could he possibly use his ability? This is nothing but an elaborate trick he's cooked up to swindle growth material. Gold-rimmed glasses turned his head, speaking in a tone of seeing through everything. Listening to this, I fell completely silent. It seemed this fellow had really been so traumatized by those backdoor rich young masters that he developed a stress response. I even felt a bit sorry for him deep down. I hadn't imagined that in his view, to swindle a bit of material, I'd even pulled out a space system ability trick, making a whole batch of dumplings just for this one dish of vinegar. Did I have nothing better to do? Oh right, senior brother's right. At this point, from behind Wang Xiuji and gold-rimmed glasses, a girl also in a white coat with exquisite makeup poked her head out, wearing an I see expression. Space system ability is rare, but as long as someone comes from a battalion, their ability is basically on record. All of them use their ability with touch as the prerequisite. Haha, so this kid is completely a swindler, and we won't be fooled again. Hearing his junior sister agree, gold-rimmed glasses gained a burst of confidence, crossed his arms, and revealed a self-assured smile. So these two are your students. Hearing the exchange between this pair of senior and junior siblings, Li Tianyi then asked Wang Xiuji. Ha ha ha, that's right. When you get old you enjoy the young ones bickering. Wang Xiuji gave a helpless smile and nodded. Their words may be prickly, but it's mainly because they got scared off by being swindled before. They're not bad-natured at heart. Little Li, don't take it to heart. Hearing that gold-rimmed glasses was actually Wang Xiuji's student, Li Tianyi's anger dissipated somewhat. He pressed down the slight anger in his heart, thought a moment, and patiently explained to everyone. Elder Wang, your two disciples are right. Space system ability activation does indeed take touch as its prerequisite. But let me say one thing. Those Suhao did activate an ability resembling the space system. The category of his god-tier class is not the space system. In other words, this is merely a subsidiary ability of his. Facing everyone's suspicion, Li Tianyi wore a look of certainty. He'd witnessed it before. Though my god-tier class was a group healer, in the earlier Calamity class demon attack, by chance and happenstance, I'd also used a spiritual force communication ability resembling a communication class. So he guessed that the reason I could absorb all these demon crystals was probably, like the spiritual force communication, a subsidiary ability of my terrifying god-tier class. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the researchers grew uneasy again. What? His class ability isn't the space system? If it's not the space system, then what class could be worth the superiors specially issuing instructions to provide us demon crystals as growth material? How is that possible? Could there really be a class with space system ability as a subsidiary ability? The researchers cried out, blowing outrageous braggart smoke. It's come to this, and you still have no limit to your deception. Gold-rimmed glasses turned his head, glaring at me furiously. Our patience has a limit too. To this, I only wore a look of composure and spread open my palm. From start to finish, I haven't spoken half a word of lies, nor bragged half a word. I said plainly, since you don't believe I've absorbed all the demon crystals, the storage cabinets are right in front of us. You can verify it yourself with your own biometric identification token. I sympathize with your past experience of being swindled, but I have no interest in competing with you. Empty words prove nothing. Just check, and won't it all be clear? Fine, you said it yourself. Gold-rimmed glasses sneered. I meant to leave you some room, but since you want to see the lie through to the end, then I'll oblige. I refuse to believe that you, standing here without moving the whole time, could move all 235,000 demon crystals away in an instant. Ignoring his junior sister's attempt to stop him behind him, he strode straight to a wall, picked one of the densely packed storage cabinets, unlocked it with the biometric identification token on his chest, and yanked it open hard. See, this is what you said. The demon crystals have been absorbed by you. Gold-rimmed glasses was full of confidence, feeling he'd torn apart my swindling face with his own hands. But the next second, when everyone stretched their heads to look at that storage cabinet, in an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. How is this possible? The demon crystals in the storage cabinet, they're all gone. Gold-rimmed glasses' junior sister cried out loudly. At this moment, the storage cabinet that should have been filled with 1,000 demon crystals was actually empty. Where was there half a shadow of a crystal? Entirely unsurprised by this, I tilted my head up slightly, looked toward gold-rimmed glasses, and carried a slight sneer. Well, time to shout now. Ding. Detected that the host has stored all 235,000 demon crystals in the consciousness space. Absorption has been automatically carried out for the host. Just after the thousands upon thousands of points of light converged into my body, the system's voice announcing the absorption of demon crystals rang out automatically in my head. Ding. The host now possesses a total of 244,558 demon crystals. Following the class growth rules, the system has automatically selected the optimal class ability growth plan for the host. Maximum healing per second growth, 1,000 per second, 2,000 per second. Class ability range growth, 10 kilometers, 154 kilometers. Total consumption, 244,000 demon crystals. After class growth, the host is projected to retain 588 demon crystals. Now executing the demon crystal absorption program for the host. Absorbing demon crystals. Demon crystals absorbed successfully. Congratulations, host. Your class ability has completed absorption and evolution. In the gap while gold-rimmed glasses went to open the storage cabinet, I hadn't been idle either. At the same time I began absorbing the full 235,000 plus demon crystals I'd taken into the consciousness space. After the system announced successful absorption, at once I felt a surge of power rise instantly from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. That was the most fundamental essence from the class's origin. As the power shot up to the top of my head, I let out a long, almost blissful breath of turbid air, my vigor and spirits soaring to their peak in an instant. I felt my condition was better than ever before, and all the fatigue and hidden ailments I'd accumulated in battalion training were driven out entirely. My body felt incredibly light and relaxed. Looking at my palm, clenching it, I revealed a confident smile. I'd grown stronger. I could hardly wait to use my grown class ability to cut loose. Hurry up and leave here, find a secret realm to clear outright, and reap rewards to my heart's content. And just as I was immersed in the blissful joy of my ability's growth, unable to pull myself out. A strange cry came from not far off. How is this possible? The demon crystals in the storage cabinet are gone. All gone. Seeing the empty storage cabinet, the staffer in gold-rimmed glasses, named Yin Hao, cried out in terror. As if his head had been struck by a heavy object, Yin Hao felt his skull ring, whiteness before his eyes, and nearly collapsed to the floor. It was his junior sister who ran up to steady him. How could this be? Yin Hao's junior sister, Su Ling, held her senior brother up, likewise staring at the empty storage cabinet, covering her mouth, her face full of shock. Then she helped Yin Hao to the side to rest, and used the token on her chest to open 4 or 5 storage cabinets one after another. A glance, and they were all empty. Now not just Yin Hao, but everyone present, including Wang Qiuji, was utterly dumbfounded. The 235,000 demon crystals that had been intact, and all sitting in the storage cabinets at the last thorough inventory, had they really all vanished into thin air in an instant? There were already so few awakened who awakened space system ability. And in the end, even the sole limitation of space system ability was erased. Now he doesn't even need to touch them. He can just directly store items within his class range. What kind of broken, terrifying ability is this? A monster. He's simply a monster. For a moment, resentment, envy, jealousy, and all kinds of complicated emotions filled every researcher present. Precisely because they were mostly proud favorites of heaven who'd awakened special research classes and could enter the Dragon Nation's top institute, they knew how great a help a powerful class was to them. So their envy and jealousy of me reached its extreme. We're all human. Why do you get to have such a strong class? A class ability like mine, no matter how small the range, just the space system ability without the limitation of touch alone, was already a monstrous existence beyond what monster could describe. Its breadth of application, height of strength, and terrifying ceiling, they could hardly even imagine. Could such an overpowered class ability really appear in this world? The fact before him now struck Yin Hao hard, like a bolt from the blue. Yin Hao's hair was disheveled, in disbelief. You've got to be kidding. Do I really have to believe that what he said about a god-tier class is true? That's a full 235,000 demon crystals. This defies all common sense. How is this possible? How? His expression was worse than crying. It was the madness and hysteria that only showed after one's dignity had been utterly torn apart by someone he'd looked down on entirely. Yin Hao's heart of conviction shattered completely and thoroughly. Since the demon crystals have been fully absorbed, I won't stay long. I turn to everyone. Thank you all for the material support. As for the demon crystals, I've left 558 in your storage cabinets. For you all, that's more than enough for research. Until we meet again. Seeing Yin Hao with his worldview collapsed, the whole man broken, I turned a blind eye, unwilling to linger and waste more time. After my parting words, I turned and strode away. Su Hao, you've already finished absorbing them. Hearing my words, Li Tianyi was clearly caught off guard too, his face full of astonishment. Hadn't Su Hao just taken those several 100,000 demon crystals into his body? By rights, such enormous energy should take a huge amount of time just to absorb, shouldn't it? And he'd already finished absorbing them? Are you a monster? Li Tianyi grumbled inwardly. But it wouldn't do to question too much, so he could only hurriedly chase after the direction I'd left in, shocked beyond measure at heart. The backs of the two of us leaving were too hasty. The researchers hadn't reacted at all, still immersed in the enormous shock from moments ago. Absorbed them all. 244,000 demon crystals. It took who knows if even half a minute from start to finish, and he's already absorbed them all. The shock in old Wang Qiuji's heart at this moment could no longer be described as beyond measure or extreme. It was overwhelming, like a great river surging backward, thoroughly collapsing and shattering his worldview. In several decades of research work and class study, he'd never seen an awakened this terrifying, simply no different from a monster. Or rather, he was through and through a complete monster. Su Hao, the young are to be feared indeed. Wang Qiuji gazed at my back from afar, staring for a long while with an extremely complicated look. Ha, another awakened squad's here. Stephen, how many minutes do you think we'll need this time to beat down this frail little squad? The Dragon Nation's anti-demon front, Tianshu City, the Team Arena Tournament. A foreign awakened squad stood atop the arena, showing off before tens of thousands of spectators. And at this moment, I stood before them, wearing a speechless expression. I hadn't expected it either. After absorbing 235,000 demon crystals at the Dragon Nation Research Institute and gaining enormous class growth, I planned to just find some team arena tournament to flex my ability and firm up my level. But by rotten coincidence, I'd run into a detestable foreign awakened squad right here. Foreign awakened squads, as the name suggests, were foreign awakened squads that came into the Dragon Nation through various channels for exchange and study from other national factions. The reason they were allowed onto the Dragon Nation's anti-demon front was mostly because of deep interest binding with other nations and authoritative credibility endorsements. Most of the time, exchange and study was just exchange and study. But among these squads were also plenty of detestable types who looked down on the Dragon Nation. Like the one before me, from Eagle Sauce, fully armed, notorious for using extremely vile means to gravely injure a full 5 Dragon Nation awakened, the infamous Seal Assault Squad. Looking at this swaggering squad, my impatience had reached its peak. And just 10 seconds before the match began, the awakened captain called Steven walked toward me, his face full of mockery. I really didn't expect there'd come a day I'd see a healer serving as a team's main force. He laughed wildly and taunted. Healing ability in this world really is scarce. How much healing ability do you have? 5 points of health per second? Or let me just guess generously big. Looking at your scrawny frame, 6 is plenty, right? Steven led off, and his teammates behind him joined in laughing heartily. Facing the mockery of this foreign squad, I said nothing. I only gave a light wave and unfolded my upgraded god-tier class. You bunch of foreigners, don't get too arrogant. The awakened of ours taking part in this team melee are all second class, even third class awakened. The maximum entry level for this arena tournament is first class, and all of you happen to be quasi-first class. You squeezed in right at the threshold. So how do you have the nerve to look down on us? Looking at the Seal Assault Squad's arrogant faces, several defeated Dragon Nation awakened lying on the ground responded indignantly. So what? Steven scoffed. I don't know if you've heard the saying that luck is part of strength too. Weaklings, just lie there on the ground. He paid the Dragon Nation awakened on the ground no more mind and turned to me. The instant he was about to open his mouth to provoke me. The next second, an enormous fire attribute magic orb, summoned at some unknown moment, came charging straight at him. Steven's pupils shrank. There was no time to dodge at all. Energy impact. Within the Seal Assault Squad behind him, a steady voice sounded. A mixed skin-tone foreign awakened used a defense buff class to create a huge energy shield, and that was what blocked the fireball. Bastards, we won't let you talk about our captain like that. If you've really got something to say, prove it with strength. At this moment, at my side, a petite twin-tailed lowly awakened, waving a staff in her hand, shouted. The next moment, the Team Arena Tournament's intermission countdown ended. A light curtain descended from the sky, enveloping the several downed Dragon Nation squads, the foreign Seal Assault Squad, and the squad I was in, all together, teleporting them into a sealed barrier for the Team Arena Tournament. The arena barrier. I opened my eyes, looked at the scene before me, then looked at the awakened squad I'd picked up on the cheap around me. Captain Suhao, however you say to fight this match, we'll follow your lead. That's right. We obey Captain Suhao's orders and his alone. Captain Suhao, we trust you. The earlier twin-tailed fire mage Lowly and the several young awakened behind her shouted excitedly. Boys and girls, here's how it happened. When I was buying an arena entry ticket at the Tianshu City ticket office, I ran into an awakened squad that had no money for tickets but was full of hot-blooded eagerness to enter the Team Arena Tournament. They were a trainee squad the Dragon Nation Battalion's division headquarters had sent to study on the anti-demon front, and their strength was currently only third-class awakened. Though each was exceptionally talented, they were still young and not yet strong enough. And I happened to be troubled by not being able to join the Battalion Arena Tournament alone, while Etienne, who was traveling with me, couldn't very well come bully weaklings at this Team Arena Tournament with the strength of a top-tier awakened. So I just paid the ticket money for this 6-person squad, forming a team to come compete. As for whether their strength could defeat Eagle Sauce's Seal Assault Squad, I didn't care at all. After all, my god-tier class had grown a step further, and I wouldn't get hurt anyway. Worst case, I'd just slowly grind away at health, chipping bit by bit, and wear the other side to death. All right. In any case, we're now within a barrier whose range is roughly 6 kilometers across. Entering the barrier, I crouched down, casually picked up a twig, and drew a circle on the ground. Considering your strength, there are a few neutral resources inside the barrier we can take that'll help in the team match. Let me take you to grab them first. Now that my perception range had risen to 154 kilometers, the combat barrier the Team Arena Tournament created was, one could say, entirely laid bare beneath my eyes. By my perception, at the barrier's center point was a neutral trait wild monster that could boost attack power and toughness. Near each of the two teams' spawn points was a demon that could amplify a class's extra damage and enhance energy recovery speed. If we grabbed these, they'd surely add at least some combat power to these cheap pickup teammates. In any case, at least our grinding speed would be faster. That much was beyond doubt. Analyzing to this point, I suddenly felt this team arena tournament was just like some kind of MOBA game. Copy. Whatever Captain Suhao tells us to do, we'll do. Listening to my words, the twin-tailed lowly kicked off with both feet, saluted, and shouted to me, then followed behind me, charging toward the nearest neutral resource. Frost Freeze. After reaching the near-point resource, a control-type ice attribute range class awakened in the squad let out a delicate cry, moving first to control the high-level demon that could grant a class's extra damage. Only, the instant everyone arrived, did they see, at the near-point resource, the Seal Assault Squad in the midst of activating it. They're actually this brazen? Before a single neutral resource has been defeated, crossing the barrier's center point grants damage immunity, doesn't it? One awakened in my squad said in surprise. Oh, you're only showing up now. At this moment Stephen, class triggered, wearing a suit of Western missionary armor, kept swinging a knight's longsword to grind at the neutral resource's health bar while glancing disdainfully my way. The other 4 Dragon Nation squads were long since wiped out by us, and that's why we came to harvest the neutral resource. You're only showing up now? A bit late, aren't you? David, this new squad happening to run right into our faces saves us the trouble of hunting them down. Go deal with them. They're all a bunch of third-class awakened, and you're quasi-first class, so no problem, right? Stephen directed David beside him while attacking the neutral beast. No problem, Stephen. Finish it fast, and afterward you owe me an ale. David condensed a giant iron hammer in his hand and charged fiercely at my squad. The great hammer carried a terrifying, mountain-crushing force. At this moment, the many Dragon Nation spectators watching from outside the barrier couldn't help but let sorrow show. It's over. It's this hammer artifice class awakened named David. He's the one who hammered every one of our Dragon Nation squads in this arena tournament into idiots, one blow at a time. If David's hammer connects, won't such a young awakened squad still get smashed dead in droves? The spectators covered their faces, unable to bear watching. Only, the next instant, within the barrier, David's giant iron hammer, nearly enough to level a small hill, slammed onto my squad members, yet didn't stir up even the slightest ripple. Oh, you said you seemed to have eliminated all the awakened of the other 4 squads. I didn't even lift an eyelid. But how come now, they're all standing beside me completely unharmed? Before me hovered an energy shield forged by a second-class defensive awakened from the Dragon Nation's number 2 seed squad. Ding! Congratulations, host, on supplying healing to 4 squads this time, supplying 24 people. Total healing of 250,000 health. Total time elapsed, 5 seconds. Maximum individual healing speed, 2,000 health per second. The system's voice came into my head. What? Hearing my words, Stephen's face went blank. He hadn't understood what I was saying. Even less did he understand why David's giant hammer, always invincible against Dragon Nation awakened, had slammed onto me, a healer captain, yet produced no effect at all. Stephen, the so-called strong and weak you speak of. I stared at him. It's nothing but grabbing neutral resources and ambushing us with David's charged talent. You create a numbers advantage, and only with these underhanded tricks can you beat us. Now that our states are all fully restored, let's see what you've still got to be proud of. Just as Stephen was dumbstruck, within the Team Arena Tournament's barrier, the Dragon Nation awakened squads behind me, originally covered in wounds and by rights on their last breath, now emerged from all directions, surrounding the Seal Assault Squad so tightly not a drop could leak through. The energy shield that had just blocked David's giant hammer for me was a combination technique cast together by the awakened of these 4 squads. The energy shield forged jointly by 4 or 5 awakened couldn't be budged in the slightest even by David, always known for his violence and never bested in the arena. You? When did your wounds heal? Stephen's eyes went wide, as if he'd seen a ghost, pointing at the Dragon Nation awakened with full health bars, trembling and backing away again and again. Because this awakened named Suhao healed us and called us here. Several Dragon Nation squad captains lowered their heads, recalling with faces full of disbelief. As it turned out, when the match had just begun, these awakened, who'd been beaten to grave, near-death injuries by the Seal Assault Squad's will tactics in the previous round, had been teleported into the barrier as well. And the instant the match began, the moment all squads entered a hostile state, they'd been locked onto by the SEAL Assault Squad's ranged marksmen, and before they could even leave the spawn point, they'd been struck down by energy arrows fired from kilometers away. Just as they'd felt there was no more hope, a voice calling itself Suhao had appeared in their ears. What? Captain Suhao called them here. The twin-tailed fire attribute lowly awakened at my side looked at me in surprise. She could never have imagined that the awakened big brother who'd covered the whole squad's tickets at the ticket office simply because they were short on teammates could actually reach across kilometers to directly call other Dragon Nation squads. Her family background was no simple thing. Her father was a renowned general in the battalion. So she knew clearly that the Dragon Nation's strongest perception communication class at present was Director Chun, who oversaw the perception tower, and even his perception range was only 4 kilometers across. And the ability I'd just displayed clearly far exceeded 4 kilometers. Could it be? The lowly stared at my young face, her face full of astonishment. Captain Suhao isn't just a really good person, he's an awakened with extremely powerful perception ability. You've got to be kidding. Stephen was beside himself with rage. In the previous round, I nearly beat you all to death. Didn't you still have several gravely wounded members? Don't tell me even they've been healed. He could never have imagined that the healer he'd freely mocked before the match had, in an instant, milked 4 entire squads back to full health. Humph, Stephen, a Dragon Nation captain sneered. You went to all that trouble to sneak us down to a sliver of health. One moment saying it's quasi-first-class strength, the next saying our victory would be dishonorable, and now you turn around and say our Dragon Nation awakened aren't good enough? Belittling others to lift yourself up? Aren't you actually just insecure about your own country's culture? Now try sneaking us to death again. The many Dragon Nation captains gave orders one after another, having all their teammates attack the SEAL Assault Squad together. Get them. Nicely done. I thought they were so strong. Turns out the SEAL Assault Squad has to rely on dirty tricks too. Finish them off. The Dragon Nation spectators outside the barrier were roused to fury, cheering loudly. You all. Stephen clenched his fists, forcing out a sinister smile. We're a noble awakened squad from Eagle Sauce. If you dare hit us, you'll have more than you can handle. Our country will surely hold you accountable. Do you dare? I could tell he was gambling. Gambling that these Dragon Nation people were timid as mice. Gambling there was at least an 80% chance they'd fear mighty Eagle Sauce and not dare touch a hair on him. Seeing everyone slow to act, Stephen gave a cold smile. He'd won the bet. This bunch of Dragon Nation people were indeed afraid of their homeland. Eagle Sauce really was Blue Planet's strongest nation, as long as they had a nation's backing. No matter what lawless thing they did in the Dragon Nation, they wouldn't be held accountable. Born an Eagle Sauce man, he was proud. The smile on his face nearly broke into laughter. But his smugness couldn't last long. Stephen, you seem to have misunderstood. I stood with my hands behind my back, looking down at him with a cold smile. Are you under the impression you can walk away unscathed? Let me tell you one thing. Leaving a grudge unavenged, that I cannot do. Why don't you look up at the sky? I pointed skyward. Haven't you noticed the sky's gone dark somewhere along the way? Stephen froze for a moment, slowly raising his head. Only then did he discover that at some unknown moment, all the Dragon Nation awakened were gathering an enormous energy orb containing terrifying power. No, impossible, you're joking, right? Stephen panicked, lifting his legs to flee, but his knees went weak and he collapsed to the ground, only able to watch helplessly as that enormous energy orb crashed down toward him. The next instant, the energy orb completely covered the SEAL Assault Squad, releasing a blast of air that nearly destroyed the entire barrier. As the blast dispersed, the SEAL Assault Squad were each in a sorry state. The fine tactical equipment on Stephen had been damaged. He lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood, pounding the ground and cursing. You bunch of bastards. You actually beat us to this state. This isn't over between us. He could never have imagined that these Dragon Nation awakened, whom he'd broken one by one and regarded as trash, had all recovered to full state and been healed by the very healer he'd looked down on entirely. Nice equipment you've got. I walked over, crouched down in front of Stephen, and squinted as I sized him up. Come, let me have a look. You, what are you going to do? He forced a fierce look. I warn you, I've got Eagle Sauce guaranteeing our safety. If you dare touch me, this won't be over between us. I ignored him. Eagle Sauce's epic grade Warblade scabbard, a legendary grade tactical vest. I looked over them one by one. Not that I'm saying it, but your SEAL Assault Squad should be a high-tier special squad in Eagle Sauce, right? So many good things on you. Never mind these high-tier items. Even your members' tactical clothing isn't low tier. Wearing it disgusts me, but if I took it to the trading market to sell, it should fetch a good price, no? What are you going to do? Stephen shouted in terror, watching the Dragon Nation awaken close in. Hearing me say this, the other awakened couldn't help swallowing. I was right. The Dragon Nation now had plenty of high-tier items too, no less than eagle sauces. But who would ever mind having more high-tier items? Besides, a single legendary grade item, whether turned in or traded, was worth hundreds of thousands. Such heaven-sent fortune falling from the sky, who wouldn't be tempted? For a moment, everyone's eyes toward me were full of respect. Worthy of the god-tier healer who could heal them, he'd even thought of this step. Then I needn't say more. I gave a plain order. Strip every piece of clothing off them. Charge. The Dragon Nation awakened swarmed forward, pouncing fiercely on the Seal Assault Squad. Wails, roars, threats, and curses mixed together, and loudest of all was the long pent-up fury of the Dragon Nation awakened. After the farce, Stephen and his group were cornered at the barrier's edge. All the high-precision equipment on them had been stripped clean, leaving only their undergarments, which could be counted as leaving these eagle sauce people a bit of face. The victor is the healer of the Dragon Nation awakened squad, Su Hao. In the sky, the flying class host loudly announced to all the spectators. By the system's verification, for every 100 points of healing effect a healer produces, they earn 1 point. And Su Hao's healing effect was a full 250,000 points of health. In other words, the points he earned by healing alone total a full 2,500. The Team Arena tournament has been held 11 times to date, and the previous generation's Dragon Nation War God, who held the highest record for 11 years, only had 571 points. Su Hao has set an unprecedented, terrifying record. He'll receive this Team Arena tournament's final prize, the collector-grade Spiritual Force Recovery item, Crystal Spring. Once equipped, it restores 0.5% of maximum spiritual force per second. The moment the words fell, thunderous applause and gasps of amazement swept in from across the whole venue. Heavens! This awakened, named Su Hao, actually healed 250,000 points of health. What kind of terrifying healing ability is this? Could the Dragon Nation's next-generation healing prodigy be about to burst onto the scene? The spectators gazed at my young face, offering the most fervent blessings. The next moment, the light curtain rose, and the barrier scattered like flying snow. I and the Dragon Nation awakened returned once more to Tianshu City's arena grounds. Facing the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators, my expression stayed calm as ever. It was nothing, just triggering god-tier healing for 5 seconds. Just as I thought the event was over and was heading down off the stage, an irritable voice came from below. I'm the leader of the Seal Assault Squad. We came to the Dragon Nation for exchange and communication. How could you beat our top-tier squad to this state? I'll report to the Eagle Sauce Embassy in the Dragon Nation. Everyone who took part in the violent injury, not one will escape. It was a white old man nearing 50, with sparse hair and a fair, ruddy complexion, roaring at me in not too fluent Chinese. He'd seen at a glance that I was the head of these Dragon Nation awakened, and he charged onto the arena to curse me from head to toe. You're the leader? Then let me just ask you, how do you teach your awakened? I said with a cold face. Your awakened relied on ambushes and dirty tricks to sneak our Dragon Nation awakened to death one by one, and mocked our nation too. Now that we've beaten them down by strength, you jump out wanting to hold us accountable? Where were you earlier? Oomph. What, you're not convinced? The old man snorted through his nose. Being unconvinced won't help. I'll report the truth to the embassy and escalate this to a political matter. Your Dragon Nation has thoroughly enraged us, Eagle Sauce. Just as everyone was full of indignation. Old white man, don't think you can bully our Dragon Nation's children just because you're old. A burly figure walked forward. The Seal Assault Squad did indeed break the rules and insult the competitors. Their behavior was all recorded by the light image recorder. With both witnesses and evidence present, how will you turn black into white? The moment Li Tiany's low voice fell, the instant the white old man saw him, his pupils suddenly shrank. The white old man looked at Li Tiany walking forward, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Especially when he saw the War God medal worn on Li Tiany's chest, his expression turned both awkward and grim. The broadcast director thoughtfully aimed the camera at that medal, and tens of thousands of spectators cried out at once. Heavens! It's actually the Dragon Nation's contemporary war god. A contemporary Dragon Nation founding hero with a top-tier physique and top-tier class. But wasn't he gravely wounded hunting a Calamity-class demon? Old thing, How dare you swagger about on Dragon Nation soil? Li Tianyi stood unmoving and said, looking down from above. Never mind escalating this to the political level. Even if you called every diplomat from the entire Eagle Sauce Embassy in the Dragon Nation, I wouldn't fear you in the slightest. Though the white old man was furious, with the deputy commander stating his position to his face, what temper did he have left? However unwilling, he could only let it go. We're leaving, he roared at the SEAL assault squad on the ground. We're just leaving like this? They confiscated all our equipment. Stephen shouted in disbelief. Move. The white old man lingered no longer and left the venue straight off like a stray dog. The SEAL assault squad had no choice but to follow. Just what is Captain Su Hao's identity? As I collected the crystal spring and left the venue, the twin-tailed lowly behind me gazed at my back, full of adoration. Not only does he have terrifying healing ability, he's also protected by the Dragon Nation's contemporary war god. He's simply too strong. If I ever get to meet him again, I'm definitely getting an autograph. After finishing the team arena and thoroughly firming up my grown healing ability, Li Tianyi and I rode the special car back to the battalion together. The car reached the battalion gate. Training will still be at the battalion, but I've already arranged separate dormitories for you and Xiaoming. Li Tianyi looked at me, his gaze complicated. Rest well these next couple of days. After that I'll contact you and take you to see the commander-in-chief. In any case, be careful with everything. All right, don't worry, I'll have everything ready. I got out of the car and turned to bid him farewell. Li Tianyi nodded, signaling the driver to drive off. Dust rose, leaving only me on the spot. Ring, ring, ring. The moment I stepped onto the battalion's ground, a phone call came in, the caller ID showing an unknown contact. Without hesitating, I answered. Hello, is this Su Hao? I'm Ling Wei, president of the Healers Alliance. We met at the Frontline Command earlier today. Are you free right now? Could you come by the Healers Alliance? How did you get my phone number? I asked helplessly. Because I really hope you'll join our Healers Alliance after the major exam, so I asked a friend to get your information. Ling Wei answered bluntly. Is it about the rotation of Healer Awakened? I sighed. That's right. With the rotation just done, a lot of Awakened have flooded into the Healers Alliance all at once, and we're short-handed here. Your compensation won't be small. Come as soon as you're free. I'll be waiting. I nodded. All right, I'll head over right away. The Healers Alliance. Led by a nurse, I arrived at the emergency treatment room. Wails and faint sobs filled the entire vast ward. From afar, there were a good 30 or 40 gravely wounded Awakened in the treatment room. President. Seeing Ling Wei, I walked over to greet her. At this moment, she wore a crisp white coat, standing before bed 32 holding a medical chart, confirming a patient's condition. You're here. She quickly signed her name, handed it to the nurse, and turned to me. I noticed several medals hanging on the chest of her white coat. As far as I knew, Ling Wei wasn't just a doctor, but a general as well. She'd once, as a military doctor, rendered illustrious service on the front line, treating countless Awakened, and so had been awarded both the highest physician and soldier honors, becoming the general in charge of the Healers Alliance. Asking you here this time. First is that we're short-handed. Ling Wei led me toward a bed beside bed 32. Second, there's a patient whose symptoms are especially critical. On the bed lay a female Awakened. Her face was pained, her whole body grown over with something like crystals, twisting on the bed without pause, her originally lovely face deathly pale. It's actually her. I was startled. Wasn't this person before me the female commander of the 302nd Regiment, the one who'd communicated with me by spiritual force during the Calamity-class demon attack earlier and reported safety to headquarters? During the demon attack, she stayed on the front line directing the whole time, overexposed to the Calamity-class demon's attack range. Ling Wei closed her eyes, unable to bear it. After rotating into the Healers Alliance, her body was weak, and in just a few short hours she grew over with crystals. We've never seen this condition before. We tried every method, but we can't find the cause, nor do we know how the crystals grew. We have no way, so we could only ask you to come take a look. We administered spiritual healing and pain tolerance buffs to her, only able to slow her suffering as much as possible. The healers and nurses gathered to observe and learn also wore sorrowful looks. I looked at those crystals, my expression grave. This thing bore a 9/10 resemblance to demon crystals. It was probably caused by the influence of that Calamity-class demon. Let me try treating her, I said plainly, gave a wave of my hand, and guided the release of my God-tier healing field. A green light lit up around me. Ding! Detected and awakened around the host whose class origin has crystallized due to overbearing Calamity-class demon attacks. Host has awakened the additional healing ability of God-tier negative effect erasure, crystallization erasure. In prolonged combat against high-tier demons, an awakened's class origin will mutate from the immense expenditure and magic power influence, generating crystals. Crystals share a similar composition with demon crystals, and modern medical means and conventional healing arts cannot erase them at all. The host may use this skill to clear the crystals for awakened, who've grown crystals. I closed my eyes, my body suffused with alternating white and green class light, focusing on driving the class. The surrounding nurses and healers watched this scene, murmuring anxiously in low voices. He's pretty handsome, but this young, can he really do it? This is a condition even President Ling Wei couldn't cure. The chance of a cure is minuscule, right? Let's hope it succeeds. Just then, crystallization erasure. I suddenly murmured softly. The next instant, all the crystals on that female commander's body turned to fine powder in an instant, annihilated without a trace. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering crystals was crisp beyond compare. Those crystals grown on the female commander's skin cracked inch by inch under my crystallization erasure, dissolving into fine powder. At the same time, the green healing light on my body, symbolizing the God-tier class, grew unprecedentedly radiant and warm. Ding! Detected that the host has cast crystallization erasure. Remove the crystallization state for target Zhou Zhiruo, and simultaneously cast God-tier healing. Target Zhou Zhiruo, HP 5774/11732. This casting took 3 seconds, healed 6000, current HP 11732/11732, health fully restored. I slowly opened my eyes. The nurses and healers, faces full of worry just moments ago, now widened their eyes one after another, staring at me in shock, then at the female commander, disbelief at its extreme. The strange crystals they couldn't resolve with all their might, I'd actually resolved in a mere few seconds? Shock turned at once into adoration. Su Hao, how is it you again? Zhou Zhao opened her eyes, clutching her chest, revealing a weak, grateful smile. You've saved my life again. Your great kindness, I don't even know how to repay you. She was deeply moved, but also a bit embarrassed at being saved by me yet again. After all, she was already 26, had been a commander on the front line for several years, yet had been saved time and again by me, several years her junior. She flushed slightly and lowered her head, feeling quite abashed. No need to thank me. It's good that you're all right, I said with a smile. Su Hao you? Zhou Zhao sat on the bed, looking at me, and suddenly her heart raced, her face reddening so she didn't dare look at me. President Ling Wei, the other awakened, can go back too. I turned my head. Just now, I already healed them all along the way. What? You've only had your class active for how long? And you've healed all the awakened? Ling Wei was astonished, sweeping her gaze around. The several dozen wounded awakened had by now long recovered to normal, soft green light radiating from their bodies, looking at their own bodies with strange expressions. In a mere few seconds, their health had all been fully restored. Your ability has actually grown again. Ling Wei was both surprised and delighted. Yes, I've already absorbed demon crystals once. I nodded. Your talent truly exceeds my imagination. Ling Wei saw me off to the door, her face full of earnestness. This time's compensation is a collector grade 8 treasure exquisite armor. Once worn, it boosts all defensive attributes by 20% each. This is both compensation for your help and a gift for inviting you to join the Healers Alliance. I've already sent someone to deliver it to your dormitory. You'll see it when you get back. In the future, the Healers Alliance's missions will still ask for your help, and the compensation will never be small. This time I'd indeed done her a big favor, relieving so much pressure all at once. All right, then I'll take my leave. I nodded and left. Hello, are you Captain Su Hao? As I reached the foot of the new dormitory building and was about to rest, a fully armed man walked over. He held a firearm and wore a mask, much like the Dragon Nation's Special Operations Forces. You are? I was puzzled. I'm a special agent dispatched by the battalion's upper echelons to protect members of the Special Operations Group, Operation Code Name Jia. He saluted me and said solemnly, the organization has orders to absolutely guarantee your personal safety in the battalion as the leader of the Special Operations Group. I'll now take you to the Special Operations Group's dormitory. Through the special equipment on him, I could sense that Jia himself was also a highly capable awakened, his level at least in the upper range of second class to first class, absolutely the best of the best. The moment I learned Jia was a bodyguard the Dragon Nation had assigned me, I couldn't help but marvel. Turning myself in and seeking the nation's help really was the wisest move. This was what you called professional, plus a powerful bodyguard escort. Led by Jia, I arrived at a 3-story camp dormitory in the shade of parasol trees. In midsummer, the parasol trees were lush and green. "This is the dormitory. Please." Jia stood firm at the door and saluted me. "You're not coming in?" Seeing him stand outside, I asked, puzzled. "By orders from above. Only members of the Special Operations Group are qualified to live in this building. We special agents have our own barracks, on standby in shifts 24 hours, keeping watch here. Please rest assured, Captain Su Hao," he reported loudly. Being called captain over and over by a special agent older than me, I felt a bit embarrassed. So I said no more, nodded, and walked into the dormitory building. Perhaps because it had been idle too long, the first floor was piled with clutter, all notice boards and bulletin board posters and the like. I went up to the second floor by the stairs to the left of the entrance. The moment I reached the second floor, an entirely different warm atmosphere hit me. The branches and leaves of the parasol trees outside reached right up to beyond the second-floor balcony, moonlight spilling across the corridor, tranquil and peaceful. On the left side of the corridor were 6 idle dormitories with closed doors, only 2 unlocked, and one of those still had its light on. I walked toward the lit room and curiously looked inside. It was actually a single room, with a private bathroom, air conditioning, heating, and a balcony all complete. Looking at this near-luxurious setup, I guessed this barracks had probably once been for the officers stationed at the battalion. On the bed lay a tidied pink bedsheet, with a giant hugging bear sitting on it. The light was still on over by the bathroom, and the sound of Li Xiaoming humming a tune kept drifting out. The instant I realized this was Li Xiaoming's room, I immediately backed out and closed the door. The weather was hot, and Li Xiaoming loved cleanliness, bathing so diligently. I turned to go to the dormitory next door to sort out my luggage, only to find that on the bedboard, my luggage had been brought over by her too. My heart warmed. Having sorted things out, I planned to step out and steer clear for a while. Last time I accidentally walked in on her fresh from the bath, and it took me a great deal of effort to smooth things over. This time I didn't want to anger her again. However, just as I was thinking this, the door of the shower room next door opened, and Li Xiaoming's sweet, pretty voice came. I forgot to grab the body wash. I remember there's the same kind in Su Hao's luggage bag. He's not back yet anyway, so let me just go grab it and use it." Footsteps gradually drew near. The instant the door was pushed open, I felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck me. Coming out halfway through a bath to grab body wash? You've got to be kidding me. Creak. Under Li Xiaoming's push, the dormitory door opened. My heart was already gray as ashes. I'd long heard that fate leads each person down the road they're meant to walk. No matter how you dodge, you'll end up standing at that crossroads in the end. It was the same for me now. Even though I'd tried my hardest to avoid walking in on Li Xiaoming fresh from the bath again, there was still only a single door between us. Could this be fate? I felt utterly despairing. "Don't come in, Xiaoming." I spoke seriously. "Unless you want me to make a grave mistake." That door, nearly pushed open, stopped in place. Her flustered voice came from behind it. Su Hao, you're already back? Why didn't you say something when you got back?" I sighed. "I meant to wait until you finished your bath to say anything. Who knew you'd come to my room to grab something?" I opened my luggage and found a bottle of white peach-scented body wash inside. "This bottle of body wash, did you put it in my bag?" I picked it up and examined it. "See, since you're here, could you bring me the body wash? It's chilly out here." Li Xiaoming called from behind the door, bashful. I passed the body wash toward the door. She scampered back to her own room and slammed the bathroom door shut with a bang. The barracks finally returned to silence. I gave the room a quick cleaning and made up the bed with sheets and bedding. It was already 7 in the evening, and the battalion's awakened had basically finished training, with only the facilities still open. The dormitory was surprisingly clean, so tidy that a quick sweep left nothing to do. With nothing to do, I decided to head to the battalion's armory store and find some usable weapons to arm myself. Li Tianyi was right. There were too many unknown dangers. It wasn't just the nation protecting me. I had to arm myself too, recruit teammates, equip myself with gear. In any case, when a sudden crisis hit, I had to have the ability to handle it. Squad leader. Just as I stepped out the barracks door, a special agent walked out of the shadows and saluted me. "Jia, what is it? Something up?" I raised an eyebrow. "This is your exclusive biometric identification token." He held out his hand, a token in his palm. "With it, you'll gain command center access authorization, as well as special preferential treatment at battalion facilities." Seeing that token, my pupils shrank. Its appearance was exactly the same as the one I'd seen at the Dragon Nation Research Institute earlier. You have to understand, every awakened who entered the battalion had their fingerprints, face, iris, voice print, and other biometrics recorded upon joining, used to confirm identity during rotations. But beyond that, the means available to newly joined awakened were quite limited. Only Warzone cadres were qualified to receive token passes made from biometrics. In other words, having a token was equivalent to gaining battalion-recognized cadre status. Even the lowest-tier cadre was of a higher rank than the commander level. From now on, commanders like Lu Qingxian could only count as subordinates before me. Looking at this token, my heart beat slightly faster. By the battalion's special preferential treatment clauses, your holographic mimetic combat training will no longer have a usage limit, and special training programs will no longer consume merit. The agent continued. Every month you may freely select from the armory store 1 assault rifle, 1 sniper rifle, 1 melee weapon, plus a large quantity of grenades and healing medicine. There's plenty of preferential treatment on the daily life level too, which I won't enumerate one by one, sir. Please be careful on your way. He handed me the token and saluted. Thank you, Jia. I took it solemnly. Sir, Jia and he finished their sentry post 15 minutes ago. The agent before me quietly corrected. I'm Bing. Our code names are named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches. I was startled, not only shocked that Bing's tone and behavior were almost exactly the same as Jia's, but even more shocked that the sentry duty was actually a two-person team. And I, a god-tier class with a certain amount of perception ability, had failed from start to finish to detect standing guard alongside Jia when I came to the barracks. Professional, too professional. I marveled inwardly. Having spoken, Bing melted into the darkness. I put away the token and walked straight toward the armory store. With this token, I no longer had to worry about merit. In the battalion, all expenses weren't covered by salary allowances, but supported by merit. Merit came from competition rankings, contest rewards, training attendance, and other metrics. Those with high talent, willing to endure hardship, able to place, earn more merit. Eating well, more supplies, faster recovery. It was a virtuous cycle for awakened who were both strong and diligent. Originally, it should have been the same for me. I sighed. My results in regular competitions that didn't use my class were quite good. I placed often, and with perfect attendance every time. My merit points had once been among the highest in the entire battalion. But after Lu Qingxian forced me to leave the battalion, all that merit was wiped to zero. Now that I was back, I was a pauper. Fortunately, I could now enjoy facility preferential treatment through the token, so at least I wouldn't be unable to get food and firearms. Boss, I'm here to grab 2 guns. Familiar with the way, I turned into the armory store, and the moment I entered, I asked the boss for guns. But the next second, I heard a loud crash. A young girl came crashing toward me from the training room at the back of the store. I reached out and steadied her shoulder with one hand. Are you all right? I asked while looking up toward the training room she'd flown out of. The training room was a special training ground whose usage rights the armory boss sold as well. Special training and holographic mimetic environment training were both conducted here, and awakened often bought access to strengthen themselves. But this girl before me had been directly knocked flying, clearly going a bit overboard. I'd seen awakened fight fiercely in the training room, but that was mostly right after rotation before training began, or right after a long holiday when everyone was full of energy. But today was a training day, so how could it be like this? Ugh. The girl let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, unable to even speak. Seeing her injury wasn't light, I meant to examine her, but when I got a clear look at her exquisite face, I froze in place. This girl, why did she look so much like the black-clad girl who'd assassinated me earlier? You've got to be kidding. I stared at her, dazed. Her features were almost exactly the same as that black-clad girl. At this moment, she wore a white special combat uniform, long hair draped over her shoulders, likewise with crystal-like, beautiful purple-black eyes. Though very similar, her temperament was a bit different. Could I have mistaken her, and she was actually a twin? The girl weakly opened her eyes, and getting a clear look that it was me holding her up, she clearly froze for a moment. Song Ruashua, even you want to snatch things from this young master? An arrogant voice came from the training room. You don't even have teammates, and you delude yourself into snatching the SBT 32 Blizzard from me? As if you're worthy. The one who walked out was a blonde awakened wearing a leather jacket, with a cross-metal necklace around his neck, his face full of insolence. He looked to be from a decent family, yet was sleazy, carrying himself like a street hooligan. Following behind him were two burly male awakened in their early 30s, clearly tank classes at a glance. The battalion issued a collector-grade weapon and organized an arena challenge tournament in the training room. The number 1 ranked ring holder gets that sniper rifle. The armory boss sighed and explained. This little assassin-class girl became ring holder single-handedly and has held it until now. Then this 3-person squad specifically built to counter her came to swoop in. The two on the other side are both tank classes that completely counter her, so even as a first-class awakened of no small strength, she could only hold on grimly until now. Su Hao, why are you still hanging around the battalion? The blonde awakened looked at me, and the instant he recognized me, he waved dismissively, like shooing away a fly. Scram, I'm not in the mood to make fun of you right now. You know me? I raised an eyebrow. I shouldn't have met him before. I'm Lu Zhe of the Lu family. Lu Qingxian is my cousin. You tell me whether I know you, trash. He made a thumbs-down gesture at me, arrogant to the extreme. Let me tell you, if my cousin could drive you out once, she can drive you out countless times. Don't meddle in this, or watch out, I'll finish you off. He made another throat-slitting gesture. I laughed. Now really any cat or dog could come intimidate me. I'll join if I want to join, and I'll team up with whoever I want. Is that any of your business? I sneered, my fist unconsciously clenching. This elimination tournament, all the battalions awakened are qualified to join. What? Only you get to join, and I'm not allowed. Back then it was precisely Lu Qingxian who'd driven me to a dead end, and the Lu family behind her was doing shady, underhanded things too. Now even her cousin dared to mock me to my face. How could I not give him a bit of color? Su Hao, don't be rash. Lu Zhe is the youngest son of the Lu family. The Lu family's power is great. You can't afford to provoke them. The armory boss dissuaded me in a low voice. Among all the many awakened in the battalion, the boss's favorite was me, mediocre in talent yet extremely diligent, often coming to practice my marksmanship. He didn't want me to ask for trouble. Besides, his strength has surged recently, leaping from 4th class to the threshold of 1st class awakened, and he has 2 3rd-class tank control class teammates supporting him. The boss earnestly counseled, no matter how good your marksmanship, you can't beat them. I didn't answer, only stared coldly at Lu Zhe. I just told you to keep a low profile, and you insisted on grabbing the spotlight. Do you have a death wish? Song Ruoxue sighed, seeming to give up on concealing it, weakly confessing her identity. I was both angry and amused. You've got the nerve to lecture me? So I'm countered by assassin classes, fine, but aren't you countered by tank classes too? Back then she'd concealed her identity for some reason and come specifically to assassinate me, even telling me to watch out for my life. Then in a blink, she'd gone and dueled 3 awakened who countered her. Could she be the type who only cares about others' lives and not her own? Cough, cough. Song Ruoxue had just tried to speak when she broke into violent coughing, spat out a mouthful of blood, her state low, her health at rock bottom. I'm different from you. I have a reason I must get that weapon. She struggled free of my support, and though weak, her gaze remained stubborn. Su Hao, just consider that I owe you a favor. I know your healing ability is strong. Heal me, and I'll definitely succeed in defending the ring in the last match. She stood up and looked at me, a trace of hope showing in her calm eyes. No, I refuse. I was quite decisive. Song Ruoxue hadn't expected me to refuse so decisively. She stood in place, looking at me with a complicated gaze, sorrow in her beautiful eyes. That's true. After all, to you, I'm nothing but a villain. She smiled self-mockingly, dragging her injured body around to leave. Just then, I spoke again. Because I only heal my teammates. So if you want me to heal you, first, you have to become my teammate. Really? As long as I become your teammate. Song Ruoxue turned back. I said nothing, only nodded. My meaning was self-evident. And so, after signing the electronic terms, ring holder Song Ruoxue naturally became my teammate, and we gained the right to take the field against the enemy together. Humph. With only 20% health left, 1 touch and you're dead. Let's see how you fight me. I won't pay with my life if I beat you to death. Lu Zhe said dismissively, turning to enter the training room. Hey, why is the training room so lively today? Isn't that Song Ruoxue of the 2nd Battalion? The top genius who awakened an SSS-grade assassin class. The one across from her is the Lu family's eldest young master, Lu Zhe, a celebrity. Damn, how Su Hao, who got driven out of the battalion for standing up to a commander, back and teamed up with Song Ruoxue against Lu Zhe. What day is it today? An all-star lineup. Outside the window, awakened who'd finished training and eaten saw this scene clearly through the window, the crowd gathering thicker and thicker, cheers rising all around. Seeing that I'd ultimately decided to compete after all, the armory boss was beside himself with a headache. But in the end, he couldn't bear to watch me take the field without even a gun. Gritting his teeth, he pulled an assault rifle from under the counter, entered the training room, and tossed it to me from afar. Suhao, use this gun. Your class is no good. You can't be without something to save your life. Don't make me lose face. I caught the gun, and the moment it was in my hands I knew the feel was surprisingly good, instantly falling in love with it. Song Ruoshue's already crippled. In a bit just corners Su Hao and beat him. Lu Zhe said arrogantly to his two teammates on the other side of the training room. This is the last match. Once it's done, the SPT 32 Blizzard is ours. I gave a cold laugh, ignored him, and simply waved my hand casually, a thought stirring, driving my God-tier class with all my strength. The next instant, the God-tier healing field unfolded in an instant. A fierce green healing light filled the vision of everyone present. Damn, it blinded me. What light is this, so bright? Green light. Is this Su Hao's class ability? A humanoid flashbang? The healing ability I triggered this time had already grown once at the Dragon Nation Research Institute, several times brighter than when I'd first cast it. The onlookers backed away one after another, squinting and raising their hands to block it. Are you dumb? Who in the whole battalion doesn't know Su Hao's class is a lowest rank group healer? Someone retorted. No matter how trashy, it's still a healing class. When he drives his class, what else would it emit if not green light? But this isn't right, another questioned. Doesn't driving a class emit brighter light the higher the level? Su Hao's lowest rank class has no growth, only 10 points of healing effect per second, so how could it release such strong light? Everyone was momentarily dazzled and dumbfounded by me. Just driving his class carried this kind of aura. Was this still the Su Hao who'd awakened to trash class? The light gradually converged. I opened my eyes, white light symbolizing spiritual force flowing within them. A lowest rank driving his class, done showing off. Lu Zhe lowered his blocking arm and sneered. Might as well go be a flashbang on the front line. No offensive power, but plenty of insult value. I ignored him, only converging my field range, locking my healing target onto Song Ruoshua alone. Song Ruoshua, I'm about to start healing you, and I can feel your health right away, so hold on. I said in a low voice. My healing ability is strong, and you might not adapt well. If you're uncomfortable, tell me and I'll reduce the healing amount for you. Song Ruoshua nodded, saying nothing. I gave a wave and guided the healing ability toward her. Because there were onlookers outside, the boss hadn't turned on the training room soundproofing, and the words I'd just spoken were heard clearly outside. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. Did I just hear right? Su Hao said he can fill Song Ruoshua's health right away. And he said his healing ability is strong, afraid she can't take it. Wanting to reduce the amount? How is that possible? Is this a joke? He's a lowest rank group healer. Only 10 health per second. How could he fill her up right away? Song Ruoshua is an assassin, low on health, but she still has a full 9,000 points. With only 20% left now, that's under 2,000. It'd take 7 or 8,000 of healing to fill her, so it's even more impossible for him to heal her. You believe whatever he says? Several 2nd Battalion awakened who admired Song Ruoshua said sourly. The way I see it, he just wants to hit on our 2nd Battalion goddess Song Ruoshua, putting on a brave front. I was covered in black lines. You've got to be kidding. Song Ruoshua and I were mutually benefiting each other. How did it become me eagerly chasing after her in their mouths? Sigh. Su Hao must have felt he couldn't save face after being driven out of the battalion, so he wants to put on a bluff to prove himself. Even some of my former 1st Battalion colleagues were in the crowd, their eyes full of pity and compassion. Su Hao's a good person, and his training results were decent too, but he just had to awaken a lowest rank class, and now he's fallen to this state. Some even couldn't bear to watch me get beaten up by Lu Zhe and hurriedly left the crowd. Oh, so you're only forcing yourself to fight me to put on a bluff? Lu Zhe wore a look of sudden realization, striking the compassionate pose of one above, mocking sarcastically. Su Hao, you're too pathetic. You can fool everyone. Fool Song Ruoshua, that's fine, but don't fool yourself too, ending up unable to even accept that you're trash. Su Hao, are you all right? Song Ruoshua looked at me with worry, afraid these words would affect my state of mind. I'm fine. I smiled helplessly. Just what my healing ability really is, they'll know soon enough. I really didn't know how to explain to this bunch. With a wave of my hand, the healing finished guiding. A green healing light lit up on Song Ruoshua alone. Detected a terrifying scale of massive energy within the training room. Preliminary assessment. Building has encountered a high-energy weapon attack. Building has triggered first-level combat readiness state. Energy shield deploying. The instant I healed Song Ruashiwe, a mechanical voice sounded from the building speakers. Then, from the corners of the entire building, mechanical arms extended one after another, electric current flashing, and an energy shield enough to envelop the whole building deployed at once. Everyone froze. You've got to be kidding. The energy shield the battalion designed to guard against wartime attacks was actually triggered by Su Hao's class. The armory boss stared blankly at the mechanical arms extending outside the store, muttering to himself. Not just the boss, those onlookers who'd been bad-mouthing me moments ago now, looking at this energy shield they'd never once seen in years of training, were even more dumbfounded, not knowing east from west. What had happened? Normally, in the training room, even full-power outward attacks from kill classes slamming into the floor triggered nothing. How had Su Hao, just releasing his class, bounced out the battalion's energy shield? Had something bugged out? Hey, stop looking at the mechanical arms. Several onlookers suddenly pointed at Song Ruashiwe's status bar, shouting in terror. Quick, look at Song Ruashiwe's status bar. Look, at this very moment, the health above Song Ruashiwe's head was climbing rapidly at a rate of 2,000 per second. Everyone came to their senses, and looking at that status bar again, they were shocked speechless by the scene before them. They hadn't seen wrong, had they? How was Song Ruashiwe's health nearly full already? At this very moment, everyone looked at Song Ruashiwe's health, all doubting their own eyes. Because they saw her health climbing rapidly at a rate of 2,000 per second. Only a few seconds since I'd cast my ability, her originally under 20% health was nearly full. What on earth did you do? You've got to be kidding. Lu Zhe and the two big men behind him wore expressions grim to the extreme. You're nothing but a lowest-ranked trash group healer with only 10 health of healing per second. How could you bounce out the training room's first-level combat readiness state? This is absolutely impossible. Lu Zhe, is running away any use? I sneered. You won't even believe the facts laid out before your eyes. Don't you find yourself pathetic right now? Song Ruashiwe's status bar and health are right in front of you, and you'd even deny this? I won't be scared by you. Lu Zhe struck at his sore spot, raged and threatened. A person's class talent and class type are determined from the moment of birth and can never be changed. As long as you're a lowest-ranked trash for even one day, no matter what unorthodox tricks you use, you're trash for a lifetime. I'm the Lu family's eldest young master, a first-class awakened. Crushing you to death is just a flick of my finger. Keep talking tough, then. I was dismissive. Things had come to this, the truth laid before everyone. What use was talking tough? I was about to call to Song Ruashiwe to get ready when I suddenly noticed her state wasn't quite right. Wait, Song Ruashiwe, are you all right? Can you not take the healing amount? She clutched her chest, propping herself against the wall as she stood in place, her face pained. My heart lurched. After my healing ability grew, Song Ruashiwe was the first person to receive treatment. Ordinary healing medicine only restored about 100 points, so I'd anticipated the possibility of the healing amount being too large and the target being intolerant, but I thought at most she'd feel a bit uncomfortable. I hadn't expected her to look like she couldn't take it. I hurried over to check, my hand just landing on her shoulder. Amen. A delicate moan sounded, neither loud nor soft, yet heard clearly by everyone present. I froze in place. Don't touch me. Song Ruashiwe's eyes were moist, her face burning red, speaking in fits and starts. If you couldn't take it, why didn't you say so earlier? I said anxiously. If this energy tears your body apart, you're done for. I moved to check again. No, it's... Her face flushed crimson in an instant, her delicate body burning, breathing without pause, her gaze hazy. It's because our class compatibility is too poor. I'm the concealment attribute, you're the light attribute, receiving your energy from me. In fact, it wasn't that my healing ability was too strong for a person to bear. Quite the opposite, my class was worthy of the god-tier name. The healing energy was not only immense, but extremely gentle, merging into her body in an instant almost without obstruction, restoring her health substantially in a flash. The problem lay in class attributes. Her Dark Mist Shadow Hunter and my god-tier unique group healer were completely at odds. Receiving my light attribute massive healing left her momentarily numb and limp all over. If I had to make a comparison, it was like a weakened version of a demon touching holy water or a zombie touching glutinous rice. Only what it brought wasn't pain, but an indescribable feeling. The healing amount is too much, too great. Let me catch my breath. Song Ruashiwe swayed over, hugged my arm, rested her head on my shoulder, closed her eyes, and focused on digesting the energy, suppressing her body's discomfort. I could clearly feel she was burning up. Being leaned on the shoulder by a girl who tried to kill me at our first meeting, just what kind of feeling was that? I actually felt a bit conflicted, faintly sensing my lifeline was being held in someone's grip, a chill running through me. And I hadn't realized that Song Ruashiue's delicate moan and shoulder leaning had grievously wounded those 2nd Battalion suitors watching outside the training room. Damn it, I want Song Ruashua leaning on my shoulder too. Just who is that Su Hao? I'm so envious, so jealous. Those awakened who'd originally just wanted to watch the show, if eyes could kill, would have killed me already. Comparing people to people is infuriating. Envy and jealousy were vividly performed on their faces at this moment. All the ugliness of human nature turning into fury toward me. Feeling those pairs of eyes brimming with rage outside the window, I suddenly felt awkward. I hadn't expected Song Ruashua to be so popular in the 2nd Battalion. I'd heard before too that the 2nd Battalion had an aloof ice mountain named Song Ruashua. After all, my 1st Battalion and the 2nd Battalion were originally brother battalions. Before the battalion's detailed subdivision reform years ago, they'd even been one whole large battalion. Later, through the reform, the two originally close battalions gradually grew distant, slowly becoming two branches of entirely different styles. Recalling these old matters, I sighed. Of course, it'd be even better if I weren't being jeered at by this crowd of suitors right now. Lu Zhe, we support you. Beat Su Hao down. He's just a coward who only hides behind women. Finish him off. Outside the window, those extreme admirers of Song Ruashua shouted at Lu Zhe in furious excitement. Song Ruashua, can't you do something about your suitors? I looked helplessly at her leaning on my shoulder. I don't know them, she said dazedly. After catching her breath for a good while, she rubbed her head and swayed to her feet, and though still a bit forced, she was already much better than before. Since you're both ready, then the challenge begins, the armory boss announced in a low voice. The moment the words fell, the melee tank type awakened of Lu Zhe's squad appeared before me in an instant, the pressure like 1,000 tons. It's actually a talent displacement skill. Is he really a 3rd-class awakened? The crowd exclaimed. Before I could think much, the mountain-like tank awakened gathered power and slammed a fierce punch toward me. I hate your type most, the pretty boys who only know how to charm women. He let out a muffled, cold snort as he swung his fist. Facing the attack that had already struck before my eyes, I showed not the slightest panic, only looking on plainly. Just as that mountain-like man's fist was about to fall, Song Ruashua rushed in front of me at the blazing speed of an assassin class, her wrist tracing a shrill silver-white arc. Clang! That silver-white ridged spike I'd seen not long ago was now held reversed in her hand, forcibly blocking that punch. You, an assassin class, would go so far as to block my attack head-on to protect him? The melee tank asked in astonishment. Song Ruashua didn't respond, only using a strange force to cleanly deflect his attack, then flicked the ridged spike up, straight for his throat. The man startled and used his displacement skill to leap away again. Seeing her attack miss, Song Ruashua held her spike and shielded me behind her, her pretty face cold as ice, her gaze so sharp it could nearly kill. The moment the battle began, the other side had come straight for me, their intent obvious. My healing was crucial to this fight. How could she let them succeed? Assassins are the class with the highest attack power and fastest movement speed, but the thinnest health and least defense. Several 2nd Battalion awakened outside the field watched this scene, all dumbfounded. In a team, assassins either feint or provide cover to circle around for a backstab. As a top assassin, Song Ruashua has never once taken damage for a teammate in ordinary training. But today, she actually broke precedent and blocked an attack for Su Hao. You have to understand, Song Ruashua, as a genius who'd awakened the SSS grade top assassin class Dark Mist Shadowhunter, was aloof and proud to the extreme, her fighting style renowned for its ultimate lone wolf approach. She'd rather beat the enemy's main damage dealers into incapacitation single-handedly than ever feint for a teammate. Yet even someone like her would today willingly bear an attack for a teammate. Just what kind of love potion did Su Hao pour into that ice mountain Song Ruashua? This is way too terrifying. The onlookers' eyes went wide too, unable to hide their shock. To make Song Ruashua go this far, just how had Su Hao done it? Listening to the increasingly outrageous talk outside the field, Song Ruashua, shielding me, turned back and shot me a reproachful glare. I felt slightly abashed. Her meaning was obvious. She blamed me for getting her speculated about by everyone. But I hadn't done it on purpose. We finally beat Song Ruoxua down to a sliver of health, and now that Su Hao filled her right back up in a couple of moves. Young Master Lu, how the hell are we supposed to fight this? The bald, muscular man beside Lu Zhe had his state of mind collapse. This bald one was different from the melee tank just now. More precisely, he was a control tank type. Originally, when dealing with Song Ruoxua, he handled control. The melee tank handled containment, and Lu Zhe, using a warrior class, moved in to deal damage while Song Ruoxua was controlled. The three relied on this comprehensively countering lineup to gain the upper hand. Even so, Song Ruoxua, a devilishly hard-to-deal-with woman, had nearly seized the chance to flip them all over. And now, under my healing ability that had come from who knew where, Song Ruoxua, who they'd thought had no chance left, had her health filled right back up in a flash. Any normal person's state of mind would collapse. What are you afraid of? Lu Zhe glowered at me and said coldly. Our lineup still completely counters Song Ruoxua. Su Hao is nothing but trash, not the slightest use. Our chance of winning is highest. There are so many top healers throughout the Dragon Nation, and I've never seen one who could fill 9,000 health in an instant. Lu Zhe revealed a dismissive sneer. Much less him, a lowest rank class. Even more impossible. If I'm not mistaken, the reason he filled Song Ruoxua up in an instant is nothing more than using some extreme technique in exchange for a morbid healing ability. The healing amount, massively amplified by an extreme technique, leaps from 10 points to several thousand. Only, these extreme techniques usually come at the cost of an enormous expenditure of lifespan. The stronger the amplification, the greater the side effects, the more terrifying the lifespan consumed. Lu Zhe smiled sinisterly. You might as well imagine, using it so unrestrainedly, just how many decades of lifespan he's already consumed. Extreme techniques with enormous side effects weren't anything new among Awakened. Hearing this, everyone found it deeply plausible for a moment, shocked beyond measure. Could Su Hao really have taken up extreme techniques? A class is innate and unchangeable, and his lowest rank has not the slightest room for growth. Aside from extreme techniques, how else could he gain such a terrifying healing ability? He actually consumed an enormous amount of lifespan just to prove himself. Everyone's eyes toward me changed again, from shock and jealousy to pity and disdain. Su Hao, oh Su Hao, tell me, aren't you pathetic? Lu Zhe mocked teasingly. I never expected you'd sell off your lifespan for that bit of false pride. Wouldn't it be nice to be an honest piece of trash? At least you'd live longer. Trading a bit of healing ability to become a short-lived ghost, is it worth it? For this little bit of healing ability, do I even need any extreme technique? I asked back in puzzlement, wearing a look of not understanding. It was just 4 seconds to heal Song Ruoxua 8,000 health. That's not exactly hard, is it? For seconds, 8,000 health, is that a lot? Just a wave of the hand, in the span of a few breaths, and Song Ruoxua, with only 20% left, that is, 1,800 health, was instantly milked to a full 9,000. And these 8,000 health didn't even count as an expenditure to me. My voice wasn't loud, but the moment the words came out, whether inside the training room or out, whether Lu Zhe on the other side or the spectators outside the field, everyone fell silent in an instant, all looking at me with eyes reserved for a monster. What did Su Hao just say? 8,000 health in 4 seconds isn't a lot. You've got to be kidding? Even the strongest top healer currently in the Dragon Nation, one full power heal is barely 1,000 points. And you actually say 8,000 in 4 seconds isn't a lot? It's a damn lot. Keep talking tough, then. Lu Zhe taunted without mercy. How could you not have used an extreme technique? Don't tell me you want to say that 4 seconds of 8,000 health of healing was done by yourself? Or that you, Su Hao, are blessed by heaven, and what you awakened is actually not a lowest rank trash class, but an unawakened god tier class. That after awakening, you just inexplicably possess healing ability of over 1,000 health per second? Go dream your sweet daydream. Using an extreme technique and still not admitting it. The most disgusting is exactly your type who dares to do it, but not own up. You've actually got it right. I couldn't help marveling inwardly. I hadn't expected this kid, who looked super macho, to have such surprisingly accurate intuition. I really had awakened a god-tier class. There's no use talking further. Lu Zhe roared and threw out the attack signal. Since you won't admit it, I'd like to see just how much lifespan you have to burn amplifying your ability. The control tank beside him understood at once and pounded the ground with both hands. A shockwave shot rapidly toward my side through the ground. Target aimed straight at Song Ruoxua. The next moment, Lu Zhe and the other charged. Lu Zhe wants to drain Song Ruoxua's health again. He's gambling that Su Hao can't heal her anymore. the onlookers exclaimed. And they've completely written off Su Hao, not taking him seriously at all. Trash is trash. Lu Zhe swept past me almost as an afterimage, killing intent flashing in his eyes, mocking mercilessly. If you want to hate, hate that you're a trash support class with low-tier attribute boosts. He'd long decided that as long as Song Ruoxua lost her combat ability, I was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, no threat at all. The control tank's shockwave arrived in a flash. Song Ruoxua had no time to dodge, got hit, and fell into a stun. In that instant of control, Lu Zhe flash-stepped in front of her, ready to burst her down while she was controlled. However, the second before the attack touched Song Ruoxua. Boom, boom, boom. Several 7.62 caliber refined steel bullets pierced the air at terrifying speed, firing at the three of Lu Zhe's group, their trajectory sealing off exactly the offensive path to attack Song Ruoxua. Lu Zhe and the melee tank forcibly slammed their bodies to a halt, watching the bullets whistle past within a hair's breadth, their breathing trembling, pupils quaking. Had they not stopped, the next second the bullets would have gone straight into their skulls. You two wild dogs, ambushing my teammate, and looking pretty arrogant about it too. The one who'd fired the bullets was me. Holding an assault rifle, I looked at these two ambushers with a cold sneer. In my hands was the special supply assault rifle for Awakened the boss had tossed over just now, modeled on the king of guns, the AK-47, and likewise of collector grade, loaded with 7.62 refined steel bullets, extremely high rate of fire, terrifying lethality. I couldn't even see Lu Zhe and the others move. Su Hao actually predicted their trajectory in such a short time, and located them without the slightest error. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Just now, if Lu Zhe and the others had reacted a bit slower, they'd have been the ones incapacitated. Su Hao actually has such terrifying marksmanship? Isn't he trash? For Awakened, who now possessed powerful abilities and attribute boosts, bullets could already be evaded with various abilities, and the destructive power of firearms grew smaller and the difficulty greater. But in specific situations, as long as the shooter held a high-tier firearm and possessed top-level skill, they could still pose a threat to Awakened, like now. Aren't you all forgetting? Su Hao's class may be lowest rank, but his tryout results when he first joined the battalion were #1 in the whole country. Awakened from other battalions who didn't know me exclaimed. And those first battalion Awakened who'd spent their days and nights alongside me now let out a long sigh, their hearts trembling as they watched me hold the gun. Su Hao was still that terrifying Su Hao. Aside from his class, all else was the talent of a monster. The sense of despair from training alongside him back then was still vivid. As far as they knew, I was proficient in the structure, ballistics, and shooting techniques of over a dozen firearms, and could achieve a perfect score in the 50-meter shooting event with any gun under nearly any visible condition. Dragon Nation Tryout #1 wasn't a title that came for free. Su Hao, your accuracy has advanced again. The armory boss watched from the front counter toward the back, marveling at my shooting, precise to the point of terrifying. Sigh, such a good kid. If only your class weren't lowest rank. Su Hao, you couldn't really have used some lifespan-consuming extreme technique, could you? Lu Zhe's earlier words had left him worried too. Don't just dodge? Why not have a talk with my 7.62? Holding the assault rifle, I locked on and fired controlled bursts at the three of Lu Zhe's group in turn, my face full of mockery. Though I had only one gun, I relied on ultimate burst fire to seal off the three's movements, forcing them to keep retreating. Su Hao, don't forget you only have 30 rounds. Song Ruoxua, seeing me keep pressing toward the three of Lu Zhe's group, reminded me in a low voice. Though the assault rifle's suppressive fire was strong, once the magazine emptied, a fatal opening would appear. He's done for. Su Hao's shooting skill is terrifying, but he's way too prone to getting carried away. Pressing in this deep, once he's fired all 30 rounds, Lu Zhe will surely counterattack. The crowd, though amazed, couldn't help shaking their heads. Su Hao, don't be arrogant. Once your magazine's empty, you're finished. Lu Zhe said sinisterly while dodging. Oh, I'm finished. I laughed dismissively. 10 rounds, 9-8. Su Hao's magazine's almost empty. The onlookers nervously counted my remaining bullets, breaking into a sweat for me. Mocking Lu Zhe like this, he'd surely face retaliation in a bit. Just as my ammunition was down to the last few rounds, some had already despairingly closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of me being torn apart. But just then, a flurry of panicked shouting came. Hey, look at Su Hao's movements. Look, he pulled a spare magazine from behind his back. He actually plans to reload one-handed. At this moment in the training room, I no longer held the gun with both hands, but gripped it one-handed, terrifyingly suppressing with just one hand the enormous recoil produced when firing that special collector-grade assault rifle modeled on the AK-47. While continuing to suppress Liu Zei's squad, I reached my hand toward the tactical pack behind me, pulled out a spare magazine, ready to reload at any moment, so as to compress the original 3 to 4 second reload gap to under a second. He's actually suppressing the rifle one-handed. The crowd's shock could no longer be described in words. Su Hao was simply a monster. At this moment, it was no longer just the onlookers who were shocked, including Liu Zei's squad, and even Song Ruoxue standing behind me. Even though she'd long known the heaven-defying ability of my God-tier healing class, she was shocked by my flashy one-handed gun suppression. Though she'd long heard of my Dragon Nation tryout #1 strength, only today did she witness up close, with her own eyes, just how terrifying my marksmanship really was. Don't rush, Liu Zei. I've got 2 more spare magazines. While suppressing the gun one-handed, using terrifying marksmanship to precisely pin down the 3's space, I sneered. You've still got plenty of time to keep scurrying around. Judging that the last round of the old magazine had entered the chamber, I decisively slammed the base of the spare magazine hard against the magazine catch, popped out the old magazine, and inserted and secured the new one at blazing speed. Click. Reloading complete. Then, using the interval between shots, I fired the last chambered round of the old magazine, then perfectly linked into controlled bursts with the new magazine. Such an extreme maneuver was eerily completed under my mechanically precise movements, producing almost no gap, continuing to suppress Liu Zei's squad. Only, with the rifle firing continuously, the gun body grew somewhat overheated, and reloading scorched the skin off my hand. But facing an opponent as loathsome as Liu Zei, without a bit of flashy maneuvering, I feared I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart. You bastard. Don't get too carried away. Liu Zei, watching with his own eyes as I reloaded almost seamlessly, roared in near despair. As a member of a military family, whose relatives were mostly mid-level battalion cadres, he wasn't unaware, having heard his elders mention it. On the anti-demon front, there existed a type of combatant whose class talent wasn't outstanding, but who possessed terrifying firearm shooting ability. As long as they had high-tier weapons, they could display considerable combat power against demons too. Rapid reloads like mine, he'd naturally heard of as well. But no matter what, he could never have imagined that I, a trash new recruit who hadn't even taken the battalion's major exam, had been driven out of the battalion by his cousin, and had awakened a lowest rank class, could pull off this high-difficulty reload just like those veteran awakened who'd served on the front for decades, and even apply it in actual combat, while suppressing the gun one-handed with no warm-up at all. How was this possible? How was he supposed to believe this? Su Hao had absolutely used some shady, unorthodox trick, just like his healing ability. A piece of trash like him. How could he possibly have this kind of shooting ability? Even if the class I first awakened was less than satisfactory. I recalled the humiliation of being driven out of the battalion back then, questioning coldly. With the skill I traded for by practicing my marksmanship day and night, I should have been able to pass the battalion major exam too, and enter the anti-demon front as a qualified combatant. Yet, even someone like me was called trash by Liu Qingxian, called trash by you, and even forced to leave the battalion. Liu Zei, what qualifies you to call me trash? You, suppressed to this state by a piece of trash like me, aren't you the even trashier garbage? Now that I'd awakened a god-tier class and turned myself into the nation, I no longer had to worry about my sister's surgery fees. But the fury of being forcibly driven out of the battalion back then would surely pour out on all the Liu family members who called me trash. Boom, boom, boom. The training room's protective coating was riddled with bullet marks. Liu Zei's squad was continuously suppressed by me alone, and even the training room, specially designed for team battles and enormously spacious, now had its retreat routes for them shrinking continuously. The 3 were cornered by me alone. This scene was seen clearly by everyone present, drawing a sharp breath of cold air at my ability. Before, I only heard that the 1st Battalion's Su Hao was a piece of trash who awakened a lowest rank class. I never expected he also had this kind of terrifying shooting ability. Single-handedly, relying on one assault rifle, he's completely suppressed the movements of Liu Zei's 3. Though he can't directly defeat the 3 with an assault rifle, this is already terrifying enough, awakened from other battalions set in fear. During training at the battalion before, there were actually cadres from the anti-demon special armament shooting department who took a liking to Su Hao's shooting ability and wanted to poach him. Several 1st Battalion colleagues from my batch sighed and shook their heads. Only Liu Qingxian, who still wanted to make use of his tryout #1 fame at the time, pressed it down on the grounds that he hadn't taken the major exam yet. Sigh, Suhao, it's such a shame. I was good in every way, only lacking a bit of luck, my class talent a bit poor. Only at this moment, focused on shooting, I didn't hear the discussion outside at all. Damn it, we're almost cornered against the wall. When do you plan to use your ultimate? Liu Ze suddenly roared, cursing at the bald control tank who'd been following at his side. But young Master Liu, once I release my ultimate, I'll lose combat ability. I won't be able to supply control for you anymore. The control tank looked aggrieved. Release it. If you don't release it now, there'll be no chance. We're almost out of time. Liu Ze gritted his teeth and ordered fiercely. Worst case, I'll wrap up this match in a bit. The SPT-32 Blizzard is the prototype gun of the Northern Extreme Cold Zone's ultra-long-range, high-power destructive sniper rifle. I have to get my hands on it. Killing intent burst from his eyes. Fine. The control tank said no more, gathered up his full-body energy, plunged both hands into the ground again, and poured all his energy into the training room floor. Cataclysm, he bellowed, violent energy shimmering in his eyes. A giant shockwave on an even more surging scale, nearly covering the entire training room, swept along the ground towards Song Roashua and me with a force to crush all in its path. To release such a large-scale control skill this frequently, that control tank is definitely more than third class. Peak third class, or even half a step into second class, is possible. The onlookers were once again shocked beyond measure. Song Roashua was countered dead by him before, and an assassin class had no way to deal with his control. Su Hao and the others are done for. Even if your shooting looks a bit human, compared to an Awakened class ability, it's still trash among trash. I'll interrupt you with a flick of the wrist. Let's see how you shoot then. Liu Ze laughed smugly on the other side. This is exactly why ordinary people can never compare to Awakened. Song Roashua shielded me, her expression tense. What's there to fear? A mere control skill. Before my class ability, it's still not even worth watching. My supremely confident voice came from behind her. As I spoke, a trace of white light flashed in my eyes, and I drove my God-tier class. Compared to the control tank's earlier instant cast stun, this Cataclysm shockwave, though nearly covering the entire training room with nowhere to dodge, came at me a good deal slower. As long as it was an instant cast, it was enough for me to drive my class ability. Su Hao, why aren't you shooting with your gun anymore? Liu Ze laughed wildly. Aren't you so impressive, able to shoot under any visible condition? Can't you suppress a gun one-handed? This move will not only stun you, but knock you flying. If you've got the guts, try enduring the stun while precisely hitting us in midair. He was immensely proud of having used his control skill in time to break my firearm suppression. Song Roashua's assassin class had weak control resistance, and with a bit of restriction, she'd almost certainly eat the control. This full field range control not only continued to restrict her, but interrupted me. After that, for a warrior class like him, reaping heads was as easy as a flick of the finger. This challenge, they'd won. They'd successfully swooped in and snatched the collector-grade SPT-32 Blizzard from Song Roashua's hands. Liu Ze's face was full of smiles, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Sigh, Su Hao's defeat is now sealed. Several 1st Battalion elites saw through the situation and shook their heads with a sigh. No matter how amazing his firearm shooting, he can't deal substantial damage to 2 tanks. And Song Roashua, the only first-class assassin, has been kept controlled the whole time. This match, even an immortal couldn't save them. You seem to think you've won for sure, do you? Just then, my plain voice reached everyone's ears. I looked at Liu Ze with a cold sneer, as if looking at a clown. Precisely at this moment, a radiant green light unfolded completely once more, centered on me. The God-tier healing field unfolded. Borrowing the wind-up of the ranged control, I successfully drove my God-tier class. Don't tell me you're still thinking of burning lifespan to trade blows and cancel out our ranged control. Liu Ze was dismissive. It's completely impossible. Don't forget I'm a first-class warrior class. As long as I find a chance to close in and land a burst combo, instantly dealing nearly 10,000 health of damage is on the low side. You want to burn lifespan to heal and cancel it out now? Is that possible? I gave a sneer and said plainly amid the deafening roar. Who told you my class has only this one ability of healing? That's right. My God-tier class, besides healing, also had a second skill that could erase all negative effects. Control effects were naturally negative effects too, just an extremely low-grade kind, and were of course within the erasure range. Wah! Liu Ze felt his heart skip a beat, cold sweat instantly breaking out down his back as he stared in terror at my calm self. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Only classes of A grade or above can possibly awaken a second-class ability. You're nothing but a lowest rank. How could you possibly have one? His instincts were frantically sounding the alarm, but no matter what, he refused to believe it. Huh, I get it. You must be trying to trick me. Luze suddenly revealed a manic smile, pointing at me. You're deceiving me. To make me show an opening. I won't fall for it. Su Hao, what a scheme. I won't listen to you. What need do I have to trick you? I'm merely telling you the facts. I said plainly, group range control, within my class field, is ineffective. As I spat out the word ineffective, I revealed a smile, the pleasure of striking at the heart and killing the spirit peaking at this moment. Then white light flashed in my eyes, and I fiercely waved my hand. God tier ranged negative effect, erasure. Boom, another light spread out atop the existing healing field. In that instant, time itself seemed to stop. The very moment Song Roashue and I ate that cataclysm. This highest grade skill, capable of erasing even the negative effects of a calamity class demon, directly erased the knockback and stun effects imposed on us both in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The cataclysm shockwave gradually dissipated after reaching its farthest range. I stood in place unharmed. Not even the hem of my clothes touched, light overflowing around me. The afterglow left after the control was perfectly erased. The whole field fell silent. Everyone was hushed as cicadas in the cold, unable to believe everything before them. You've got to be kidding. That terrifying ultimate that nearly covered the entire training room actually didn't hit. The onlookers were shocked beyond measure. Just what method did they use to evade that map-wide range control? Unheard of. No, that control did cover the entire training room. Su Hao had no way to evade it. Several awakened with somewhat deeper experience said gravely. The only possibility is that he used some method to lift this skill's negative effect. Lift it? Impossible. I've only heard of using an immunity skill to counter and evade control. How could a skill that directly lifts control possibly exist? The others found it hard to believe. Just then, a hysterical scream from inside the training room interrupted the discussion. How is it possible? How is it possible? How could you not have taken the control? You cheated. You absolutely cheated. You're on good terms with this armory store's boss. He must have opened a cheat module for you in the training room to nullify the control. It must be so. Luze glared at me with blood-red eyes, framing and slandering me. To deal with you, do I even need to specially ask the boss to open a cheat module? I sneered. Whether that kind of module even exists is up for debate. Before suspecting others, you should at least produce evidence. That's the most basic common sense, isn't it? Luze, you say I cheated. Where's the evidence? Luze in my eyes at this moment was simply like an impotent, raging wild dog. Having exhausted his means and found them utterly useless, he'd flown into a rage and become this? Luze, actually there's no harm in telling you. I taunted in a tone that struck at the heart and killed the spirit. The reason I didn't take the knockback and stun is that my second-class ability erased those control effects along with everything else. Do you understand now? The moment these words came out, whether it was Luze's two tank teammates or all the onlookers, they instantly blew up. How? How is it possible? Not taking the stun and control was actually because Su Hao lifted all these effects, and it was actually his second-class ability. Isn't he lowest rank? How could he possibly have a second-class ability? The onlookers fell into a fresh round of shock. They really hadn't expected that. Besides the bizarre healing and terrifying marksmanship, Su Hao now sprouted yet another ability to lift control. Was this still that trash Su Hao who'd awakened a lowest rank class and been driven out of the battalion? He seemed to be displaying new abilities at every single moment. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Everyone's eyes toward me changed, from surprise and shock gradually evolving into fear. I was simply like an unfathomable, mysterious figure, always carrying secrets they had no way of knowing. Luze, there's only 5 minutes left in the match. I looked down at him from above. By the look of that control tank teammate of yours, it seems he won't recover within 5 minutes, right? You originally had to rely on his control to beat Song Roashue. Now with only 2 of you left, do you still think you can beat us? Do you admit defeat? The tank teammate beside Luze had long collapsed against the corner of the wall after releasing his ultimate, looking hollowed out and listless. That left only the ferocious-faced Luze and the melee tank who'd ambushed me, his expression grim. Victory was sealed. Of course, if Luze got pushed to desperation and unleashed some ultimate to bite back wildly, I'd be glad to accompany him to the end. Just as everyone thought I'd completely turned the situation around, a strange phenomenon suddenly arose. A blood-red mist abruptly rose from Lu Ze's body. Sticky saliva, mixed with sweat spawned by frantically accelerated metabolism, dripped from his body. Ugh! A bizarre beast-like grinding of teeth and heavy breathing sounded. Lu Ze hunched his body, his eyes blood-red, the aura around him abruptly surging at a terrifying speed. Berserk, my eyes narrowed slightly, realizing something was off. That blood-red mist rising from his body was simply exactly the same as the berserk effect imposed by the Calamity-class demon I'd seen at the front of the anti-demon line before. Not only was the color the same, but even the effect of turning his eyes blood-red and deranging his mind was identical. Suhao, you lowly, base creature. You actually dared to provoke me like this. I want you dead. I want you dead. Lu Ze turned beast-like, frantically secreted saliva, driving his warrior class ability. Second awakened from the A-grade class Fire Lion into the SS grade class Blood Flame Berserk Lion. This is Lu Ze's class. The onlookers exclaimed. It was by this class's second awakening that he leapt all the way from 4th class to the threshold of 1st class awakened. Who could have thought the Lu family's eldest young master, normally dissolute and beyond restraint, never attending training, actually had such talent? In their eyes, Lu Ze was a genius young master hiding his abilities, normally putting on a playboy act, yet achieving a surge in combat power through his class's second awakening as the major exam approached. Beast-enhanced warriors were already highly sought after. As long as teammates provided control to create melee time, they could deal bursts of terrifying numbers. Facing Lu Ze, with his terrifying background and strong ability, everyone's hearts raced with excitement. If they could, they too wanted their class to have a second awakening one day, their strength soaring to the heavens. However, listening to the cheers outside the field, I looked at Lu Ze driving his class, my brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. A second awakening was an event of extremely small probability among awakened, where a class underwent an enormous transformation. It usually happened in the first few days right after awakening, when the class origin was still unstable, possibly undergoing a second evolution due to origin transformation or being nourished by heavenly treasures, making the class leap several tiers or more above its original talent level. Only, the class attributes after a second awakening are all a superior replacement of the true class's root, yet Lu Ze merely added an attribute. I pursed my lips in careful thought. His evolution did indeed look much like a second awakening, but it was completely different from the few examples I'd heard of at the battalion. For instance, there was once a case of a B-grade talent sword controller who, before the second awakening, could only wield at most 3 fine-grade tactical flying swords within a dozen or so meters. After the second awakening, the class rose to SS-grade Artifact Spirit Master, the level leaping from 3rd class to 1st class, able to wield all spirit artifacts refined by an artifact refiner within several hundred meters. That was an evolution at the fundamental level. By contrast, Lu Ze had merely evolved his class and boosted his strength on the surface. But the A-grade Fire Lion, after evolving, should have become a top beast warrior of the Beast Progenitor Sword, not simply added the Berserk and Bloodthirst attributes atop the Fire Lion origin to become a Blood Flame Berserk Lion. What's more, these two attributes were simply all too similar to the Berserk I'd seen before. Thinking of this, a possibility suddenly popped into my mind. The worst possibility. The Lu family, by some unknown means, had made their scion Lu Ze obtain the exact same talent ability as that Calamity-class demon. Lu Ze, the ability on you had better really be a second awakening. I stared at him sinisterly and said in a low voice, I actually hope I've guessed wrong. If my guess was true, if the abnormal appearance of the Calamity-class demon really was connected to the ability mutation of a Lu family scion, then in the future, the frequency of high-tier demons descending on the front of the Dragon Nation's anti-demon line would very likely increase substantially. Suhao, don't get distracted. He's about to attack. Just then, Song Ruoxue reminded me from the side. I turned to look. The next instant, Lu Ze, who'd still been standing at the other end of the training room, had already ambushed his way in front of me with blood-red eyes, claws swiping upward, straight for my vitals. I instinctively moved to raise my gun and shoot. But the next second, Lu Ze's massive lion claw swept over and slapped the special assault rifle in my hands to the ground. I told you, marksmanship is useless. He shrieked almost manically, then did a side kick in place, blazingly fast, circling behind me, his sharp claws raised high, a cold light glinting, aimed at my fragile nape. Dark, Veil. The instant the rifle was slapped away, Song Roashua finally locked onto Lu Zhe, glaring at him indignantly, driving her class with a low shout. That black mist she displayed before me once again filled the entire training room. Without the control tank's maddening skill, she, as an SSS-grade assassin, could finally unleash without any scruples. Seeing me targeted again, her fury had erupted like a gushing well. This is what real combat looks like. These effects, these skills. Is this really something we get to watch without paying? The Armory store held arena matches before too, but how could any of them compare to today? Inside the training room, Lu Zhe completely unleashed his class, attacking me fiercely without any scruples. To protect me, Song Roashua summoned a black mist field that could conceal figures. Though vision was obscured by the black mist, there were camera screens at multiple angles outside the training room, so everyone could still observe this battle on the screens. At this moment, I was at the center of the black mist, green light symbolizing my active class radiating all over me. Sensing Song Roashua locked in combat, with Lu Zhe in the thick mist, continuously healing her. Su Hao, let's see how much lifespan you have left to heal Song Roashua. Lu Zhe had fallen into madness. Ha, just this one match today, you've burned at least a dozen years of lifespan, right? Though my burden isn't small either, as long as I can kill you, any price paid is worth it. Completely berserk, his attack speed had reached its peak, and his reason gradually deranged. To defeat me, who damaged his face, he wouldn't even hesitate to consume his class origin. The clashing sounds of silver-white ridged spike and lion claw rang out in succession. Sensing the battle in the black mist, I found Song Roashua really was strong, worthy of an SSS-grade assassin. As long as she was within the black mist field summoned by her dark mist shadow hunter, she could steadily suppress even the berserk Lu Zhe, though both sides' health was dropping. Don't forget, Song Roashua's side had me, a god-tier healer, continuously milking her. Boom! After the clash lasted a few dozen seconds, Song Roashua seized an opening in Lu Zhe's counterattack and, with a sharp side kick from her slender, tall legs, kicked Lu Zhe flying body and soul, slamming him like a cannonball into the wall, denting the training room's specially reinforced high-strength alloy wall. Even the energy film on the wall that blocked attacks unable to withstand it. One could see how terrifying the force of that kick was. It's over, Lu Zhe. Song Roashua put one hand on her hip, tossed her hair, and said coldly from above, "You lost." Everyone looked over, only to see that Lu Zhe's fierce body possessed by the blood-flame berserk lion had long become a wretched mess, covered in wounds, even breathing utterly strained. Could it be? Song Roashua's side really won. 2 against 3, facing 2 tanks close to second class and a warrior close to first class. Su Hao and Song Roashua were completely countered, yet they actually won. The onlookers clicked their tongues without end. From start to finish, they'd never imagined that Song Roashua, who'd taken the field with only 20% health, could really hold on to the end and win the match. Su Hao's marksmanship and healing were simply crucial, though we don't know how he did it. Without him, Song Roashua absolutely couldn't have won. Even those few well-traveled elites of the 1st Battalion were thoroughly shocked. Damn madwoman, just how much lifespan did Su Hao burn for you? How is your health full again? Lu Zhe cursed in a low voice, clutching his agonizing abdomen. In stark contrast to his body covered in wounds, Song Roashua, never mind the large wounds from attacks, even the fine lion claw scratches had been healed, standing in place completely unharmed, making him look utterly wretched. I already said, my healing didn't use any extreme technique, much less burn lifespan. I patted the dust off myself and stood up, saying plainly, all of this is nothing but your baseless delusion. I really couldn't understand why Lu Zhe had to be so pig-headed. Was it really so hard to believe my healing genuinely was 2,000 health per second? If I really were using an extreme technique, wouldn't the healing amount skyrocket to over 10,000 per second? Would other healers even get to make a living? You're talking out of your ass. Lu Zhe only cursed. To make him believe that a piece of trash like me had gained this kind of terrifying ability, he'd rather die. Hara, Su Hao, so you want to play dirty with me? Fine. Don't you like burning your life away? I'll accompany you. Just as I saw only 2 minutes left and thought Lu Zhe had no more moves, he released another surge of fluctuation from himself. A blood-red gale gradually condensed around his body. His originally declining aura surged madly once more. Lu Zhe, you really are connected to demons. I, carefully observing the transformation, felt my pupils suddenly shrink. Lu Zhe, collapsed against the wall, had a bizarre red light on his chest, flickering under the leather jacket like a beating heart. He pulled open the jacket, sneering as he revealed the thing beneath. It was something resembling a heart, like a crystal, located at his heart, covered in blood vessels, flickering with a bizarre blood-red light. I recognized it at a glance. A demon crystal, almost exactly the same as the one I'd used as growth material. In other words, it was a demon's thing. Ha ha ha. Su Hao, you're dead for sure. Luze laughed hoarsely and manically. This is power I risked my life to obtain from the blood abyss. As long as I employ it, even a top-tier awakened couldn't escape unscathed. The moment the words fell, among the awakened watching outside the training room, someone clutched their head and screamed in pain. My head hurts so much. Doesn't the training room have an isolation barrier? Why is Luze's skill spreading outside? Watching the awakened outside in pain, I felt an immense familiarity. That was the Calamity class demon's talent skill, the negative effect berserk. Had Luze even obtained that kind of skill? Don't you dare! Song Ruashue, sensing the danger, gave a cold shout and decisively moved to charge in and interrupt Luze. Restraint. However, a moment before she set off, a muffled voice that had vanished for a long while came, and 3 energy chains extended from the ground around her, restraining her. She turned her head, astonished to find it was actually that melee tank who'd vanished for so long. My control skill is quite trashy. I have to be within 5 meters of the target to use it, and the duration is short too. The man sneered. Even so, it's enough for the moment. Don't even think of interrupting young Master Lu's skill release. His control completely cut off any possibility of interrupting Luze. The berserk release was now unavoidable. A trace of despair showed in Song Ruashue's beautiful eyes. It was too late. Everything was too late. Luze, you should just save your effort. Just then, my voice sounded leisurely from behind. Relying only on external power, how could you possibly win? What's more, my class, to demons, is the natural enemy among natural enemies. Your ability is useless against me. I sighed, looking at the gradually expanding blood-red gale. I didn't know whether to sigh or feel relieved. To sigh, because the Calamity class demon's racial talent negative effect, near unsolvable to awakened, had been brought into the battalion by a mere lackey like Luze. To feel relieved, because I happened to possess the class ability that could completely counter negative effects. So at this moment my mood was quite complicated. My eyes dark, I raised my hand and injected spiritual force again, expanding the class that had been about to close, continuing to guide it. No, my head's about to split open. I don't want to die yet. What the hell is this? Outside the training room, those caught by the blood-colored gale, utterly defenseless, took the berserk attack, with no time even to flee. The berserk's influence was even greater than imagined. Either they collapsed with tears and snot streaming, or pressed their heads to the ground in unbearable agony. Only a few of the finest from the 1st, 2nd, and other battalions, activating their classes to resist at the fastest speed a moment before realizing something was off, barely maintained temporary clarity, but only temporary. Quick, go call the escort squad. First get the awakened who are deeply affected away from the training room. A squad leader rank awakened immediately issued orders. Yes, I've activated spiritual resistance, boost healing for them. A mature-faced female support awakened, forcing herself against the blood-red light, chanted and cast, applying spiritual resistance boost to several of the more deeply affected. Faint light instantly welled up around those few, rippling continuously under the blood-red gale, doing their utmost to withstand the assault on their reason. We can't hold out much longer either. We can only pray this gets resolved quickly. Several stronger awakened, after protecting a few companions' lives, also collapsed weakly to the ground. Luze's red light was too terrifying. They simply couldn't leave the scene, and could only place their hopes on those who'd gone for help delivering the message quickly, or on us inside the training room being able to stop Luze. Is there any way? That support awakened with a tear mole at the corner of her eye looked toward me inside the training room, her gaze full of unease and hope. Song Ruashue, hide behind me. Inside the training room, having just spread my class again, I signaled for her to hide well. As an assassin, your resistances are quite weak, and you'll easily get hit. Once your reason is deranged, this kind of negative effect is irreversible for you. Then what about you? Song Ruashue asked back, her face full of worry. No need to worry about me. His effect is useless against me. I shook my head. It wasn't bravado, but that there truly was no need. As a god-tier healing class, I couldn't compare to combat and tank classes in the boosts to physique, health, and defense, but But in the boosts to various negative effect resistances, if I claimed first, almost no one would dare claim second. At the command center before, I'd only watched the Calamity class demon release Berserk without experiencing it firsthand. Now, having gone through it myself, I confirmed that this kind of mental level negative effect had a negligible influence on me. Perhaps this was what it meant that where there's loss, there must be gain. I might be a born bane of demons. Oomph. Huh. You've come to this state, and you're still putting up a dying struggle? Lu Zhe, collapsed on the opposite side, revealed an expression of, if I die, I'm dragging you all down with me. Admit it, Lu Zhe, you never mastered this ability at all. I raised an arm to block the blood-red gale and said plainly, your mind was eroded long ago without your noticing. Bringing this thing out now, you'll only die. If I wasn't mistaken, that Berserk released by the blood-red demon Crystal used Lu Zhe's class origin entirely as fuel. Evidence. His current appearance of a dying man was the best proof. His eyes blood-red, his skin withered, only that ghastly smile left. He'd long lost even the strength to move, his mind and spirit thoroughly eroded by this demon's thing. Ha ha ha. How could I not know what I'm doing? I know very well. That's to kill you. Lu Zhe cursed furiously. Seeing he was impervious to reason, I couldn't be bothered to say more. The God-tier class had finished guiding, and as long as I used negative effect erasure, I could end this farce. Lu Zhe, from now on I'm your savior, your reborn parent. Be grateful for my great kindness. I'll spare your dog life for now. I extended my hand, the light for canceling negative effects gathering power again. Su Hao, Lu Zhe's blood-colored gale isn't an ordinary control effect. It's not something your earlier control erasing skill can dispel. Several still clear high-tier awakened outside the training room hurriedly reminded me. Your spiritual resistance is probably about to give out too. Hurry and get away from Lu Zhe. They'd all seen my class ability. The terrifying healing amount, the peculiar ability to cancel control, had already opened their eyes wide. But Lu Zhe's blood-colored gale right now by no means looked like ordinary control and was absolutely not something I could cancel. Pulling the same trick again was like a mantis blocking a cart, and might even cause me to miss the best chance to escape. He's done for, such a fine seedling. That mature female support with a tear mole at her eye collapsed to the ground, covering her mouth, on the verge of tears, unable to bear watching further. An awakened as young and strong as Su Hao, about to fall like this, was truly too pitiful. Damn it, another squad leader awakened pounded the ground with his hand. An awakened who never gave up until the very end, trying to use his class to save everyone. Su Hao, he's a hero. His face was full of grief, hating that he couldn't be a bit stronger, forcing Su Hao, younger than any of them, to face all this. At this moment my image, in the hearts of these few still clear older awakened, had grown to near monumental. I naturally heard their self-reproach and felt somewhat abashed. I hadn't expected these older awakened to be so sentimental. Though I wasn't that great, since I could save these bystanders, there was probably no reason not to. Ha ha. Su Hao, you actually delude yourself into erasing this power with your low-tier skill? Have you gone truly mad? Just as my erasure skill finished guiding and was about to release, Lu Zhe's mockery came again. This power isn't just simple control. If you can erase it, go ahead and try. Lu Zhe swore that this blood-colored gale came from a power descended from the supreme and lofty, and could never be erased by me. You said it yourself. Facing the taunt, I only gave a cold smile, then swept my big hand. God-tier negative effect erasure. In an instant, the light once again enveloped the entire range affected by the blood-colored gale. With a thunderous roar, light like a nuclear explosion suddenly lit up in place, enveloping everyone within it. The blood-colored gale that had still been raging madly, as if erased, vanished without a trace in an instant. In a flash, the wind stilled and the waves calmed, as if nothing had happened. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone present besides me was utterly stupefied. Their eyes saw it, their ears heard it, their bodies felt it, yet the processing center of their brains was completely blocked. Watching this scene, they couldn't imagine no matter what. Everyone turned to wood, frozen in place. A stretch of dead silence. After a long while, the light finally faded. I put away my class, swept my gaze around, and confirmed the negative effects had been thoroughly erased before speaking plainly. My ability isn't the ability to erase control. It's the ability to erase all negative effects. No matter what kind of control it is, or erosion. Before me, all of it is ineffective. The instant the words fell, it was as if something collapsed with a crash. That was the sound of everyone present's worldview thoroughly collapsing. This This isn't a dream, right? Such terrifying erosion of reason, actually just resolved by Su Hao like that? Su Hao, just what deity is he? The few still clear older awakened said with difficulty. It was long past a question of believing or not, but that they felt all this was a dream. Battalion Escort Squad. We're the Battalion Escort Squad. Is there anyone still clear here? Are you all right? What was that white light just now? Just after I dispersed the blood-colored gale entirely, the escort squad stationed on the perimeter arrived belatedly. They'd only seen the moment that nuclear bomb-like light released and could only ask the still clear ones about the situation. You've finally come? The situation's basically over. Next, could you please send the wounded to the Healers Alliance? That squad leader awakened stood up and negotiated with the escort squad. It's already over? The escort squad captain frowned. Please don't joke. A sudden incident of this scale is no child's play. Please cooperate with our work. All of this is real, absolutely true. The squad leader's face showed difficulty. A large-scale erosion of reason just occurred, and it's already been resolved by one person. You're joking with me? How is that possible? The escort squad captain's face was full of disbelief. If not for the badge hanging on this person before him, he'd almost have stamped his feet. A mere awakened. How could they possibly trigger the battalion building's first-level combat readiness state? And how could they possibly, by ability alone, erase a blood-colored gale with such a wide range of effect? Even a lie isn't told like this. Everything he said is true. That female support awakened with a tear mole at the corner of her eye finally stood up too, rubbing her still somewhat aching ankle, and testified together. The sudden incident was indeed resolved ahead of time by an awakened named Su Hao before you arrived. You too. Could you be members of the Nightblade Rapid Response Squad? The escort squad captain seemed to recognize them and asked in astonishment. That's right, we're Nightblade members. The captain with fiery red hair and burly muscles nodded. I'm Captain Li Zhong, and she's Vice Captain Wang Ya. The squad just finished a mission, and the two of us had just wrapped up the paperwork. Seeing the fierce fighting here, we meant to join the excitement, but ran into this kind of indiscriminate attack. Nightblade Rapid Response Squad. A rapid response squad specializing in missions issued by the war zone with extremely short time frames and extremely high difficulty. Its members consisted of one warrior, one tank, two ranged, one support, and one assassin, all first-class awakened of formidable strength, with a near 100% success rate on high-difficulty missions and extremely high prestige within the war zone. Sorry, Captain Li Zhong, I didn't recognize you just now. The escort squad captain saluted and said earnestly, then asked cautiously, so the armory store's first-level combat readiness state and the resolution of the reason-eroding gale both really came from the same person? Absolutely true. Li Zhong nodded. Please ensure his safety. We'll be responsible for sending the other collapsed awakened to the Healers Alliance. Just as the escort squad captain was about to lead people to the training room, my voice came from inside. No need. My state is fine. Handling the blood-colored gale is no burden to me. Compared to that, it's actually Lu Zhe whose state is very bad right now, about to not make it. At this moment inside the training room, I'd already thoroughly put away my class and looked toward the three of Lu Zhe's group collapsed against the corner of the wall. Not only was Lu Zhe at his last gasp, even his two tank teammates had been eroded by the berserk and fallen unconscious. As for Song Ruoxua hiding behind me, she'd barely been eroded, only her complexion a bit worse. Su Hao, seeing me walk slowly over, Lu Zhe widened his eyes in terror, looking at me with the eyes reserved for a monster, his fear beyond words. You're simply a monster. How are you still not dead? Just how did you do it? He couldn't understand no matter what. He'd used his class origin as fuel without hesitation and released his greatest trump card. Yet I was still like someone unaffected. At this moment he was thoroughly dispirited and listless, gritting his teeth as he glared at me. Lu Zhe, I'll take this thing. I ignored him and looked toward the demon crystal floating in midair, its blood glow entirely faded, nearly turned transparent. Even thoroughly suppressed by my class skill, it stubbornly pulsed faintly, linked to Lu Zhe by two energy connections, continuously drawing his life energy. My face expressionless, I swept both hands and severed those two energy connections. Instantly, that seemingly alive demon crystal's light dimmed completely, turning into a dead object. I collected it into the divine sense space gifted by the system, then looked at Lu Zhe, my gaze frosty as a blade. Lu Zhe, I saved your dog life. As repayment, get yourself off to prison and spit out everything you know. I said word by word. Committing this kind of indiscriminate attack, You deserve death 10,000 times over. Lose a releasing a negative effect that could berserk people's reason in a training room full of awakened. If not for my presence, it would have caused at least 100 awakened casualties today. It was simply a monstrous crime. However, just as I was pondering how to hand Luze over to the command center, a nauseating female voice came. Su Hao, you piece of trash, what qualifies you to lock Luze up? Isn't all of this something you stirred up? And you even want to frame Luze? I turned to look. It turned out to be that woman Lu Qingxian, walking out from the crowd, giving a cold shout. Lu Qingxian? Coming at this time? Does she think she's not dying fast enough? I revealed an expression of extreme disgust. Escort squad captain, I'm Lu Qingxian, commander of the 1st Battalion. She crossed her arms and looked at me with eyes reserved for garbage. Please arrest Su Hao. He's long ceased to be a legal member of the battalion. Before, he disobeyed organizational dispatch and withdrew from the battalion himself, and now he sneaked in without authorization, which is entirely an illegal act. What's more, he even stirred up such a great disturbance in the armory store's training room. The moment these words came out, everyone present was startled. Wait, Commander, could you have made a mistake? Li Zhong frowned and stepped forward to block Lu Qingxian. That reason-eroding blood-colored gale just now was released by Lu Ze. Su Hao was nearly caught in it too. He's also a victim. How does it become, in your mouth, that he's the culprit of this farce? He remembered clearly the scene of me dispersing the red light for everyone just now. Not only did I disperse the gale, but even the symptoms of all those affected were restored as before. This woman jumping out to frame me. How could he allow it? If not him, then who? Lu Qingxian revealed displeasure. A lowly commoner without even a battalion identity, breaking into a Dragon Nation battalion's important grounds without authorization. No matter what farce he stirs up, he bears full responsibility. What? Do you want to make excuses for a lowly commoner? Miss Lu, the escort squad captain beside her, had an extremely unpleasant expression. The 2 Nightblade captains, who were out on missions year-round, might not know who Lu Qingxian was, but he, who patrolled the battalion year-round, knew very well. Lu Qingxian, the battalion's notorious wastrel, had connections in every department and elders at home backing her. Even his own immediate superior, the head of the escort department, was one of Lu Qingxuan's family elders. Even in the escort squad, far from the 1st Battalion, she had considerable sway. Can't you move a bit more nimbly? Take Su Hao away right now. How many times do I have to say it? Lu Qingxuan's arrogance was rampant as she glared at the captain. You escort squad captain, do you still want to keep your job? Believe me, I'll call your department head, and tomorrow you'll be packing up and leaving. The escort squad captain was furious but didn't dare speak. The Lu family's power was too great. Once provoked, he'd surely find it impossible to move an inch in the battalion in the future. My apologies. Take him away. After a long struggle with his conscience, the escort squad captain ultimately signaled to the members behind him. Yes. 2 escort squad members obeyed and walked toward me. Is this how you serve as an escort squad captain? I sneered, my tone frosty to the extreme. Didn't the 2 captains of the Nightblade squad just now say I saved every one of them? Now, based solely on that woman Lu Qingxuan's one-sided word, with neither witnesses nor material evidence, you want to take me away? Ironic. Truly ironic. It was clearly I who'd saved everyone present, yet in the end I was to end up being taken away. Miss Lu is right. You have indeed withdrawn from the battalion and have no legal identity. The escort squad captain took on the manner of a lackey and shouted sternly. So stop putting up a stubborn resistance, Su Hao. By the battalion's security regulations, anyone who breaks into the battalion without legal identity and causes any problem, the intruder bears full responsibility. Me taking you away is lawful and compliant. Take him away. With that he swept his hand, signaling his subordinates to use force. Whoever dares take one more step forward. Just then, Song Roashue stood out, blocking in front of me, undisguised killing intent in her tone, her voice terrifyingly low. Her pretty face was icy, her expression grim. She'd seen everything just now. To keep her from being eroded by the red light, I'd blocked in front of her without hesitation, taking it head-on with my own body, dispersing the red light, and clearing negative effects for everyone. I, who'd saved everyone like this, was now to be taken away. How could she possibly allow it? Facing Song Roashue with full killing intent, the escort squad members' faces all turned awkward, truly not daring to advance further. This girl looked quite calm, but why was her temper so explosive? And she was a first-class awakened. They simply couldn't beat her. Captain this. Several members looked toward the captain in difficulty for instructions. Watching Song Roashu a block in front of me, gritting her teeth in anger, her whole body trembling, I couldn't help letting out a wry laugh. Was this still that black-clad girl who'd laughed at how easy I was to kill the moment we first met? Su Hao, you really are shameless. Lu Qingxian wore a teasing look outside the training room. Back when you were in such a hurry to withdraw from the battalion, weren't you so confident? How is it that now you've lost your identity, you'd instead crawl back sheepishly, even breaking in without authorization? A lowly commoner is a lowly commoner in the end, a creature that remembers food but not beatings, ultimately crawling back like a defeated dog after all. Ah, I get it. You want to beg me to let you return to the 1st Battalion, don't you? You went around a whole circle out there and found nowhere to go, so you could only come back and beg me for the qualification to take the major exam. Isn't that right? Why didn't you say earlier you wanted to return to the battalion? She taunted by every possible means. If you kneel down and beg me, maybe I could consider it? Maybe I'll agree. Your sister's going to die anyway, so how would you know without trying? After all, you've got no other choice, do you? Lu Qingxian, you're courting death. Listening to her domineering manner, I stared at her, my gaze frosty. Then, without wasting more words, I directly pulled out a token shimmering with a complex hue of light. That was the biometric identification token representing Warzone cadre status that Bing had given me before I left the barracks. I gave a cold snort and flung the token straight at Lu Qingxian. The Warzone cadre token was made of precious metal, small in size, yet extremely weighty. At this moment, the training room's energy isolation film had long shut off with the battle's end, so I flung it out the window at blazing speed, with an exquisite technique, landing it squarely on Lu Qingxuan's face. Smack! The token struck Lu Qingxuan's face square on, accompanied by a crisp sound like a slap. She'd never expected I'd dare to make a move, and was struck into a stagger, falling to the ground. You dared throw it at me? Lu Qingxian lay on the ground, clutching her reddened face, glaring at me venomously. Lu Qingxian, who told you I'm an identity-less member who broke into the battalion? I looked down at her from above and said frostily, open your dog eyes wide and take a good look at what that is. That token dropped to the ground after striking her. Everyone looked toward the ground. The 2 Night Blade members standing beside Lu Qingxian, upon seeing clearly the content on the token, had their faces suddenly turned to shock. Written plainly on it was my name. How is it possible? This biometric identification token is an identity token specially made by the Dragon Nation for Warzone cadres. Only Warzone cadres, with this token, can directly proceed to the Dragon Nation's Central Command Center and gain access authorization there. Though it's merely an ordinary cadre rank, it's undoubtedly a cadre answering only to the war zone. How is it possible? The 2 Night Blade captains, Li Zhong and Wang Ya, who saw the token's content clearly, exclaimed at once. On that token was written, without a doubt, Su Hao's name. The air itself seemed to freeze. Where they stood at this moment was the Dragon Nation's Eastern 031 Warzone Division headquarters, the divisional training camp encompassing the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions. In divisional camps like this, there were 5 more in the Eastern 031 War Zone. In other words, the Eastern 031 War Zone had a total of 20 awakened battalions. The division they belonged to was, in terms of unit division, subordinate to the Eastern 031 War Zone. Within the division, whether a battalion commander like Lu Qingxian or Nightblade captains like Li Zhong and Wang Ya, or even the escort squad captain and escort department head, these cadre positions were collectively called battalion cadres, and their ranks were all lower than the war zone cadres, under the war zone's direct jurisdiction. In other words, even if the lowest level war zone cadre came, they'd be the immediate superior of these battalion cadres. Commander Lu just now even said Su Hao had no battalion identity. Wang Ya, having picked up the token, covered her mouth, her face full of astonishment. I never expected he'd already be a war zone cadre at such a young age. Amid her astonishment, she didn't forget to needle Lu Qingxian, saying a war zone cadre had no battalion identity and broke into the battalion without authorization. Truly the biggest joke under heaven. Evidently, the 2 Nightblade captains were quite displeased with Lu Qingxuan's words and conduct too. They were a war zone direct subordinate action squad to begin with, not bound by Lu Qingxuan's divisional power, and though their status wasn't as high as mine, a war zone cadre, they by no means could be beneath even her. Lu Qingxian, you slandered a war zone cadre. I'll report this matter to my superiors. I stared at her, fallen to the ground, and said frostily through gritted teeth with anger. The path of promotion you've been longing for, don't even think about it anymore. Just honestly stay in this battalion commander position for the rest of your life. I've noted today's affair. When the time comes later, new debts and old debts will be settled together. Lu Qingxian valued her official career greatly. From the moment she entered the battalion, she'd secretly cultivated countless favors for promotion, and by now it had been over a decade. Driving me out of the battalion back then was also for the better advancement of her career. It was well and good that she had family support, but now that the battalion center had set the Lu family and Lu Qingxian as suspect targets, all cadres and generals were thoroughly fed up with the Lu family. How could she possibly continue to be promoted? I gave a cold snort. Thoroughly cutting off the path of promotion she'd painstakingly laid for over a decade could only count as an insignificant little lesson. If Li Tianyi hadn't mentioned that the battalion was currently at its wit's end over the demon invasion, and it wasn't good to move against the Lu family before the evidence was ironclad, meeting Lu Qingxian again today, it absolutely wouldn't have been just this bit of a lesson. How is it possible? How is this possible? Su Hao, you lowly commoner who was driven out of the battalion. How could you possibly be a war zone cadre? Lu Qingxian looked at the token, listened to Wang Ye's words, froze in place, staring blankly at me. She couldn't figure it out no matter what. I, who'd been driven out of the battalion one moment, how had I become a war zone cadre the next? What on earth had happened during this time? Humph. I get it, Su Hao, I get it. After a moment of confusion, she seemed to think of something and revealed a look of sudden realization, giving a vicious smile. Ah, you went to beg Li Xiaoming, didn't you? You went to beg her commander father, didn't you? That's why you pulled strings through improper operations to get a war zone cadre status. Huh. I'll let you be arrogant. I'm going to report you. Report your false identity. Suit yourself. If you can report successfully, you win. You're cut from the same cloth as your brother Lu Zhe. I gave a scoffing laugh. Still reporting? I had indeed accepted Li Tianyi's recommendation, but obtaining Warzone cadre status was passed unanimously by all the generals of the Dragon Nation Battalion Command Center. It was earned through my real strength, with my major meritorious performance in slaying the Calamity-class demon. Would I fear her toothless little report? Hey, something seems to have happened over there. Whoa, isn't that fallen on the ground 1st Battalion Commander Lu Qingxian? What happened to her? What a wretched state. Isn't she usually so arrogant? As the news spread, the crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, whispering as they looked at the fallen Lu Qingxian. You just wait, Su Hao. You just wait. You've provoked me. Your good days are numbered. Seeing the crowd gathering thicker and thicker, Lu Qingxian, knowing it wasn't good to linger, bit her lip, shot me a fierce glare, got up, pushed her way through the crowd, and left with her head down in a sorry state. No one dared to stop her, and everyone made way. How is this possible? You're actually a war zone cadre. After Lu Qingxian left, the escort squad captain's despairing wail reached my ears. He, who'd just been aiding the tyrant and self-righteously demanding my arrest, now collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself as he looked at the token in Wang Ye's hand. He couldn't have imagined no matter what that this incredibly young awakened before him was actually a war zone cadre belonging solely to the war zone. Oh, I'd forgotten there was still you. I turned to look at him. Sir, just now, I was completely forced into it. Besides, just now Lu Qingxian said you had no battalion identity, and I was only acting by law and regulation. The escort squad captain explained with an expression uglier than crying. So you just listened to her one-sided word and tried to forcibly arrest me without verification or evidence. I sneered. Is this how you act by law and regulation? Resign on your own. Don't make me report it to the organization myself. I said frostily. You're not fit to be an escort squad captain. Then, without so much as another glance at him, I walked straight out of the training room. My words were like a bolt from the blue, and that escort squad captain collapsed in place in despair, dumbstruck as a wooden chicken. The match is over, we won. I walked out of the training room and let out a long breath. Then, from the doorway, I looked toward the armory store boss's counter. If I remembered right, when Lu Zhe released the negative effect, I'd single-handedly blocked most of the negative effects to my rear. And behind me at the time was not only Song Ruoxue, but also the boss inside the counter on the training room's south side. The boss was himself a second-class awakened, his body powerful, and at this moment, like Song Ruoxue, he was no worse for wear. Boss, the match is over. Isn't it time to give us the reward? I looked toward the boss. What I was after was exactly that sniper rifle Song Ruoxue had been longing for. Only just then, the boss extended his hand toward me with an unfriendly face. What is it? The gun. What gun? That assault rifle I gave you, kid. Give it back to me right now. The boss glowered at me. Whatever you tossed me is mine now, and you've still got the nerve to want it back. The moment I heard the boss wanting the gun, I was instantly unwilling and started haggling with him. I'd never seen such a thing, wanting back something you'd given away. Having finally gotten an incredibly handy assault rifle, how could I possibly let go easily? I'd come today precisely to purchase equipment, and I hadn't forgotten my original purpose. You brat. I only lent it to you to use. I never said I'd give it to you. I just saw you, a healer class, take the field without even a gun, and feared you'd be beaten into a cripple. Hand it back right now. The boss, seeing I didn't want to return the gun, raged. It wasn't that the boss was stingy, nor that he couldn't bear to part with a gun. It was that the collector-grade special assault rifle modeled on the AK-47 was itself of extremely high grade, and also had the everlasting attribute entry, with extremely high durability and value nearly beyond estimation. What's more, this gun was the boss's main weapon that had accompanied him through decades of rotating combat at the front of the anti-demon line, long treasured like a son, and hadn't even been displayed on the wall like the rest of his collection, instead pressed at the very bottom inside the counter, shown to no one, keeping him company alone. Him being willing to let me use this gun back then was entirely because he saw me stand up for Song Ruoxue, looking every bit the good, responsible man that he'd gritted his teeth and lent out this treasure. But he could never have imagined that after I used his treasured gun for one match, I found it handy and didn't even want to return it. Only then did the boss feel both angry and amused, and, forcibly suppressing his temper, asked me for the gun back. Sigh. Watching the boss look like an old father protecting his own daughter from being snatched by some punk, I let out a reluctant sigh and took out the assault rifle, placing it on the counter. True enough, if I had a gun like this, I'd definitely hide it away as a family heirloom and pass it down to my son's son. I said, "Boss, here you go. Thanks for the gun. It was a huge help." I could of course guess that this gun was extremely important to the boss. Since entering the battalion 3 years ago, I'd practiced shooting at targets day and night without pause, and the guns I'd used, if not over 1,000, numbered in the hundreds. It was truly rare to see such a fine gun, so well maintained, so good in the hand, so powerful in force. The boss surely treasured it dearly, and it wouldn't be right for me to seize his beloved. The gun's returned, the match is won, so now it's time to give us that gun called Blizzard, right? I asked. The boss seemed a bit dazed. Urged by me, he came to his senses, took an armament box out from under the counter, set it before Song Ruoxue and me, and opened it. Instantly revealed within, cushioned in precious shock-absorbing material, was an extremely long tactical sniper rifle, the gun body bearing some scratches and scrapes due to age and poor maintenance. The SPT-32 Blizzard, from the end of the last century, about 20 years ago, the boss explained, feeling over the sniper rifle. The Generation 0 ultra-long-range, high-power destructive sniper rifle developed by a certain heavy industry empire in the northern extreme cold zone that hadn't yet disintegrated. This gun provides shooting assistance by linking to an awakened, its original design intent being for awakened of classes with a certain perception ability to use in coordination with their own perception class. The gun itself can fire an energy cannon of terrifying scale, and once guided by a perception class awakened, it can combine terrifying destructive power with extremely long, precise range. Though its built-in test data shows a maximum test result of 5,000 meters, the boss continued. Judging from the SPT-32 Blizzard's extremely strong gun body strength, as long as there's sufficient energy injection and guidance backed by powerful perception ability, the theoretical firing range should have no upper limit. Oh, so this is the SPT-32 Blizzard. Such a violent design intent, truly very much in the style of the Northern warrior race. Just then, a male voice sounded. The armory store's door was pushed open, and Nightblade Squad Captain Li Zhong and Vice Captain Wang Ye walked in, looking toward the SPT-32 Blizzard, their eyes shining. "Are you two unharmed?" I looked at the two somewhat older awakened who'd entered and asked in puzzlement. "Amen. Thanks to you dispersing the erosion inside our bodies in time. There's no problem now." Wang Ye walked over, cupped my hand in both of hers, and, with the bearing of a mature woman, humbly sought instruction, her eyes gazing at me tenderly, full of gratitude. "It's truly all thanks to you. Su Hao, your healing ability is too strong. You're our savior. Could you tell me, just how did you do it?" For some reason, I felt this awakened before me, with the bearing of an elder sister, seemed to have a poor grasp of social distance. Not only did she cup my hand right away, but she also stood very close, almost pressing up against me, close enough that I could smell the faint, gentle fragrance on her. Too close. I turned my head, trying to move away to keep clear-headed, but it was too late. The next instant, I felt something soft had already pressed against my arm. This vice captain named Wang Yi seemed to be the type with a very good figure. This was what I thought in my heart at this moment. Stare. Song Ruoxue, silently watching this scene, though her face showed no particular expression, seemed a bit unhappy. She looked at Wang Yi, then lowered her head to look at her own still budding chest, a bit unable to understand. Did men all like big ones? Weren't small ones cute too? The SBT-32 Blizzard's such a violent and powerful design philosophy suits my taste greatly, but research on this kind of weapon was later announced to be halted. What a pity. Li Zhong looked at it lying quietly in the weapon box and said with great tenderness. Exactly, because they never once considered just how rare, how few and far between, perception-type awakened truly are. The boss nodded in affirmation. What's more, the energy required to sustain its ultra-long-range firing is simply a terrifying figure, and almost no awakened possesses such an enormous amount of class energy. An awakened who satisfies both points at once is nearly impossible to exist, so naturally almost no one can bring this weapon's functional limits into play. Hearing perception-type class and the enormous energy demand, I was drawn in and accordingly released my hand from Wang Yi's grasp, lowering my head to look at the SBT-32 Blizzard on the counter. Because it lacked perception-type ability to guide it and required an enormous amount of class energy, no one could use it? But what a coincidence. My God-tier class seemed to satisfy both of these traits at once. Boss, is what you said true? I looked earnestly toward the armory store boss. This SBT-32 Blizzard, as long as one has a perception class and an enormous amount of class energy, its power and firing range are both without upper limit. The boss nodded. That's indeed correct. But the significance of this gun now no longer lies in how powerful it is. It's the prototype gun of that era's ultra-long-range destructive sniper rifle. In other words, the design blueprint. Especially the trait of firing via energy supply. That alone is enough to be the reason the various factions scramble for it. Dismantle it, obtain the key component within that supplies energy for firing, and go back to modify it onto their own guns. Though most awakened can't afford its energy demand, installing the component on an assault rifle is much easier. That's why so many battalion factions came to participate in this Arena Champion Challenge match. Such a genius design achieving ultra-long-range strikes via energy supply is actually to be dismantled and installed onto an ordinary assault rifle. I clutched my head, expressing my inability to understand. You're kidding? This is simply a reckless waste of a heavenly gift. I absolutely won't allow them to trample on this kind of design like that. I could hardly imagine, if I obtained this gun, with my God-tier class's near-limitless energy and the perception ability attached to my class field, just how much power I could make it display. The moment these words came out, the several people present fell silent. The boss and Li Zhong, who knew of this gun, exchanged a glance, sighed, and spoke. Su Hao, though you may like this gun very much, at the time, this design's reputation wasn't so good. After all, once too much class energy is consumed, it causes irreversible effects on the awakened themselves. So the subsequent research project for this weapon was deemed dangerous, and its being halted was related to this too. Also, back then the SBT-32 Blizzard research project in the northern extreme cold zone had several researchers sent by our Dragon Nation participating in it. Li Zhong nodded and added, ever since the project was halted, those few young talents vanished from the Dragon Nation. They were originally rising new stars in the Dragon Nation's research circles, but after this affair they were shelved. You can see how badly this design was criticized at the time. Fine, I really do quite like this design. I closed the weapon box and shook my head with a sigh. The person who designed this weapon must have been a genius sort of fellow. If only the person who researched this weapon back then had run into me. My God-tier class attributes should be a perfect fit for this SBT-32 Blizzard. Here, Song Ruoxue, the SBT-32 Blizzard is yours. Didn't you have a must-have reason for it? I handed the weapon box to Song Ruoxue at the side, who'd been silent the whole time. Song Ruoxue lowered her head, her expression unclear, and gave no response, seeming not to intend to take it. Song Ruoxue, what's wrong? I looked at her in puzzlement, thinking she felt unwell again. Su Hao, do you really think this gun is a genius's design? She suddenly spoke. Being asked, I was a bit baffled and scratched my head. Yeah, this design's really quite good. It's just that the person who designed this gun was born at the wrong time. If he'd met me sooner, maybe he'd have made it big. In this match, you're the #1 contributor. The sniper rifle is yours. I can't take it. Song Ruashiwa, still with her head lowered, said icily. I was even more baffled. Wasn't this the gun she'd risked her life to obtain back when she had only 20% health left? How is it that now that we've won, she doesn't want it anymore? Among the 5 Dragon Nation researchers who went to the northern extreme cold zone 20 years ago to participate in the Hidden Dragon Project and jointly took part in the RD, one of them was named Song Zhaoyue. He was my father. Song Ruashiwa said slowly. The core design concept of the SBD-32 Blizzard project back then was proposed by him in the northern extreme cold zone in his capacity as group leader. So this gun is actually something my father made with his own hands. I originally came today to take it away. But since you like it so much, the SBT-32 Blizzard is yours, Su Hao. Having said this, she raised her head, looked at me, and revealed a smile. Song Ruashiu. Looking at her smile, I was too astonished to speak. That smile seemed to carry a touch of relief amid stubbornness, and mingled with faint traces of sorrow. It was as if something she'd long guarded had been acknowledged by someone. I'm off. Song Ruashiwa left these words and turned into an afterimage, leaving the armory store. Wait. Just as I opened my mouth to stop her, she'd long vanished without a trace, and even releasing my God-tier class, I simply couldn't find her. Just like when she'd assassinated me before, coming without a shadow and going without a trace. When she wanted to leave, no one could keep her. I looked outside the armory store, my mood beyond words. I found I understood Song Ruashiwa less and less. There were too many mysteries about her, first assassinating me, then running over to get the SBT-32 Blizzard. Just what was her identity? I never expected. Her father was actually Song Zhaoyue, that famous young talent from 20 years ago. Li Zhong looked at the spot where Song Ruashiwa had stood a second ago and said in astonishment, no wonder she has such class talent. They do say the level of talent is related to a family's intelligence genes. Su Hao, when you said just now that the person who designed the SBD-32 Blizzard was a genius, that was equivalent to indirectly praising Song Ruashiwa's father. Wang Ya's gossipy spirit blazed fiercely across her face as she teased. You have to understand, this gun was always fiercely criticized for its danger and impracticality, and the person who designed it was reviled to no end along with it. That girl must care about it too. You hit the mark by accident and said something especially nice, you know? Then that's really too. I savored Song Ruashiwa's expression just now and gave a dry laugh. All right, it's already this late. We should head back too. Farewell, Su Hao, boss. Until fate brings us together again. Seeing the situation thoroughly settled and the awakened all properly arranged, Li Zhong got up, greeted me and the boss, and left together with Wang Ya. Farewell, Su Hao. When you come to the Healers Alliance in the future, you must come teach Big Sister how you dispersed that erosion. Wang Ya, before leaving, didn't forget to instruct me where to find her. I nodded helplessly. Then I'll be off too, boss. It's this late after all. Seeing the crowd had dispersed, I picked up the SBT-32 Blizzard Song Ruashiwa had given me, ready to leave. Though the boss ultimately couldn't bring himself to give me the assault rifle, obtaining a sniper rifle that was likewise collector grade counted as a bountiful gain too. This trip wasn't a loss. Just as I was leaving, wait, Su Hao, catch. The boss's deep voice suddenly came. I turned to look. A gun was flung at me. The gun flying toward me was exactly the collector grade special assault rifle I'd gently placed on the counter earlier. Boss. I caught the gun and looked at him in puzzlement. The boss crossed his arms and struck a look that was half smile and half not. Didn't you just say that if you could, you'd treat this gun as a family heirloom? I thought it over just now. It's a pity, my daughter's a doctoral student at the Capital University of Science, and she'd have no use for this gun even if I passed it to her. Even if I kept it myself, it'd be no use. I can't very well hold it my whole life. So I'll just entrust it to you as a man's dream. Su Hao, your firearm ability is dazzlingly brilliant. You must make this gun's name renowned. Boss, thank you. I was deeply moved. The boss was too good a person. No need for thanks. Thanks can't be eaten as food. The boss laughed and scolded. I've given you my family heirloom gun. If you'd call me Pops, I'd be a bit happier. Boss, that's not right. I haven't even met your daughter yet. Isn't it a bit early to call you Pops now? At least wait until we've met once before. I quipped with a straight face. The next second, the boss's roar came. You brat. I told you to call me Pops. I didn't tell you to set your sights on my daughter. The roar followed close behind, but I'd long run far off. As for that AK-47 modeled special supply assault rifle the boss gifted me, its name was Divine Radiance. At dawn, I woke on my dormitory bed, climbed up to dress, and only then found my body sore and aching all over. Rubbing my shoulders, I bitterly recalled that yesterday, fighting Lu Zhe, I'd used both my class and firearms, and my spirit and body had endured all kinds of challenges in every sense. Thinking of what happened after leaving the armory store last night, my head inexplicably ached. I had only intermittent fragments of memory and could hardly recall anything else. In the past, I'd only heard that drinking causes blackouts, but I'd never heard that combat causes blackouts too. Right? How was Lu Zhe dealt with again? I dressed with a grimace and stood up, trying to sort out my thoughts. Just then, the dormitory door was knocked. Officer Su Hao, Commander Lee is already waiting downstairs. Are you awake yet? A voice came from outside. I couldn't tell if it was Jia or Bing. I washed my face, feeling somewhat better in spirit, and opened the door. Bing, I asked tentatively of the armed special agent before me. I'm Gung, sent by Commander Lee specially to call you. Because he said you might sleep in today. You looked very weak last night. Gung said respectfully. Me? Weak? Last night? I was confused. Didn't I go straight to sleep after returning from the armory store last night? How could it still be related to Li Tianyi? You don't remember? Gung's tone was a bit agitated. You came back very late last night, and when you came back you even instructed the duty agent to bring Lu Zhe to justice and to contact Commander Lee, saying you'd found major criminal evidence of the Lu family's crimes. According to the intelligence synced by the duty agent, though you were very weak at the time, you were resolute and, ignoring the Lu family's protests, demanded Lu Zhe be imprisoned immediately. Commander Lee chose to believe you and locked Lu Zhe up directly. Commander Lee is now waiting downstairs to take you to meet the Commander-in-Chief. Gung stepped aside to make way and made a gesture of invitation. I felt slightly abashed. As for Li Tianyi taking me to meet the Commander-in-Chief, that I did know about. After all, the Commander-in-Chief was elusive as a dragon glimpsed but never fully seen, and the command center's affairs great and small were generally handled by Li Tianyi and Lu Gang. This time the Commander-in-Chief coming out in person was probably to ask me about the God-tier class face-to-face. As for Lu Zhe, I had an ominous premonition that some especially troublesome matter might arise. All right, I understand. I'll be right down. I nodded. The next second, Gung's figure vanished on the spot, and the corridor returned to emptiness once more. I looked toward Li Xiaoming's room next door. The door was still closed. She might not be awake yet. I revealed a touch of reluctance. This trip to the command headquarters, I probably couldn't go with her. The battalion major exam was near, and though I, as a God-tier class, had to meet the Commander-in-Chief, she still had to carry out her major exam training subjects as usual, so we couldn't go together. In the past, no matter what I did, I at least had a companion. Now with only Li Tianyi and me going to the command headquarters, to say I wasn't lonely would be a lie. I left the dormitory and headed downstairs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having, over a night's rest, thoroughly absorbed the surplus energy of 245,000 demon crystals. The host's various attribute abilities have all been substantially enhanced. Additionally, during the host's dormancy, the pending task of disposing of Lu Zhe was automatically detected, and simulating the host's behavioral logic, the pending task was automatically processed for the host. Just as I hurried downstairs, the system's voice came in my mind. Listening to this information, my vision went black, and I finally understood why I was so tired. It turned out my body had absorbed 245,000 demon crystals and triggered ability growth. Just as growing taller during puberty comes with pain in the bones and joints, awakened undergo similar ability attribute growth after absorbing growth materials, causing bodily fatigue. No wonder Commander Lee thought I'd sleep in today, so it was because of this. I muttered to myself. No wonder. After all, I'd absorbed a full 245,000 immortal-grade growth materials. With such terrifying energy poured into the body, it'd be strange if my body didn't tire from growing overnight. I sighed and continued downstairs. Only, I never expected that while I slept, the system would be intelligent enough to retrieve the matter of arranging Lu Zhe that I'd forgotten due to excessive fatigue, and could even mimic my behavioral logic to contact Commander Lee and hand Lu Zhe over as a prisoner. Truly worthy of being my system, so intelligent. Just then, the memory of the system handing Lu Zhe over on my behalf yesterday surged up from the depths of my mind. I held my head, laboriously accepting and integrating this stream of information, and walking on, arrived at the doorway. where I saw Li Tianyi standing there. Su Hao, you fellow, I told you to go back to the battalion and rest. And in one day you directly found the criminal evidence of the Liu family's crimes. You can always give me unexpected surprises. Seeing me arrive, Li Tianyi beamed with joy, laughing heartily as he came forward to pat my shoulder in praise. You flatter me, Commander Li. Listening to his hearty laughter, I smiled along, slightly abashed. By now my memory had finished integrating, and I too learned what happened last night, as well as the reason Commander Li was so happy. I'd handed Liu Ze over to the Dragon Nation as a witness, and my system brother, simulating my behavioral logic, had declared to Commander Li last night that I'd carry material evidence to the command headquarters today, confront the Liu family in court, and thoroughly seal the Liu family's guilt. That so-called material evidence was the thing resembling a demon crystal cut from Liu Ze's body yesterday. So Commander Li was outside bright and early, excitedly and eagerly waiting to take me to meet the Commander-in-Chief. Being able to convict the Liu family that plagued the Dragon Nation, how could he not be happy? He was simply overjoyed. Start the car? Let's go. Li Tianyi swept his hand, took me into the special vehicle, and set off for the Commander-in-Chief's headquarters. I took the elevator to the command headquarters. Before I'd even stepped out of the elevator, I heard the sound of quarreling. Commander, your men arrested my son Liu Ze and won't release him. And with no material evidence. If you can't give us an explanation, then I absolutely won't let this rest. A middle-aged man's vicious voice came.